your problems, and you go, oh, I've got to deal with that. He's dealing with nothing.
No, he's not. He's in the HOV lane. He has nobody in the car with him. Yeah, he's not even in a car.
He's moving backwards.
Yeah, he's moving backwards. Yeah. He's moving backwards and he's walking backwards. He does. That's the thing.
I was just thinking of the ministry.
Oh, he's like a hot dumb girl trapped in a daft man over here. Away, man. And I say that lovingly, but
I say that lovingly too. I say that with like pangs of jealousy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, to be just happy and just he's the happiest guy. I call him sometimes just to get happiness out of him.
But like you're in that predicament where it's like it's bad, but it's not bad enough.
Not bad enough for a minute. I don't know if it ever will be.
Yeah, because like mine is break out with that.
Really?
Oh yeah, lose wife, lose kids, lose job, lose everything.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have that.
You need to get famous, so bad things can happen.
Oh, it would be bad for him.
It really would.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't got a fucking clue.
He would be busted immediately for something.
Yeah. So you just need a bit of fame. Yeah, you actually just stay where you are. You good.
Yeah.
Right in the zone.
Oh, yeah, in a perfect spot, Mark. You're always having fun. He loves chasing the ladies, and the ladies love him somehow. You know.
Yeah, they really do.
It's charm, I think. It's
We're going to start with a discussion of
charm.
Charm. It's like Pete Davidson thing.
He looks like Pete Moss Davidson.
From Culture Club.
Bring up Pete Moss. Can you bring it up? P-M-O-S-S.
commerce and then finance. So these three short talks will be about
It's just an actor. Yeah, there you go. Look at that reserve forest moss. That's it
particularly
right
around
there.
the high middle ages in particular. So let's start by talking a little bit about
Is that the reference that you were going for?
Yeah, just kind of a damaged fern.
I take all these.
Historically speaking,
Yeah.
Jews have
Yeah, sometimes I think, did you have like a lot of problems with like commitment and stuff like that? Was it hard for you to get a wife? I mean, I'm sure it was easy because
So
way back.
it was genuinely the biggest leap
but
of
also in
faith
the modern period,
to ever.
modern Israel, and
And I could have missed
as
it.
a matter of
And it was a
pride,
slide influence moment.
specifically
And
moving to
you
Israel,
may have missed the perfect person for you.
This was motivated, of course, by the
Well, so here's the thing, right? I mean, I'm anxious, I'm depressed,
also because it was a
I can't
reaction
keep my
to
penis in my
19th
pants,
century idea.
I can't look after
Much
myself.
of the
How the hell am I going to turn up
What is ego?
for another person? Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was thinking. It's like, I can't do this. I can't be the person that I want to be, or the person that you need me to be. So as it happens, 17 years later, 4 kids later, I am that guy, and I was that guy, and I gave myself the opportunity to be that guy. My beautiful wife gave me the opportunity to be that guy, and believed in me.
But did you just say one day I'm that guy? Did you go to like therapy? Did you do one of the things you did to help you get there?
It's like giving up drink, giving up drugs. It genuinely is one lifetime, 17 years worth of days.
It was always considered some kind of sharp behavior or shrewd behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit and sought to divert it. Using the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the correct amount that an object may be inflated in value in order to cover the costs of the seller or the person who is selling that. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup is considered more or less normal, but there are so many reasons to avoid that or get around that. So, at any rate, so on the left, you have this idea that Jews, being traditionally urban people for much of their diaspora history, were somehow, economically unhealthy, or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the cult, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race. That somehow the
Yo,
character
what up,
of
Sigma?
was
Sigma?
formed by their connection with the land. That somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character of the Italians with their things and Northern European Aryan things. And that was like part of what it meant to be a person was we developed a culture that we somehow imbibe by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews, of course, did not have this attachment to the land, so therefore they were somehow unhuman. They were like not human in the same way as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. We see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial projects in the Americas, in the empire, and so on, where there's like encouragement for Jews to engage in farming. And they largely succeeded. Israel's cultural input is really good and so on. But it contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that associate with a profitable endeavor. First is that Jews are frequently expelled from a given region. France expelled the Jews 4 times in the 14th century or the 14th century. It was every other generation you could be expelled from your land. You had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, and of course it was completely gone because it's hard to run with 40 acres on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews. Not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because who's to say that you'll be able to keep that land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed of it. Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty, and you're picking, carrots apart from each other, so they all grow with the best rate. I mean, my gosh, you would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand. It's really hard work, and if the crops go bad, forget about it. So lots of reasons why Jews would not want to go into agriculture, and a lot of reasons why other forms of property would go. Now, the last, perhaps the most important thing, in many ways, that started with this idea really, is the fact that Jews were not, and especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to become farmers. Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because the way much of medieval Europe, people occupied roles in society much by their individual identities, as Jews would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very caste-like, almost like the Hindus of Varna. I'm not really as extreme, but that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically. And then below that, this map is not to scale, a huge, massive amount of peasants. Right? Those are three basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants. Right? This is one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top in responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not complain and defend the order at the same time, so the peasants and to a certain degree the nobles provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. And it sounds a little bit like a racket. You might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is supposed to work. The vassals, the lower classes not precisely the right word, but close, owed fealty to higher classes, who in return had to protect them. That was kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was parallel to a certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking about Catholic, although much of this is broadly, generally true for Eastern world as well. And below the Pope, in a hierarchical structure, are the clergy. There are a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on. They occupy slightly different roles. And below that, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down. That is, the Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and education as appropriate, and salvific acts that allow the lower classes to achieve their place in heaven. And in return, the lower classes, the Christians in general, and upwards of clergy, the both provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, you might ask, when you look at these two structures, you might ask about who is ultimately in charge, and in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some periods, it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region. But on a philosophical level, one could make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society, and the church sometimes was ascendant, and this meant that there were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interests of the Pope took precedence, which was typically, but not uniformly, bad for the Jews, as we shall see. This is essentially how the corporate medieval structure of society looked. But now the biggest question you may have is, where do the Jews fit in? What box do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture, so neither of those boxes. They're not the clergy and they're not Christians, so where do they fit? So here's where Jews fit in. It's really important. They occupy a position which was later called Servi Camarae Regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. The Jews ultimately ended up becoming specifically subservient only to the king. And that was largely because of their economic role in society. Here's a really beautiful piece that probably does not depict, although they're engaged in a classically Jewish occupation. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna, his child there. There's also, by the way, sort of peak in the mirror of the artist probably looking on as he paints this picture. But the idea of this image, which is a 16th century Dutch work, this is a money changer and his wife. If you look at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure, who exactly is making of money here, who exactly is working literally in coin. Peasants certainly not. They're working with wood. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. It was actually producing and circulating wine in this environment. In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant barrels of wheat and hides of foxes and things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of time, certain number per week or per month, farm the king's large land holdings or the nobles' land holdings, or the most valuable type, the hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their taxes were affected with barter, and when they paid their taxes, they paid it typically either in kind or cultural output or in the sweat and brow working for the king. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as Servi Camerairegis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves maybe of the royal chamber, in which because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of this very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are paid directly to the king, with no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box in that corporate structure I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because they've produced that money. I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, just like we saw in the talking about Jewish communal structure in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community. Meaning, if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leaders and they would forward the collected amount directly. You yourself were basically unknown to the king. There were exceptional individuals. We'll talk about them a little much later. They're so-called court Jews. But otherwise, it was done entirely on a communal fashion. And the Jews have this ambiguous position where, on the one hand, because they produced so much of this cash, they were very valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risk if they were to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being Servi Camerairegis actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power was often fought over the control of the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious Christian impose some pious persecution of the Jews on some doctrinal point, then if the king was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that revolution. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews and would find it much more expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them. And the church might do this to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot in eschatological history by people like St. Augustine saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business. So at this point, I've given you a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First, in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance. Okay, so we've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attractive to farming, right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century. It's described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion, but the blue routes are the ones that are associated with the Radhanites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. But it gives you a sense of how these Radhanites, who were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the New World at that time. The risks and benefits of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places, people know you there, you've got to
somebody that I
get
really
goods
like,
over
which is really
land,
cool,
oversee
really
all
great
kinds
to
of
look
things
at,
that go wrong.
really smart,
But the benefits
really
are
creative.
huge. The profit margin.
I am. You are. You can
Especially
be
if
that
you
guy.
pick up some lightweight
You
goods.
can't. You can't. You're so far away from being that guy.
It's not like a big leap of faith.
Oh, it's the biggest because not only that, she gets half if I'm not that guy.
That's what I was going to say, because then I'd like to project in the future. I'd be like, oh, yeah, but if it doesn't work, so don't leave me.
If your wife, that's got to be crazy to go to bed at night and know if your wife kills you, she's coming up with roses.
I don't even think about that bit. But at the start, it's just like there is.
When you answer, you said, you're going to be my girlfriend. Were you serious about it? You said you
Say that broke up with them.
Like
the first three times that I broke up, she didn't even know. She went back to her house and then like a flatbed truck turned up with a car on it and bin bags full of clothes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm such a pussy. I didn't even tell her that we broke up.
You're savage.
Yeah,
but that's a very Irish.
yeah.
I guess what I got you for Christmas at a party.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's like, I don't get excited. They were like, yeah, I got it.
So they are generally
Yeah.
They're like,
especially in the Islamic
Oh, it's most. I think it's most men, or it's hard to just communicate with a woman. It's like looking in the face of like.
A puppy. I'm gonna break. I didn't do it, but I was like breaking arms left, right, and center because you know I am a man of means with a level of faith. So, and not oddly. So I'm like a good package to and those. So like it'd be just like a girl would come in and go right. She walks into Padstown Palace, and then goes actually pause. Pause on this because I want to.
Oh yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of sex happening because girls would just go, "This is a good deal. I'm gonna play my cards here." Yes.
Did you in Britain? What time do y'all lose y'all's virginities at? Like in the UK, is it like 10 or 11 or is it 17? Like a lot of guys.
I say it's 15 to 17.
Wow. And indoors or outdoors, people go anymore. Oh, wow.
Well, I would say, what does it call them? Latchkey kid.
So you had these. So he was nobody else.
Well, yeah. So I took the girl back to life. And then it was like,
because the Jews are all steeped in the same.
and then as she was leaving, I saw all of my friends' faces. And laughing. Lino, Giuseppe, and Emma, Pete, Tate, all going, ah! And I was like, no, I must do this.
Oh, laughing. I thought you were laughing.
No, laughing because I wasn't going to do it. So I go upstairs and I go into my room and it's a single bed.
Territory, let's
I'm
say,
becoming fit with it.
Oh yeah.
contemporary Iraq.
Oh, really?
My mom's
Especially
You're a bad man.
What about you, Marky? How'd you get rid of it, huh?
Support system
I remember I found it, so there was a tight crunch. This girl was like, oh, my friend wants to meet you. Oh, this is bad. That's why I want you. It's like, and I met her like behind the wall, like we were talking stuff. She was just kept
Ironically, diaspora
Oh, yeah.
was
oh,
punishment
I was like,
inflicted upon the Jews.
Oh,
From
God.
a theological perspective, if you want,
I was just like, instead of raining and
historical
stuff,
perspective, the Jews were forced
it happened. But I didn't realize that there was
across all of the known lands of
I just thought you
it
were
actually
doing
was
this. I was like,
able
okay.
to their benefit.
Hold on, so there was no ending for you?
Because I didn't even know
I
that.
was, yeah, but like,
I always have it. Yeah, I had sex early. Yeah, people doing sex, they start breaking a sweat. I'm like, how would you ever break a sweater, dude? I can start a TV dinner and I am done with it. I with enough time if I could be right by
I don't have sex with people I didn't
Also, the way up from Toronto.
Oh, yeah, now we're talking this shit.
Yeah.
That was an Irish thing too. You fantasize. You'd have sex with your mate. You would fantasize.
I lived on the Arctic Circle in
You'd
Gaul,
have sex with
and you could hitchhike all the way up there.
So how old were you?
Jews that lived within 50
I was like
miles.
maybe,
Got up there.
I want to say maybe 15 or something. Behind a bowling alley in Arcade. You can hear a pin going down inside, give me power. I don't like to do it anyway, just here and there, like people in there.
Here's a question for you.
People start throwing rocks at us as well, just like in the Gaza Strip, or in the Middle East. And I was just doing what I could, man.
So they started throwing rocks at you because they knew that you were having sex? Or
Yeah,
your friends that were throwing the rocks?
Yeah, they were excited, or they were trying to, cause mayhem or something, or just be a part of it. I think they were jealous. It's like, I can't be there with this rock.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Can you remember the third person?
Always, the first thing you start doing is you start.
No, because I remember the second, but I don't know the
Where are you
name.
from? Oh, you're from Manitoba.
Second, okay, second person.
Manitoba, right? And they start
That's
to
weird, isn't it?
really try to develop
Yeah.
a connection.
And then third is just like, what?
It could be anyone.
Yeah.
The worldwide
I could walk up right now and I'd have no idea.
Yes, please, very pleased to
We've met before. Oh, yeah.
Have you ever spoken to your first?
No, but I put a name in a song.
Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial.
Oh, yeah.
This particular image depicts
I think it depends on the woman. Some women don't mind you kind of idolize moments like that, or not idolize, but like put them in the memorials or whatever. I feel like,
But my virginity to Deborah. She's in the vicinity of Deborah. Was it Deborah that was?
No, it wasn't Deb. Deb was willing, though. I know that. Deb is always willing. Is Deborah a name in your country?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
This is like a halfway house for your time.
okay. Question: have you been to having a committed relationship?
No. I've been in some, but I've just always been like cheating or running around. I just think there's some. I have some like agitation towards like anything. I want to say owning, but I think things like that feel like they own me, like a relationship or anything saying this is mine.
Now you're a so-called person.
Yeah.
Would you
So after
do
the
the same
expansion,
thing?
the Jews take a much larger
Being
role
the
in
Theo
the expanded trade across that major.
I think that's why for the past, like, I haven't gotten in a relationship in a long time, right now it's been about 4 years, but because I got to do some work in some of that space. I'm trying to work in SLAA right now.
A lot of things that are
Just like little things like go 2 weeks without interacting, text, anything with women. Just little things like that to try and like just get on your own 2 feet. Just so I'm not using interactions with women as an outlet for like uncomfortable. That's what I do. I get a little uncomfortable, and then it's like I'll set up a date sometimes. So I want to have and I'm going through my steps again right now. I've had some slips over the.
Oh, right. Have you come close to being with somebody you just think?
And this is something that we've seen all the way back when we.
This girl I was seeing that was really great. And I think now when I think about her, it makes me feel kind of sad because I didn't really meet her halfway, you know. And because then I feel bad because I kind of monopolized their time, you know. That's what I feel.
You monopolize their time
by like knowing I wasn't really ready to have a strong commitment, but maybe letting them believe that I was.
How long ago was that?
That's probably the last relationship I was in. It's honestly been all of them, really. But I think it hurts more the older we get because it's like, you know, people's time is precious.
And also, you think that you're going to have it all sorted in the near future.
Yeah.
And then you walk through the horizon and you fall.
Yeah.
And it's not, and it's still the problem that it was when you were 24.
It's a little better. When I look at Mark, it's almost like, you know, like in the movie where the Christmas movie where they go look at the window and they see the past.
Yeah.
So that's where I was, kind of.
Some progress.
So there's been some progress, but it's just it's a little bit of stagnation. But you're right. It's like, yeah, I thought things would be different where I'm at.
So you basically have to give things up when it comes to sex. You basically have to do the same thing. Booze and drugs, but also sex and the flirting. And I don't know how you do with social media because I met my wife before Instagram, I met my wife before Facebook, I met my wife before TikTok. But like, if I'd have been around then, that would have been an extra thing that I have to unaddict myself from.
That's the thing, so much temptation. Yeah, it's unreal. You think, oh, I really like this girl, and then just the most unbelievable. Hey, what are you up to?
Yeah, I'll be driving home, trying to get home, and Mark will send me some images somewhere. What about, you know, Donna's going to be there? And I'm like, you know,
I live vicariously. And it's sort of like this one. And I'm like, what? He's like, this one. Yeah. It's mental.
It's mental. He's mental. I live vicariously through him, and the cops even show up vicariously sometimes, like, just in my visions.
But it is tough. You were saying something there, you're like, oh, you think it's going to be different. That's funny. You're like, oh, I was thinking that too. What?
Yeah, walking through the horizon, you will find yourself in the place.
Yeah, be like, oh, give it 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's 2 years later, you're like, oh, we're still having fun.
Yeah, still having fun. The fun one. And now, especially in LA, the fun is always, there's always the possibility. Like,
You're going to have to be the bachelor.
Yeah.
How are you? How you living, pimp?
Where I live?
No, how are you? How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, word. All right. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. According to Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. That may make me an influential person someday, and if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth and hopefully be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound, son? Word, dog. So I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day, and for world peace. I talk about things to end hunger, like use of agricultural drones, floating versus saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How's that sound? Excellent, man. I talk about other things that are important to the world, futurology topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than communication, things like quantum computing, certainly crypto, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think that is just an incredible goal. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird after that, which I think would be really cool. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that if you want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, etc. And you may get to 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you said came true. What's the next plan? If you want, and again, this is with your consent, if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, young man, is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word, dog. That's what I'm talking about.
Honestly, bro, about the wealth, I'm pretty loaded. Like, I'm not loaded. Help everyone else, but I'm loaded. So you don't have to help me. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's wonderful to know.
I have like 4 or 5 runs. You know what 5M is?
Five?
No, you know what 5M is? It's 5M servers.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Yeah, I make servers on there. I made 60K on one server. It's still running right now. It's called out of over a server called Banco RP. And I made like I made 70K off, 74K off.
You're the man. Good on you, dude.
So, yeah, it's like my name is pretty popping on the 5M. Get money. So
Absolutely.
right now, what I'm doing is we're making a trading market. I thought it's time to give back to the people that supported me and gave me all the money. They didn't start donations and shit.
Word.
So we're helping them with courses now and we make money out of that.
That's great. That's very lucrative. Good on you. You're very successful.
Yeah. Question, Jim. I bought a new car.
What'd you get?
The Volkswagen Tiger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's a nice one. Oh no, I haven't been sleeping. I don't really sleep that much.
Absolutely. You got that dog in you.
The blinking it probably really shows that I haven't been sleeping.
Hey man, that happens. You got that grind in you. That's great.
4 days I was sleeping.
All right.
I
Well,
need like a couple of hours of sleep.
that's okay. You can sleep when you're dead, and there's a way that you may be able to escape that.
Yeah. I'll escape that when I get 500K, but it's alright because we're making lots of money with crypto. So
Yeah, you are.
I'm pushing to 400K now. So
Good
at
on
my
you.
age as well, especially 18. So
Excellent, man. Well, you're kicking ass, taking names.
yeah.
Excellent. What do you like to bake?
I have the watermelon ice right now. I have Mr. Blue and strawberry Red Bull.
All right. What are your hobbies aside from building servers?
Yeah, building service is my hobby. Obviously, just giving people joy. Obviously, I'm getting money off of it, off making servers as well. But yeah, just bring back people joy. You know what I'm saying? They just donate. They just donate if they want to. I should make it expensive. So if they donate, it's for their own, like not for me. I just want an addition to my server. And sometimes I just throw in a giveaway here and there. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Give out.
Absolutely. Do you stream?
No. I've 1,000 subs though.
All right. Well, that's a start.
Yeah.
Excellent. Do you play video games?
Well, yeah, I play Rust,
Okay.
which brings down my money because I just Rust is a game you have to play every fucking time. So I decently play. I just play it 1,000,000 X's and stuff. Like if I play officials, yeah,
You know we're 9 months.
rated this and that.
You know we're the 6.
Yeah. It's I'm buying that,
Word, dog.
and I'm gonna do a giveaway on my server. I'm gonna like 10 people. Well, buy 10 or 20 people. GTA 5
All right. Well, put me on that list.
I got you.
Thanks, Big Dog. Hopefully we're viral by then. I appreciate that. So yeah, I live stream my life. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. I'm the most video recorded person ever. Most photographed person ever.
That's fucking nice.
Word down.
Bringing out the name, nice, huh?
Absolutely. I basically created the world's largest time capsule of human activity.
Oh, also.
Well, you can go back on my streams back to the pandemic and see what life was like. And my life, every moment of every day, essentially, for the last almost 4 years. You can see in the server upper left corner, it says 24/7 YouTube streams. You click that, just put it in a browser, and you'll see I'm live on 22 different streams. Nobody else does that.
Yeah, man, just get, you know what I'm saying? Just get the word up, you know what I'm saying? Like, get your money up and stuff, yeah. You make money off the streams and stuff, like that.
Yeah, I make some.
The income above a K or something.
Overall, it has been, yeah.
If you want me to help you with the courses, it's like you put in 350 bucks. Wait, it's basically people. They give me 350 bucks. We help them Solana, crypto, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like everything. Um, and when they pay me 350, I bring them back a couple of thousand. And we do that with multiple people. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have this Discord with like 16 people, and we just basically help everyone, and then they get money. It's just you put in 350 bucks, get a couple of $1,000, maybe 1,000, 2,000, something like that.
Yeah, I've gotcha. I'm good for now. Do you ever do Twitter Spaces? Do you ever do Twitter Spaces and promote your server or your program?
No, 50,000 people in my Discord.
Can't beat that.
Invite link in there.
How'd you get so many people in your Discord?
I did a lot of promoting for that.
How'd you do it?
5M, just make a server and make it look good. People join to be like, the server's fucking nice, and they just join the Discord. Most likely, I'll also just join bigger Discord servers, just send out the invitation, and they just join.
I gotcha. Very well.
Well, I've got one question before I I do have to script some stuff for my servers and shit.
Absolutely.
The name Rothschild.
Yep.
I've heard it's not like it's like a group.
It's my family.
Oh, you're a Rothschild.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that a?
Well, some of us are. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us worldwide. So there are some of us who, are middle class. Some of us who are extremely wealthy.
Well, hey man. Oh, I've also got one thing. You know what OSINT is?
OSINT. What's OSINT?
It's something called open source intelligence, which we have over 300 billion databases, Google, PayPal, this and that, Gmail, blah blah blah. Where we basically just give out. You know what Intelligence is? Intelligence X.
Yeah.
Information. Yeah. We give out intel on people.
Excellent.
Which, do you know what child porn is?
Oh, what are you talking about?
You don't know what child porn is?
Get out of here.
No, I swear to God. There's a site called KidFlix.
Dude, get out of here.
No, I swear to God, we got reaches from the site, and we are giving the pedophiles. We're giving them to the police.
Okay, that's good.
That's because we do bad things with the intel and stuff. We sell people's info, but overall, we trying to make money.
That's cool, man.
So I just the data breaches of the site is disgusting. I hate people that watch that stuff. The pedophiles, I hate that. We just get them the fuck on. I just don't like them. It's bad for everyone. Overall, we need the kids' safety, right?
Chance of early rain tonight, and then clear after that. Rest of the night, lows around 40 degrees. Sunny skies tomorrow, and it's getting hotter again. Highs above 80 in the beaches, above 90 in Metro LA, Orange County, above 100 further out, and then up higher in the Palm Springs area. Mid-80s in the valley, mid-90s in the Lehigh.
Yo, bro, you here?
Degrees hotter for the weekend. Right now in Irvine, 80, Winter Park, 83, Burbank, 86, Torrance, 82 degrees.
Hey, man, I'm gonna dip then around. I'm gonna go script my server. I just want to tell y'all, I do good deeds. Overall, everyone makes mistakes, but I'm saying, if you're a disgusting fucking fuck ass pussy bitch that was on the site called Kitflix, you are gonna definitely get given up to police. So everyone that's watching the stream, get the fuck going, get out of here. Yeah, basically that. So, it's pretty fucking dumb. I don't support anyone that's disgusting like pedophile, so we give y'all love. It's still like that. It's still like that. So I want to give out the word me and we're piercing, just so me just full and we're piercing, Pharaoh, Exesio, Trap, offside, everyone, the Castro RP community. You're gonna get given out. If you use that site. So me with piercing to Trap. You get what I'm saying? That's it. So have a good day. I'm gonna leave now. I can't be bothered, so I'll be chilling. If you want to find me, I'm most likely chilling in Manchester. Just moved over here. So hey, yeah, have a good day. Have a good night. It's just about to turn 12 or 1 a.m. My fault. Yeah, have a good day.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation. I need to figure this out. Sorry, kiddo, you lost your curiosity privileges with lying to me and went running headfirst into danger. Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town. About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing. You are going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does.
What the fuck was that?
As Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift further towards Africa, where there are still large portions of non-Christians available for sale in Europe. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in Northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a notable phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase. And it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of the trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller, become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. Is my father, Rabbi Rothschild, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in northern remote Ontario. His father is Alex, and the Alex and the son. My father is the son there. You know, he ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like we see the pattern we talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen, what they call jobbers, down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, mainly work clothes and things like that, up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Irving's family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period of Jewish history. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending. Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, Shakespeare's famous play, here appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21, it says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, and non-Jews aren't brothers. They are in the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there are some Jewish thinkers who argued that that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Others disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there's very, very few like any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to technically lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing it to each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A 4th century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a Gemach kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. To be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash quick and actually bringing in coin, but they've got to buy seed and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another on the left, by the way, you see it that illustrates one of many laws discussed in the Decreto Gratian. They actually asked me with who made marry whom in terms of blood relations. But the law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest, which means effectively Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last 2 months, about the risks of agriculture, risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate those rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law did not tolerandus Judaeus, which were not allowed to settle there, more likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there. They would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various type of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the class that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to be with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like a nasty word for money? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of the rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money. And so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of money. It was an urban profession. Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense if you're living it's like you can have banker's hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers in. It's a fantastic possibility. And it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? The Servi Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure that held it together. But that's hundreds of years later in the third time. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment because, we all have credit cards and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. When you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge, and every month you say, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing, for stuff I bought a long time ago and already gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from peasants when they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who was happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, he can't control the peasants anymore. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go-around loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary. And the nobility and even the king, however, can show resentment because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from the Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like for example, if they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel and cancel their debts. We see this happen frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews and they have no more source of credit, they need credit to keep their economy growing. So then they invite the Jews back. They end up with a lot of money, it becomes too much, they expel the Jews, and they enter into this cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that related through money lending, it can be quite ephemeral because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, the next semester of this classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved. Because in Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called provenantia, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts you'll see in 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root. The exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for the purchase. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to an end? Largely, the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. And so in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pietro, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but it's small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pietro are able to service, but it means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced, that there is no church has officially sanctioned this type of banking. There is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash that the Monte Pietro are able to maintain, it meant that money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it can be on a much smaller scale.
Yo, what's good, bro?
How you living, pimp?
Instead of lending to
I'm doing pretty good.
How did you find out about me, son?
The e-girl world. Yeah, it's just like one of these girls were like wondering why you were arched up, and I know you like stream all the time.
Word dog, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I already know, dude. You want to end world peace? Yeah.
I don't want to end.
Start world peace, whatever.
You've got it, big man.
So, like, genuine question. How long have you been doing this stream for? I don't really like want to go look.
That's
I don't
okay.
know if you stopped streaming ever.
3.5 years.
So, are you like dead stuck? Like,
fuck no. I go outside all the time.
Oh.
That your only question?
Yeah. Wait, what is this on your like phone screen? What is this?
Jewish history lectures.
Oh.
sales in 2004. We're going to see that go up more. Travis is no slouch either. Travis is no slouch. One estimated 80 million. Separately, these two are powerhouses. Estimated 80 million with a B. Separately, these two are powerhouses. Together, they're frankly unstoppable. She announced her new album on his podcast. Incredible visibility for Travis and Jason. It's called The Life of the Showgirl. They signed a contract worth over $100 million with Hungary for their podcast. As a Swiftie, this is the best possible partnership we've wound up with.
What a run those two are having, where everybody knows who they are, and everybody is screaming about it. Even that White House correspondent for CBS lost her head when she heard that. Completely lost when these two are getting married. But this is as close to royalty as we get in the country. We don't have royalty. We have celebrity. And the biggest celebrities right now are Taylor Swift and Travis Scott. By far, who's bigger? No one. Rely on me if I can support it.
Officials and activists in Orange County announced that a fund to support the families of illegal immigrants. It's called the Liberty Fund. Also, this fund created by Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento is made up of both public and private dollars to provide legal representation for people navigating the immigration court system. The Orange County Register reports the fund will also be used for things like hotlines for reporting immigration activities and immigrant rights education programs. Sarmiento tells the Register fund will also work proactively to help families not get impacted by immigration enforcement. Children, lives near the church in Minnesota where 2 children were killed and 18 others hurt, says he did what he could to help. Patrick Scaling says his grandchildren attended the school.
They were very frightened. They wanted their mom to get out, and I sat them down and just smiled.
St. Bob Weston opened fire at Annunciation Catholic Church during a back-to-school mass yesterday before killing himself. And Google says 2.5 billion Gmail users should change their passwords because of hackers.
Tech giant put out a warning this week advising Gmail users because it may alert more suspicious activity and to add extra security measures like 2-factor authentication. Google says that the hackers often access Gmail passwords by sending emails with links to page sign-in pages and have been targeting people by posing as IT support staff. Mark Navy, King of Finding.
Chance of rain tonight, better clear up before midnight roughly and be clear through tomorrow morning and clear during the day tomorrow and a little hotter tomorrow, a little hotter through the weekend as well, just a couple of degrees. Right now we're Fullerton 83, Costa Mesa 77. Let's go to Gardena.
It's going to be on 405 to southbound Route 4 for on that for crash on the right shoulder. So traffic is back up 105. Right now, Mark Road, to east at Fairview. A motorcycle crash is blocking the purple lane. Over here, we see some brake lights from Harvey Boulevard. And in East LA on the 60 eastbound before Downey Road, a crash on the right shoulder for the River Drive from the 10. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Season iHeartRadio. We're venting with your favorite host over that blog call. iHeartRadio reaching all audience. The official NFL Podcast Network. It's NFL Daily. It's stations that bring you the games live. This is 24/7 coverage of everything. All about football. And it all starts now. Just open the iHeartRadio app and search NFL.
My name is Dale Blazinski. Here with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt. I live it. Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I've been looking at this right away for the wet tech.
So his mother started investigating.
The case filed. I started going through with some people that wasn't going to read.
I joined his mother's search for justice. I am Someone Knows Something, Season 6.
Listen and
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your big radio stations and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then use your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Ever since Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift told the world they're tying the knot, sales of Kelce's jersey have been through the roof. The power couple's Tuesday announcement saw sales spike 200%, according to Fanatics, the official e-commerce partner of the NFL and Kelce's team, the Kansas City Chiefs. It was the tight end's best-selling day since both the G9 in February, and the gates to Burning Man Festival are back open in the Nevada desert.
These were closed on Tuesday night due to excessive rain and thunderstorms in Black Rock City. Officials say travelers need to be parts of the area still wet. This is the second time the Burning Man gates have reopened after being closed. It also happened on Monday. Attendees known as burners are also advised to keep all cables and generators dry and covered. On Tuesday night, a man was airlifted from the festival grounds after possibly being electrocuted. I'm Ted Martin down.
Lady A is revealing the details about their upcoming new Christmas album. It's called On This Winter's Night, Volume 2, and will feature 11 holiday songs. The new record marks the band's first full holiday album in 13 years and will be out on September 26th. Lady A will also hit the road for the Winter's Night U.S. tour in support of the new album. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Coleman.
Get your money and move in the right direction. Money and Hope of the Week. Sundays at noon during Route to Money with Joel Larsgaard on KFI. Travis Kelce dominating the news. And I guess he asked her dad for his blessing in asking Taylor Swift to marry him. That's kind of cool. It's cool. Elio, was your dad alive? Did John call your dad?
We were out visiting, and John disappeared. We couldn't find him. And then my mom said, he's downstairs with your father. He's not allowed downstairs. He knows better than that.
Wow.
And he said it was one of the most uncomfortable.
Oh my God. Wait, John said it was uncomfortable? Why?
Because he didn't have the courage to ask. And so they just sat there and watched, like, storage wars. And so they sat there for like 20 minutes just watching, and then he finally was my dad said yes.
That might be the only time an engagement turns on storage wars.
Well, he was just asking for blessings. Wasn't the engagement?
We got a storage wars, your dad.
I think there was nothing else on TV. Just was checking it out.
So, when he goes to ask your dad for his blessing to marry you, he decides, well, here's a good distraction, storage wars.
Maybe he was trying to avoid, the conversation.
Or maybe he's like, hey, look, I can do better for her than this guy did on storage
Yeah,
wars.
see, he's inventing something. Did you ask for Jen's?
I did. I said to my now father-in-law, I asked permission to marry her. And then I said, you've known her your entire life, since she was born.
love language.
Yeah, the love languages. I don't know where love languages, but I gotta say that I think I'm a pretty lucky guy because not only did she turn out great, but she put up a lot of crap. Just because I'm a guy who's like set in his ways. I didn't want kids. I just want to go to a casino and smoke. That's my life. And if I were to go down that road, I would have been dead by now. And then we had our daughter, and she gave me the greatest gift of my life. By a trillion life. Yeah. Nothing seems fun. And so I've enjoyed that run. If I had to do it all over again, would I do it? 100%. 100%. I enjoy it. Look, we've had our ups and downs, like every couple. She hits me a lot. I don't think I've ever. Yeah, maybe I'll bring that up.
Yes.
Hit her. Yeah. But it's been a nice run.
How many years?
That sounds fun. Yeah, we've gone 21 years.
That's awesome.
Yeah, 21 years. God.
Next year, a year from October, it'll be 30 years. 30 years.
Did Crow ask for Jennifer's? Well,
Did you grow?
I actually only told our kids.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I told her daughter and her son and my daughter. Those are the only people I told.
That's great, dude. But I mean, you have the respect to ask the kids.
Yeah,
I've never thought
that doing that was probably one of the best things, especially in retrospect, that I ever did between the relationship between her and I, the daughter.
Yeah.
She broke down and said for the first time I love you when I just told her.
Really?
Yeah, it changed our relationship.
Buddy, that is so heartwarming.
Yeah.
I have a million of those. I get none of those stories.
In fact, her and her friends, because I proposed to her at the middle of the night on her birthday at the elementary school where our kids went for her after that.
Wow, what a romantic night.
And her daughter, Samantha, and her best friend, because Samantha knew, they were like, they wanted to stand and watch him like from a distance. So when we were walking up there in the middle of the night, we heard people walking. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to kiss somebody with the left and close to my wife. I understand that, you know that.
That was comfortable.
Yeah, a little bit.
You killed that.
A little bit.
They turned around, hey, you married me?
So, one meeting.
But you didn't have to. You walked with her to the school?
Yeah. We watched where we lived, so, yeah.
You know that was going on?
Yeah, no, I was surprised.
Good for you.
The spot where we first met.
Oh, that's great. Good guy.
Yeah, that would be upset, yeah.
All right, let's take a break and then come back. Travis asked Taylor's dad. Taylor Swift's dad. We got that audio. It's pretty good audio.
we didn't get Ashley's story.
You didn't get mine either.
Oh, Robin, yeah. I have a story.
Yeah, but I think it's a guy's story. I think it's a woman's story. Like, what did you do?
He's Billy.
Guy. No one else has nine guys. All right, real quickly, Robin, how did you give us the clip now?
I had it on the board and I wrote in Portuguese because she's Brazilian. And I wrote, will you marry me in Portuguese? At my mom's house first and third.
Wow.
Man, were you like just crossing your fingers and just translating correctly?
Yeah.
It's better say what I hope it says.
I think in fact, it's pretty important. Portuguese correctly it says the blue pants and the fried chicken. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
That's great. And Ashley, you're married?
I'm going to be a February.
Hey! Congratulations! Mazel tov, as they say. How did you do it? Was it a surprise? How did they do it? I don't know.
No.
But you had her not.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about it.
What is it? It's like 1978 for you.
I had to think about it.
Your parents know you're heterosexual?
Yes. It's a surprise.
And do they tell their friends? Do they keep quiet?
I think they keep it to themselves.
Yeah, I would. That's not the way to go nowadays. Did you guys shake hands in public? We're both. 1972 we forgot. How did you do it?
I think it was a town, so it was a Texas at the time.
and I came to town for a New Edition concert. My best friend. Yes, I love New Edition. And he picked us up from the hotel because he was going to take us, because we didn't want to Uber. And he came with his sister and literally just got down on one knee. His sister was recording. And he just got down on one knee in front of my best friend and me. And, we had already been together for like 7 years. And it was just out of nowhere. And I love it. So,
That's right. Yeah, I was on the 7-year plan too. And so I'm going to guess that during those 7 years, you thought, okay, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. This has got to be it.
I never pressured him. No, I never pressured him.
Yeah, but for me, you just don't assume that, it was going to happen. Never any pressure, but just thought that that might have been the time. That's great. Where are you getting married?
We're going to do it at a church that his mother goes to, which is my son's mom. And it's good. No, it's in Vietnam.
Should get married on February 19th.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, that's Robin.
Happy early birthday, Robin.
So, all right. Congratulations, everybody. I think is everybody married on the show? April's not, but Stephanie's just not. And Richie's not. No, Kiki is. Kiki just got married. You get Kiki news? No, they were not.
No.
Okay. We're live on Sunday, 6:40. We're now
The school superintendent for Beverly Hills has blocked plans to fly the Israeli flag during Jewish American Heritage Month at the school will be favorable. The Dodgers Shohei Ohtani's picked up his first win pitching for the Dodgers last night at an Ohtani 50-50 model event. We'll check the 5 freeway next.
All right, let's talk about Brick House Nutrition. They got a Labor Day sale going on. You got to check out the website. It's really cool. I'm Neil the Green. Question technique. It's a superfruit vegetable drink. It promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. You might notice a little dip in my step with energy. And I'm getting that from Field of Green. It's terrific. Dr. Greg, buddy, I said, we got to find something that I can take where I don't have to work out, I don't have to quit drinking, I have to eat, right, I don't have to sleep right, I just feel better, I have a little more energy. And boom, about 4 or 5 months later, I got it. It's Field of Green. It's produced by Brick House Nutrition. You're going to love it. He was right. He was right. Lots of energy. And you're going to get a discount right now, 25% off the entire site. But I got word that this might be coming to an end soon. So, brickhousenutrition.com, Labor Day 25 is your promo code. brickhousenutrition.com, Labor Day 25. And the stuff that I take is Field of Green. And it really is great. brickhousenutrition.com, promo code Labor Day 25.
Chance of rain early tonight, which will clear up the rest of the night. Then sunny tomorrow and hotter for the weekend as well. This report brought to you by Audible. Let's get you a start.
It's going to be before Montgomery Street. It's blocking the right lane, jamming traffic from 4th Street. Now, Culver City, 405 southbound to North Venice Boulevard. The crash is being cleared from the carpool lane and left lanes. There'll be some backup from Santa Monica Boulevard, but after that, it should be an easy ride. With Southern California's most active traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
The season lives on iHeartRadio. We're venting with your favorite host over that World Cup. The official NFL Podcast Network. It all starts now. Insert NFL. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm not saying it's okay to wrong, but in my word, at the time, I found a way to justify that. This is Tony. Yeah, it's back home. Turns out, he was really, really good at it. He robbed 30 banks in about a year. We just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, What really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man. To a great. While Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. It was like a miracle. Big Pharma's powerful painkillers seemed to work like magic until it took over his life. Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for the crimes I ended up committing and stuff, but the real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh D.
How does persistent even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away billionaires when so many lives have been destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Okay, forest animals. Kids are coming to the forest nuts to make a visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catchy. I like it. River, what's the temperatures are refreshing 52 degrees, and I love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's like every morning. Okay, Squirrel, the forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
AM 640, stimulating talk. Coming up tomorrow on the John Cobelt Show, reaction now on Governor Gavin Newsom's new crime suppression team. Lou Penrose in for John Cobelt tomorrow on KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640 Conway Show on Tuesday. The next Tuesday, which is September 3rd. I think it says September 3rd. No, maybe. What's the 3rd? It's the 2nd. They're going to have Steph Bush on to give an update. And the third hero that saved his life.
Another hero.
Wow.
Great is that.
That's going to be great. Hopefully it tells a different story. He really saved everybody. Those other two guys wanted to hurt him and take his money. I was like, the real guy really saved him.
I'll coach him.
Yeah. Change that story.
Change it up a little bit.
That little thing. All right, back to Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. He asked Taylor's dad permission. And then we got off on a tangent and heard that whole story. So let's get back to it. It's a big story.
Ed says the intimate moment happened within the last few weeks in Travis's backyard at his home just outside of Kansas City. Mama Kelsey celebrated by posting these sweet childhood pics of Travis and Taylor. Ed telling News 5 Cleveland he'd known it was coming for months.
I thought this was going to be Taylor's dad. Who cares about Travis's dad? You want to hear from Taylor's dad. All right, let's talk about the costs of the dads on his side.
Only got like 20 more.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announcing their engagement. News sending Swift easy in the stereo.
I think I'm more excited about this than I would be about my own engagement.
I'm excited for it. It sounds like it's staying hot. It does sound like a crash test. Yeah, it does. I think everybody's, incarcerated.
Three-time Super Bowl champion breaking the news on Instagram. The caption: your English teacher and your gym are getting married.
That's slap now.
That's right. Dog so high school playing in the background. Kelsey's father, Ed, telling our station WEWS the engagement happened nearly 2 weeks ago, coinciding with the announcement of Swift's new album, The Life of a Showgirl, saying Travis popped the question in the middle of a garden as they were on their way to dinner in Missouri. New details also emerging about the ring. ABC News confirming Kelsey helped design it with Kindred Loving of Artifacts Fine Jewelry in New York City.
The ring is so perfect for Taylor. It's antique inspired, it's whimsical. Our experts say that the ring could be worth up to $5 million.
Wow, $5 million. How could you ever wear that? You're afraid someone's going to lift it from you? $5 million ring. That's 20% of his net worth. You never lift that. You never wear that. That's outrageous.
The couple's relationship been a spectacle since they got together in 2023. After Kelsey says he tried to meet Swift in her era.
He put together a mixtape for her. And by the way, he put together a mixtape for her. Didn't have to include some of her songs, or is that something? It's all Mario's Christopher Cross.
After Kelsey says he tried to meet Swift in her Eras Tour show in Kansas City.
The security said get lost.
But couldn't get past security.
This kind of felt more like
No game. Wait.
But couldn't get past security.
You couldn't get past security in Arrowhead Stadium. That's where it was. It was in Kansas City. He was a big star in Kansas City. And the security's like, no, buddy, you
Zoot, how are you, big dog? I was just thinking about you. How are you? How have you been?
I'm gonna see my friend later.
All right, that's cool. Are they cool?
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
All right, pimp. Just give me a second. How have you been feeling?
Okay.
All right. What's new in your life? I'll be ready just in a second. You want to know what I was thinking about earlier? I still want to know what's good in your life, but I thought to myself, that thing that Zoot always wanted, which is like to best. I think he's actually going to be famous someday, and he's going to be able to achieve all the stuff that he wants, and he will be very smart. I know in the beginning you were like, Rabbi, you know why I originally was interested in what you do is because you said you're going to make me a trillionaire, and I think that's absolutely fine, and I think I'll be able to do that too, and I just think that you're very smart to see what I'm doing and know that it's perhaps going to be something really big. So good on you.
I feel like if I get famous, it's going to be dangerous that pharmaceutical companies will either try to kill me or put me into jail for something I didn't do. That's my biggest fear about being famous.
All right. Well, I think you'll be okay. What are your thoughts on Taylor Swift getting engaged?
Who cares?
All right. What are your thoughts on Kanye West's first album, College Dropout?
That's better than any more. It's better than any of his recent albums, but I feel like the next album he puts out will be hated until he dies. Then people are going to be revisit it and go, that wasn't actually bad. It was just controversial.
Why do you like? I'm not disagreeing with you. Like College Dropout.
Why do I like College Dropout?
Yeah.
It was the first album that Kanye did something that no one had done before. He was the first producer to also be a rapper and produce his own album and rap over it. That hadn't been done before. The only person who did that before him was Dr. Dre. Right? The only person who did that before him was Dr. Dre.
Okay.
The Dr. Dre wasn't very good. The Dr. Dre wasn't very good at rapping.
Okay. What are your favorite songs on College Dropout?
I like Last Call, which
Dude,
is the last track.
Dog, stop. That's the best song on the album.
All Falls Down.
Wait, hold on. You ever seen the video for that?
Yeah.
Dog, that's one of the best.
Probably the Wire is cool because he's rapping for a while. The one with Jamie Foxx, Spaceship. I think it's called Spaceship.
Dog, you have good taste in music. Do you know that?
Yeah. Do you know what song that got Kanye famous?
Yeah, I kind of do.
It was a Jay-Z song that he produced called H to the Izzo.
Yeah, everybody knows H to the Izzo. E to the Izzo.
Yeah, you know that's produced by Kanye?
That's the anthem. Get your damn hands up. I did not.
Yeah, that's produced by. Yeah, that's by Kanye.
All right, big dog. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy on Monday?
Yeah.
So you have an invitation, Pimp. Here we go, baby.
Do you know what I see happening in the future, Rabbi?
What's that, dude? Oh, no.
People getting their mental health diagnoses and neurodivergency diagnoses revoked in the future.
How do you get one revoked?
How do you get one revoked?
Yeah. Zoot, do you realize you've never beaten me at this game?
You claim there'll be court proceedings to propose misdiagnoses for as we become more aware of things. I think. I feel like that's going to happen.
All right, dude. Welcome.
Hello.
What up, Pimp? How you living, baby?
What about you?
Kicking ass, taking names, just playing games with my friend Zoot.
Well, that's me.
How's your day been?
What are you guys playing?
A game called Carom?
Are you using a voice changer or is that your actual voice?
That's my actual voice.
What the fuck?
Oh, Zoot, I love you.
Where are you from? Zoot.
I'm from Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Where are you from?
What? Online.
Well, that's obvious. You obviously using the voice changer.
I'm not using a voice changer.
So you ask other people where they're from, but you don't tell people where you're from. Isn't that kind of a dick move?
It's using a voice changer.
It's a goy move, yeah.
Fuck. So, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Kanye has said that he is no longer bipolar because he's got an autistic diagnosis, but he hasn't got his bipolar diagnosis revoked, so he's still bipolar according to the medical documents that he has.
What do you think of that fine piece of ass that he fucks Bianca Censori?
I have no opinion.
Would you take Bianca or Kim Kardashian?
None, but probably none, but I'd probably fuck Kim Kardashian because like that's an achievement, but probably none.
All right, what's your girl on that website? How's she doing? What number is she?
10.
Dude, you're letting her down.
Yeah. How the fuck did you from
4
to 10 in a month?
Right, very quickly.
That's not usual.
I'm telling you, Zoot, you must have not been watching as much as you usually do.
But I remember her videos when she was like 1,200.
Wow, you've been with her since the beginning, dog.
Yeah.
Zoot.
Oh, this is an impossible shot.
No, it's not.
Fuck, I just wanted to say it was an impossible shot. I hope it got you into your head.
Well, it didn't. I got you. All right, you ready for Match Monsters?
Yep.
So, are you aware that Rabbi Rothschild is completely in your head?
I don't know. Going on, Rabbi.
All right, you ready? Zoot.
No.
Would you rather go first, or would you rather get the points?
I'll get the points.
I think that's smart.
I'd rather a good board.
I understand that.
I think he might have helped me a little bit.
Oh, I know I did.
Until that happens.
Are you going to go for the blues?
Why would I go for the blue?
I don't know. It's an extra point. Or it's an extra move. It could shake things up.
I think that's the best move.
Probably.
What was the game called?
It's like, come on. All right.
It's more like
Rabbi Rothschild, what do you think about Clash Royale?
It's more like Dr. Mario.
It is like Dr. Mario. To the dude with the voice changer, I'm focusing on this game right now. I answered questions for you all day long, so if you like, feel free to enjoy our company. but I'm focused on this game. I like to win. Zoot, do you see the berries?
100%.
That was good. That was really good.
100%.
That was really good, Zoot.
And if I evolve, you're in trouble. If I evolve, you're in trouble. But however, the board is so unpredictable here because it switches.
That's true. Oh, I see a big move. Oh, Zoot, that was huge. Oh, Zoot.
It wasn't a great move.
Yeah, it was.
Nah, I only got one extra move.
Zoot, you say this is like Dr. Mario? But Dr. Mario is just like Tetris.
I don't know. I'm nearly 30. Hey, Rabbi, did I tell you? I haven't told you this. My mom was 40 on her 40th, on her 40th birthday. She celebrated in Las Vegas, so she got to celebrate it twice because of the turnover.
That's tight.
So she had a birthday in Australia and a birthday in America.
That's tight. So, oh yeah, so
I might do the same thing when I come.
There you go. Dude, be respectful or I'm going to toss you. Like I said, we're playing a game right now. We're not here to answer all your questions. I answered them earlier today. If you'd like to just chill with us, you can. But don't be disrespectful. You're obsessed.
Rabbi, that was a big move.
I know it was.
But is it as good as this move?
That was good.
Now I'm at full health.
All right, you ready for this one, Zoot? Ready for an amazing move?
I'm going to get hit pretty hard here.
Yeah, you are, big man.
15 points or 20 points?
20 points.
Yeah, but I think you just helped me.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna evolve. Maybe not. Yeah, I'll evolve, but I'll do the fire one.
That's a good move. However, oh fuck! Where am I?
What up, pimp?
I got fucked.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
How do I get unfucked?
I see. That's okay.
I'm not. Okay. Fuck. Might have just fucked up a little bit here, so. Actually, no, I didn't fuck up. I'm in the lead. Rabbi, I'm in the lead. How do you feel about that?
I've never feared losing to you in this game, and I'm not going to start.
Well, that was a good move. Extra move. Extra move. Good move.
Oh, that was big, dude. That was big. You've got a big lead here.
Is there another extra move I can make?
Yeah. The yellow and the blue. Switch the yellow and the blue. It's like right in the middle. Second row. Or, yeah, second row. Oh, you just missed out.
How come I didn't fucking... I got in.
All right. So do I get
so many berries on the board?
All right.
There's so many berries on the board.
I know.
I have never seen this many berries on the board.
There are a lot.
You can get 6 berries here. You fucked up.
Yeah, I didn't know how I get 6 of them.
Alright, it's your turn. Move the blue. I don't see like any way that you're not going to help me here.
I know.
Fuck yeah.
It follows the Justice Department criminal investigation into the board governor after she was accused of making false statements on home mortgage applications. A CDC official is resigning from the role, but the resident...
I can only have up to 4 berries.
And then you can do the thing where you can boost.
Yeah, but you can only have up to 4 berries. WW. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I fucked up.
Yep. You could have gone an extra move.
Yes, I could have. I see an extra move for you.
I can see life changing. I've never had changing lives. You're a fucking cunt.
Thanks, Bree. I don't think so. I see an extra move. There you go. Ooh, 2 extra moves. Oh, big time, Zoo. Zoo, you better make a move, son. Why did you do that?
Because the tiles are going to move anyway.
Okay.
How much damage are you going to do to me? 25 points in an extra column. Why would you do that?
Why not?
Because you could have got I mean, you're probably going to just help me.
You're up, big dog.
Issues.
I mean, you just help me.
Let's see what you've got.
That's going to help me later on. And you're on fucking. You're in a very bad position right now.
Yeah, I am. If you get Reds, I'm down at 5. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, dude. I thought it was your turn. Oh, what a terrible, terrible lapse in judgment. I was not paying attention. All right, dude.
Yeah.
You just won. Get it, dog. Good job, Zoot. All right, big dog. We're going to play the game that we've played more than any other game. Golf. Specifically, mini golf. Did you know that you have an... Do you know that you... Oh, we might play that. That game sucks, though. It takes too long.
It doesn't suck. It's just fucking boring.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, a lot of reading in it.
It's just a game of chance.
There's that, too. Oh, Zoot, are you happy with your shot?
I'd rather play Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons in real life.
Oh, dude. Oh. Zoot, that was a 10 out of 10 shot. High IQ, dude.
No, 10 out of 10.
No, that was
10 out of 10 shot would be me getting it in.
You did. That was 10 out of 10, dude.
No, me getting it in on a hole in one would be 10 out of 10.
Dude, that was an amazing shot. You had a tree in your way, and you went around the tree, through the pink stuff, through the ice.
Rabbi, you can get it in here.
And I just did.
Fuck.
Yeah, there goes your lead. All right, Zoot, are you ready for this?
Yep.
Are you ready for one of the best? Yo, pimp.
If you miss, I'm actually going to take the long way.
What are you gonna do, big dog? Oh no, Zoot.
That is a difficult shot for you to get as well.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Alright, that's not a hard shot for you to get. I don't think I would win the way we're playing.
We'd have to start making some moves. Oh, you helped me. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, that was so close to being really good for me.
I don't think either of us are going to get it in. I think you should go. I think this might be a terrible idea for you. You might have just gave me the game.
You're going to hit that corner and go in the... Oh, no way, Zoot.
There's no way you can win. So I have to get it in the last shot.
Which is easy.
I can't miss this.
Dude, this is like the easiest shot ever.
Fuck. That might not. That's good. Rabbi, I'd be impressed if you got it in.
How could I get that shot in, dude?
There's no way. How.
All right, 2 to 1. Take care, big dog.
The Holocaust.
What'd you say?
I think he said something about the Holocaust.
Yeah, I know. This guy's absolutely obsessed with Jews.
Yeah. I said why are you so long with all of your friends dying the Holocaust?
What did you say?
Okay, that's me.
What?
That's not a nice thing to say to someone.
Is it no?
Did you kick him?
Yeah, that guy is weird.
Oh, okay.
Sharp as good as the house was for every Saturday and Sunday morning here on KFI. I hired a friend of mine as a contractor and connected our relationship because he came and we were going to add a small bed pod to our house in Burbank. This is 15 years ago. And I hired him. He's a nice guy. Well, he hired a couple of guys that he hadn't worked with yet. And the guys ended up breaking into my neighbor's house.
Ready?
Yeah.
Rabbi, what do I do here?
Not what you wanted to do.
You were going to get it in either way. So there was nothing I could do. I just wanted to end it as quickly as possible. There was nothing I could do.
That was great. This was a great shot too, though.
And so Windows. All right, let's talk Windows. Because Windows are really important. I think it is the only thing in your house that you can install in one day that makes a tremendous difference in the entire house. I don't know if I'm using you. I love Windows. And American Windows.
Zoot, are you there? Zoot. Are you gonna go?
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
It's your turn.
Then my thing froze.
My thing froze.
Yeah, your thing froze.
It's your turn.
I mean, I just went. Yep.
I had a big fucking lead and I fucked it.
Oh yeah, big time.
I just got him Snapchat messaging. Just fucked up everything.
All right. It's over, baby. It's over, Zoot. You done, son. Zoot, make this.
I'll take a break for a bit.
Sure. But make this shot.
I just did.
All right, well, you take a break. And when you're done, come back and I'll whoop your ass some more.
That's cool.
What'd you say, Big
It's the last call for alcohol.
Bird Dog? Yo, fuck you, Zoot, first and foremost, for making me do this shit. Motherfucker. I had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I was fucking.
Why are TSA rules so confusing? I'm Andy. Noah. This is Devin. And we're best friends and journalists with a new podcast called No Such Thing. Get to the bottom of the question. Why are you screaming? I can't expect what to do now. If the rule was the same, go off on me. Listen to No Such Thing on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search No Such Thing to start listening. The FDA is expecting to approve an updated COVID-19 vaccine, but only for seniors 65 and up and people with underlying health conditions. A new study shows about 2/3 of women in their childbearing years have an increased risk effects because of a lifestyle habit that they have the ability to change. Research looked at data from about 5,400 younger women between 2007 and 2020. It shows 66% of them have things like diabetes, tobacco smoke exposure, obesity, and food insecurity as risk factors contributing to birth defects. Health update. I'm Scott Pringle.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio station, notifications and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. That place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
Do not believe how much hearing advice is. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Your one-stop for advertising.
844-IHEART.
For the best pest control in Southern California, go to termitelady.com. Termitelady.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. I'll listen to KFI all day. I love it all, honestly. I'm not a KFI from Wake Up Call, Bill Handel in the morning.
I absolutely love it. He's very educated. Very educated. They make me laugh. And then it's the whole thing. Shannon, Gary, there. And then it's John Cobell.
Yeah, Cobell, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely Cobell. I love Timmy. They don't everybody.
Tim Conway.
He's a nerd like me. And his politics are very broad, too. I absolutely love it every single day. From Bill Handel in the morning to Coast to Coast. I love it all.
Saw the show. It's Polish. It is amazing. More stimulating time.
KFI AM 245 with Jimmy Truckers every Saturday morning right here on KFI. 6 to 8 a.m. and Sunday, 9 a.m. until noon. And on Sunday, Mr. Sharp, I believe Chris Perez is going to be with you, right?
Yeah, Chris Perez from American Vision Windows. We sit down, just talking shop for 3 hours straight, talking about nothing but exterior doors and windows.
Okay, let me ask you something about window, because there's 2 rules of thought here, and I think you'll know this better than anybody. My wife likes the windows that open up, she can catch the breeze. They open up, what are they called?
They open like they're on a hinge.
Yes, they swing open. And she loves those, but I think they're susceptible to problems and leaking. Is that true?
Nope.
No. Wow. But I do like the design of the windows. I know that American Vision Windows, they got these great windows, and I like, this is why I like the New England one. It's terrific. The Victorian, all those designs inside the glass itself between the 2 panes, I think really make the house look better.
So you're talking about the grid.
The grid, yes, the grid.
So and grid patterns are one of the most important architectural decisions you're going to make.
Really? I didn't know that.
And so windows are windows. I mean, windows are going to radically change the function of your house as far as
heating, cooling, sound, all of that kind of stuff. Putting a modern window in the wall as opposed to an old worn out window or something like window or anything like that. But the big decisions to make from the homeowner's perspective is the materials. We can talk about that. But the style of window first, like you said, you want a case window, or you might use casement windows. There's sliding windows. There's salon windows. Those are the ones where the sash is up and down, right, vertically. There's all sorts of different functional styles of windows. And then in the glass itself, you got the grids.
To local peasants so they could buy things like that. And there were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money was a much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian Peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who was much local and had much less strenuous demands for collateral. But the option, especially if you're borrowing larger sums, doesn't have to be yet. So this is essentially how the
That's right. And they asked me if I would do a Q&A on windows out there and just general stuff, so people can bring their out their homes and their
Yo, baby, we're up with the next pick. Ryan Robinson. Flex players. Shaheed. Rashid Shaheed. He's a baller. We got him. Rashid Shaheed. Shout out to you, big dog. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Yo, baby, we're up. And so, yeah, we really live in the golden age of windows right now. And it's all really, it all starts with glass. The fact that we can make glass so large, so strong, like never before in history. Which, by the way, with the glass, like that whole divided, like that French window work, is that like a thing? Do you have to do that? Or like, no, you don't think of it that way. You used to have to do that by necessity. Because we couldn't just put glass any larger than those little slits. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that's why divided like windows are divided like windows. Because back in the day, going back 200 or 300 years, imagine this in a glass shop, right? They would blow out some glass and then they would start spinning it on these rods, and they would spin out this big disc of glass. Okay? Big old disc of glass, maybe 6, sometimes 8 or 10 feet in diameter. Let it cool off, and then they would cut those window panes out of the outer edge of that disc of glass to get so big. And the poor people could buy bullseye, which is that little
Yo, baby, we're up.
attached to the rod, and that's why when you windows, like we call them Coke bottles. You see a window that's just nothing but these little, looks like the bottom of the bottle to make up the whole window, right? Well, that used to be.
God, when you're too banged up.
They weren't wealthy enough to buy an actual piece of glass from the outer disc. You can buy the inside and build the window. You can't see well out of it, but it does let the light in when it's huge. But at one point, it flip-flopped, and I considered those like the very expensive windows. No, they're really sexy. Yeah, they actually, it's kind of like lobster.
Michael Pittman.
Lobster to prisoners of war during the Revolutionary War. And now it's a thing. But yeah, these bullseye windows, now you pay extra for them, but it used to be that was just a strap at the center of the window disc, and maybe the only thing you could afford. And then before you take off, any word that Billy Catley will do? I heard. I would assume, because come on, it's 25 years, but I don't want to assume. Yeah, all right, so I'll be listening.
Sunday with Chris Perez, American Big With You. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. All right, very good. Deep shot. That guy is definitely any construction ever. Only guy gets close to on this show is me, Crozier. That's right. That's right.
All right, we're taking Pittman. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Yo, baby, we're up. TSA says more than 17 million people will be screened at airports over the Labor Day travel period from today through Monday. Yo, baby, we're up.
On the 110 southbound at Washington Boulevard, that crashes off to the shoulder on the driver's foot hit the brake at West 8th Street. Mid-city on the 10 eastbound from Washington Boulevard, it was the light to trail light was stalled blocking the right lane. Just don't have eyes on that motorcycle crash in Mark Road between 2 lanes eastbound at Fairview. That crash is still blocking the Buckle lane, so traffic is stacked up from Mark Boulevard. In Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Ashley Johnson.
Trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app. #1 app for radio. Morning, Mama. How you feeling? Great. And I'm ready for you today. Checking in on your morning meditation. Check. Dressed and ready to work out. Check. Check your blood pressure meds. And check. Oh, great job. And about this one, no, ma'am. Now more than ever, it's important to protect our hearts and the hearts that goes with. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge and release the pressure button. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and
Cool. Fall like weather has people reaching for sweaty lakes in the Northeast. Temperatures were common for October, trending as much as 15 degrees below normal. Detroit, Chicago, all feeling a little more chill. White showers expected over portions of the Rockies. Heavy rain and thunderstorms from the plains to the south might lead to light rain and flash flooding. Water pattern is expected to stay in the region. Flash flood warnings have been issued in Kansas. The highest flood threats.
And so even if you turn them down, you walk down the street thinking, oh, I'm a bachelor. Somebody wants me to be a bachelor. You go home, you leave your family, and you're a bachelor. But it's true. It's just there's always that temptation out here. There's this weird thing, and you could be at the cleaners here and see like it's like
it's what they call you've got to catch a ball. Pokemon. Gotta get more.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, I think I like a girl sometimes. I should text her. And I swear to God, I'll just be like, shit, what's her name? And I just be like, D. And then in my head, I'm like, man, I really like this girl. Oh, dude. And then someone will text me and I'm like, okay, it's you.
Yeah, that is a prison to find yourself in.
It is another open field.
Well, it's an open prison. It's an open prison that you can leave at any time. But it's if you know that you are to fall in love or fall in lust with absolutely everything at any given time, it kind of makes sense that you go, oh well, that's me and this is what's happening. I don't do anything around it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I find myself a little time. It's like, or that's where I'm wondering if that's where I'm at. Like, yeah, because I just don't. You think things will be different, like you're saying. In a few years, I'll get there, something, and then you get there, and you're like, oh. And I'm not a big runaround or anything. And I just noticed that I give into like little things of affection, attention, just little things like that I don't want to. I just don't want the same thing. I want to see if there's a different possibility. Because even it just like, flirting with the girl or I'll feel uncomfortable. I'll feel like I had a bad day. I'll set up a date and I'll go on a date. So I just want to, I found myself in spaces where I'm not making myself really available, if that makes sense, because I'm just, the reasons I'm doing stuff aren't motivated always from a place of like, maybe this is what's, or from love or anything like that. They're just kind of motivated from a place of like, what feels kind of comfortable, what would be fun. Sometimes it's just fun.
I met my missus when I retired.
Oh,
Because things got really sort of
Is it dicey out there for you?
mentally just completely ill. Just like, well, it's my career that's doing this, so I might as well not do my career.
Yeah. We're retired from what?
From the famous,
Oh,
from the singing. No, from the singing.
Oh,
Yeah, from the singing. So, like, I was really retired. And then I met my missus just 3 years with her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we were just at the house, and it just cemented this thing. And then I realized that I need purpose and I'm ambitious and I need to go out and do things. So I unretired and went out into the world. But now I'd cemented this relationship with this person. And I went back out into the world and I was like, oh, I think I can't do things that I used to do. So how do you clue in quite quickly?
Really?
It's like, okay, so I'm not flirting.
Right.
I'm not going to the club.
Yeah.
I'm not going to the pub. And I have to on everything that I used to on. And I did it. Fucking did it. And if I could do it, anybody can. Well, not you. But if I could do it, anybody can.
No, I like hearing that. I appreciate you kind of sharing some of that, man. Because, yeah, I think that's just kind of where I'm finding myself, you know. And I'm not, and part of me, I'm kind of excited about it. I had like 5 days where I didn't have any interaction with anyone, and I was doing really good. And I started to feel like a good relationship with my higher power. I was like really like, oh man, I had a little bit more time. I was looking at my place like, oh, maybe I'd like do an art or something, you know, like, or get a candle or something, you know, because like everything in my house is the previous owners. It's like it's all like their stuff, you know, like there's pictures of their family in the bathroom. It's just like. It's
but don't you also think that when I get a missus, she'll do all the
Yeah, but I don't want to just hurry a business in just to get, you know, a love.
Well, you're 41, you're hurrying nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But women complain about that about guys in LA. They'll be like, I'm not ready to settle down, and there's 50s.
That's crazy. See, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
I want to at least get in a place now where I can at least try, I think, to have a relationship.
Also, I'm getting big vibes that you've been aced out.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I'm getting like big vibes that you've been awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about a company that I've been using for our web presence. They're a beautiful company, beautiful little outfit. And they've started the last website you'll ever need. No more. Paying 10 grand to get a site or some crazy. This is it. They do it. It's the last website you'll ever need. They did ours. Neofon.com. You can check it out. It's just $498 to start, and then after that, it's just $249 a month, and that's it. They build everything. You get on with it. They do it. They revamp. Revamping. I don't even know what it is, man. It sounds like a damn, somebody gonna suck your blood. But it's different. You know, it sounds like a Dracula's son. Maybe they were killed or whatever and got sent up to Alaska. But this is different. Talking about modify.com/THEO. Go there, check it out. They'll do they build the site, they'll do the branding, they'll figure it all out for you. It's the last website you'll ever need. It's simple. If you're running a business, they can help. They changed my website, they put it together, they did an update, they gave us a new design. Bing, we're living well on the web. Modify, MODIPHY.com/TH. I want to let you know, I was trying to get them mortgage loan, home. I wanted to get our dang home. I wanted to live in something. I didn't want to be outdoors anymore. I didn't want to be battling the rain. I wanted to mortgage. And the problem was I had some dings on my credit. I mean, like somebody had showed up with a bat and just beat my damn credit like it had been low. But I needed help. So I contacted this company that I'm about to tell you about, man. I'm serious. I contacted this company, and within a couple months, dings off my report, and I was able to get a better mortgage. Bridge Credit Solutions. That's who. They're different. They're backed by a 100% money-back guarantee items that cannot be removed off your credit. I needed items removed. I got them removed, and then bing bong, I got the loan because my credit score was better. I can't even tell you how much it changed things for me. You will not find the 100% money back guarantee anywhere else in the industry. You know what you're paying for at the beginning of the repair. It's written into the contract. No job is too big or too small. Bridge Credit Solutions caters to all types of clients. That's right. It will guarantee removal of certain negative items in as quick as 24 hours. Schedule your free audit in 3 easy steps. Zoom or phone call and get a free 3-bureau credit report, $25 value with 30 days of free credit monitoring and identity theft protection. You sign up through this link, bridgecreditsolutions.com. I'm not joking. I'm living in a home because I was able to get it because they helped with the credit. Man, I'm banged up. My credit was in ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com/THEO. Once scheduled, a Bridge Credit Strategist will contact you to review your report with you. They work. Check them out. If you have the same, want to get that loan, but you got some thing, you need the better score to get the better loan amount, then you save the money on the loan. Bing bong. Yeah, I think I could be a good dad, dude. You know, I think some of it would be a little dicey, bro. You know.
Well, you must have thought that.
If there's kids in your house.
No, not that. It would be dicey as fuck.
Well, for him to be a dad.
Oh, for you?
Yeah. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a phobic that can't look after himself. I'm depressed and I'm full of anxiety. What have I got to do? That's it's like I wasn't going to get married and I wasn't going to have kids just because of the nothingness that I had to offer the world where those points exist. And now I've got 4 kids and it's true.
But your kid, you could put a wing of the house, man. You could put a kid in a room until he's 6.
I still feel that way about kids. It's like I'm like sporadic dad.
Yeah.
I'm in to the football. I'm doing art, writing songs. I am sporadic. Also, that is another thing about kids is that if I'm agoraphobic, if I have children, I have to leave the house. The kids will smoke me out. Not really.
But I feel that everyone thinks they can be a dad. That just happens.
Do you think? But that's bad. That when it happens that way, I think it's not really the best way. Yeah. Like, yeah, Mark is unbelievable. I can't even believe I'm sitting here with him. But sorry. Yeah. This guy's just one of a kind, man. There's really nobody like this guy.
Before you were saying something. You were describing a bad guy, and then you were like, "You're that guy." And I was like, wait, no, take that back. And you're like, no, I was describing him to say you're that guy. I was like, no. But I do think it is like, I might be that guy now in 3 years.
Do you think you could ever get to a place where you could?
Oh yeah, I think
Really?
But I think now Rob has made me realize, think away. Then you die.
Yeah,
because you're not there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're like rungs away from that.
This ain't even a great spot. So you better get over here pretty quick. But then Mark's the guy you go to if you want to know what's going on, what's fun. He is always kind of keen to what's good out there.
Yeah.
Do they have a lot of? I feel like in England and in the UK, that's all you guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do over in America.
Oh yeah.
Is that true? You think?
Well, I think anxiety in Ireland just comes from your mom. Don't touch chicken ever. It's not that. Every time now when you have chicken, I go for or prayers, Catholics.
What we are?
Yeah,
Cathalogs. We're like lapsed catalogs.
Yeah, we're catalogs.
Yeah, we're
It's insane though, because you'd be like, don't do that, don't do that.
Christian.
Don't do that, don't do that. You're like, what should I do? That's more life.
Oh, you're sweating.
And it's weird too, in Ireland. If I told my friends I went on a date with a girl, they'd be like, "That's gay."
Oh yeah. And people die in Ireland all the time from coughing and everything, huh? You always see that in the movies. People dying from like.
You know what's the movies from the 1800s?
Yeah.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is.
Slow cable, mate.
Yeah.
You got some
Pleurisy.
Yeah, really.
What's that movie with Tom Cruise? Far and Away. He thinks it's spot in J. Ireland.
I just see a lot of people coughing and not doing well.
Still dealing with the Spanish flu.
He thinks people in Ireland are
Blood on it. Have you left America much?
Yeah. We did some shows in the UK last year, 2 years ago.
How did they go?
They did well. We did Manchester, London, Glasgow.
Yeah.
Shout out Glasgow.
Yeah.
And somewhere else, brother. Stockholm. Somewhere else.
Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah. So it was fun, man. I really liked it. It was, I think, during, I don't know if it was winter or if it was like at the beginning of the pandemic. I don't know what was going on, but it was kind of a quiet time. Durban.
What was this? Durban. Durban's like South Africa.
I don't know where I went.
Durban.
This is a different time.
So what was this? The superstition thing?
Oh, well, like, in Ireland, here's the tough one. Touch water, right? Touch water. And then I saw a guy after a soccer game one time, and he was like this.
Yeah, that's OCP.
Yeah.
No, but he goes, why is that? You're like, unless I'm saying in marriage, and I was like, that's so dumb. The next time with a big exam, I swear I was like this. Married.
But that's OCP.
But y'all got more ghosts. Y'all got more older stuff over there. I'm saying because of time and everything, you guys have a lot more ghosts over there.
No.
Oh yeah.
Such a woo-woo in Los Angeles. It is so more paranormal and weird and UFO.
Weird. Yeah. Weird. I got a question. I forgot about this. I came in right here.
My name's Gabby. I'm from New Zealand. Big band, Jules, actually managed to catch a show of yours in like 2017 in the Comedy Store, really randomly when I was in LA for a week with some holidays. So it's really stoked to catch that. Also, as well. I see them on these large documentaries. I was supposed to see it there, and I just wondered what sort of interest you had in paranormal experiences or maybe experiences, in that kind of realm of story.
Our guards, baby, it's called space spirit.
Yeah,
You've been involved with it.
I've had loads of experience.
And more, that's obviously.
No.
I just, that's what I find hard to believe. Robbie is that.
No, listen, I've got 1,000-year-old in England, right?
A manor.
Yeah, it used to be one of Henry VIII's wives' houses, Catherine Parr. And I feel closer to the weird here in Los Angeles than I do back home. Something like a transmitter, Los Angeles. So the transmitter that turns on when I'm here. Things haven't happened since the kids have been around. But do you want me to tell you my UFO story?
Yeah, if you got something.
So
you keen to? Do you know it?
So I am. So I am sat on a sun lounger with a girl beside me. So it's over 17 years ago.
Like I say, over 17 years old.
It's over 17 years old.
We've had some issues in our industry.
Yeah. And I'm looking on the sky, and all of a sudden, I would say the size of a quarter of a football field, your football field, square, matte black, just silently came in, completely sober, silently came in, and there was yellow underneath it, and it's Artex, it was a field with matte black underneath it, came in silently and then silently. And I could have hit him with that.
Really? Yes.
You saw it.
Absolutely positive.
Did you feel like then that you got to see something like that because you were famous? Did that ever cross your mind? Is there a reason why I get to see this? Is it like, is the other side trying to keep it from me?
Well, yeah, there is, because of narcissism. Yes, there is. There is that. Yeah, but there's so many thoughts. That's one of them. But I also thought, oh, that's ours. I didn't think it was aliens from a different planet.
That's huge.
Inside me just went, there's some exotic technology we're not supposed to have, that we do have, but it's ours. I didn't feel as though it was already.
And that was in the UK?
No, it was here.
Oh.
The other one is, I wrote this song about alien abduction called Arizona. It's not one of my best songs, but I'm sort of like listening to it in the studio, smoking a cigarette, overlooking the San Fernando Valley, and you whittle at lyrics to get them right, possibly. And Arizona comes on, and this gold ball appears in the sky. Nice try, Venus. I know that's Venus. You know that's for me. I'm not going to do that one. Ooh, UFO. And then I thought it was Venus just. Oh yeah, Arizona, the song ends, the gold ball blinks out, and I'm like, interesting. Put the song on again. They put the song on again, and the gold ball comes on. The song's about alien abduction. The song ends, and the gold ball blinks out. Wow, that's a happy coincidence. I said to the lads, I said, lads, come out and look at this. Put the song on and look over there. Song goes on, ball comes up. Song ends, ball goes out. Why for us? Babe, this thing's happening. Come see this, look over there. Song on, gold ball. Song ends, gold ball comes out. 6 times out. After the 6th time, me, the wife, my 2 friends go back into the bedroom where the studio is, and we go, and as we say that,
it's kind of like a ruse frame. It's like using the N word
like
so he developed
elongates through the middle, elongates through the middle, goes to the window, and then follows itself out.
Semitism.
What the?
Yeah, listen, I've got loads and loads and loads.
No, that's too many already, man.
Yeah, I've got loads
a little bit today, but this is
Did you feel like it? Okay, so in that instance, did you feel like that was like a human, like a person? You feel like that was related to any territory, or?
If I was guessing, what I think that might be, might not be, is interdimensional, or a figment of all our imaginations. Everything's on the table. Nothing's off the table.
Could be duct tape between different realms or something. You know what I'm saying? You don't know some of the things that are holding together.
It was exactly like, duct tape. It came through the roof and then went and followed itself.
I could see something like that in a few 200 years from now. You order duct tape into the roof and it shows up, you know?
Do you know what skinwalker ranch is? Okay. Google skinwalker ranch and check that out. Nice lady just talking about a documentary about this ranch where things happen.
But there's a reason why we use the term That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm late 19th century
that's just a random
very different from the antipathy that earlier century. So it is somewhat incorrect and accurate to use his term.
Darren Till.
Who's that?
Darren Till, fighter.
Was he a fighter? Yeah.
Strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages.
I don't know that many others, actually.
The Beatles?
Yeah, the Beatles, but I'm not that big on them.
U2.
U2 is okay.
Yeah? The Rolling Stones?
Yeah, Rolling Stones. Who else? Black Coffee in Bed. Have you heard that song?
First of the 4 broad stages.
we didn't have a lot of, when we were growing up, they didn't even have a lot of, like, I remember the map in our town, Canada, they didn't say Canada on it. It said, like, it had a picture of a wolf attacking a boy in a coat. And that was the whole thing for Canada, you know.
If we had a map here, could you point to it?
I know if you point to it, I can point to the area that it's in.
Could you point to Hawaii? Could you point to Montana? See, I can point to Montana. Could you point to Florida?
Wait, Florida's easy because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
So Florida was like our main. Florida was like the main place you even went. Like if you saw somebody, I remember when I was a kid, you know, somebody their shirts in Florida on it. Those people are traveling.
What about Rhode Island? Could you?
No, I can find that. No, I can find that. It's a clitoris of America.
Isn't it fine in that little small?
It'll get taken over soon. I'm sure it'll get taken over soon. What else do we have? Good question that came in here from the Jets,
you have a specifically theological.
Oh, RW.
What's up, Theo and Robbie? First of all, hope you're doing well. Secondly, I am right now stuck in quarantine for 2 weeks. Australia does that to you. I'm at Arwood Land. Yes, there you're going to come to a flip of this rant back. So, you, Robbie, actually, my mum would be stoked. But my question is, when do you think the world's going to be back to normal, man? Do you think it is? And if yes, how long do you think it's going to take? I'm resolved. Gang.
I love it. I love it right. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm a big fan.
People love it.
Yeah. He is. He's a dude. I mean, I've never met him, but you can just tell that he's the nicest person ever.
He came on here. He was on here once. So was Chris Hansen, who you mentioned earlier, was on here for you. I guess we've got an interesting group. All right. So we've done it all.
So the question is, when do we think this is going to be over?
Are you shocked at how much, like, because we've already given 2 years of our life to this. Imagine people, this is shit that breaks my heart. You think of people that was like, you know, trying to maybe women that was hoping to have a child and looking to meet someone, and they don't have that chance now because of, I'm not saying it's not a deadly disease, but it's not this deadly. That's my thoughts. I mean, I probably should have brought that into it. But when do you guys think it'll be over? That's more.
I think every summer we're going to think it's over, and then every winter it's over. Every time that I guess when this is going to be over.
Modern anti-Semitism, which is what
so
we get
when this started, it was like
again, down the road to
and I was up in
until we talk about the modern period. The reality of our
two Christmases and it's still going strong. It's terrible. You know, it's terrifying for many reasons, but like selfishly, personally, I haven't been able to gig, I haven't been able to do tour, you know, and I'm hopefully going to go on tour end of next year, but then you see how the end of this year is going. Am I going to be able to do that? Am I going to be able to look after my 4 kids? Keep them in the lifestyle that they're accustomed to? Who knows? My spidey senses, which was so wrong last time, might say we've got this for 5 years. But
another year.
what do you think about that?
But in some parts of the country, it's not. You can go to different parts of America. And they're not. The hospitals aren't filled. So it's definitely interesting how different parts it's more of a more catered to. You know, it's more there's more preventative measures.
Well, there is a topic that people do.
The first and most obvious
What is that?
It almost sounds like my love of God. I'll fix it.
It's that summer of sex and the winter of discontent. Where are you on the whole, sort of, because you've walked through the horizon, you're past 30 now, you've done a bit of time on the Where are you with the? Is it just like an oblique concept that's out here somewhere? The commitment, the center, or is it in?
It's when I'm hungover.
So it's something to feel depressed and
yeah, be like, oh, that would be nice. It's kind of like the song.
when you need love.
Yeah.
When you need tension.
And then when the serotonin.
Okay. Here's the thing. Do you need to be in a relationship? Do you need to have commitment? Do you need it?
I don't think so.
But like your moment, you think you're still looking out of these eyes that still think they're 19, 20, 21, but they're not. Yeah, I don't think so at the moment. It's like you're going to be having a free bus pass pretty soon. Do you know what I mean? And you know, so I don't think so. Like, I'm in a very happy and committed relationship. Because of it, I don't go anywhere. That aside, do you need to be in a relationship?
Yeah, maybe you don't need to. I don't think you need to, man. You're doing well.
Do you need to?
Ladies like
do you need to?
I don't know, man. I always have a problem. I just always think something's wrong. You know? I have a lot of whatever that is. Like, I'm always like, there's always emotional deficit.
The dis-ease.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a constant discomfort.
You have a constant discomfort. Do you not have a constant discomfort because you've been self-medicated?
Yeah. Because like I'll have.
Like I've got anxiety. Now let me ask you this, right? You don't have a treatment. What's your mental state?
Oh, I'm just a bit bored.
Another major characteristic is that
you're drinking for pain now? Oh, you're an American then. You're in the union.
I remember I stopped like
charges
short years ago. Sober October or something. I couldn't lie down.
That's your liver, bub.
No, the pain in my back just was like not.
Does your back feel round and it's kind of down over here by the bottom?
It was there. Yeah.
That's your liver.
No. This is like 4 weeks.
You think you have a soft round back?
Yeah, because it's constantly inflamed. Because if you don't drink, so you have nothing to numb it.
You're gonna pass
this is a subject we're better off. No, that's yeah. Oh no! I was like, you're gonna
pass this stuff.
All right. So, but when I was walking,
you're gonna piss a crab rock, dude. You're gonna pass this down. Speaking of rolling, son, you're gonna roll a couple from all of that drink specials built up in it. Mark would be the best thing. Mark would be like at the bar, you know, when they did some of the high tables, he'd put his computer on the table like a nightclub. Get his computer out there at a nightclub, get his ear things, and pretend he was a DJ, dude. All the drunk chicks would come up and talk to him, be like, "Yeah, I'll play it in a second." Emailing people.
Are you right? Are you being creative? Your outlet apart from, do you have any time outside of podcasting and comedy? Outside of podcasting and comedy?
It probably has been kind of, I think socializing has been one. So that's what something I want to come back on, which includes like dating and release.
How do you do this socializing?
Okay, I think fortunately with stand-up, it builds a lot of that is built into it. So it's like you almost, I count kind of sometimes stand-up as my socializing because you're at the club.
Do you feel, okay, so you feel like your tribe is, so you feel comfortable within that tribe of people? Outside of that tribe, how we go.
I like spending time within the recovery group, talking with people like that. I love that. But I need more time for myself. I got to do some things for myself.
So you are checking yourself into a men's recovery place to give yourself some space. So you're not, is that like rehab or is that like a meditation place?
I don't know, actually. I'm talking to like 5 or 6 of them right now. I'm just trying to decide, investigate.
And how long do you spend there?
I'll probably just do 2 weeks.
Okay, but what do you hope to get?
I'm just want to build a relationship with my higher power. I want to have intimacy issue kind of stuff. What else?
Did you have a relationship with a higher power?
There are many other factors that really
What is your higher power?
Just God.
Just God.
Yeah.
One of the
A
elements
God of your understanding or a religious God? A Christian God?
Yeah, I kind of attach it to a Christian God because that's what's most familiar for me. But I just think of God. I just believe in God.
Have you had your atheism?
I didn't think that God exists, all this kind of thing. But I don't think I had that. I want there to be a God. I want there to be something that cares about it.
Do you pray? Do you pray?
Yeah.
And you've started to do that since
Yeah. I'll fire off a few for you, man.
I said to Rob earlier, I almost there was a girl recently that I was chatting to, one of my language, she was very much into the Bible and religion. And I caught myself, I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to read the Bible too. Not right in the moment, but afterwards I was like, what?
You can't read.
What do you do? It's like, do you want to go to mass? I'm like, oh, it's one of my favorite things to do.
Oh, I vomited on a woman once on accident, and then met her at church in the morning. She's like, "You're not gonna meet me." And I was like, "I'll meet you." And I show up. Eyes just so red.
So what was your primitive?
I think just feelings. My feelings is not the biggest reason. Just thinking, just my brain is just my thoughts, my feelings. I never really struggled that much with addiction, with like substances. I think I relate a lot with like SLA type stuff and those type of things. I don't sleep that great. What do you think that is? Do you think we're also just getting to be an age where we don't sleep, bro? Do you think it's kind of like
and you think 47 is like peeing 5 times?
Oh, the worst. You can't drink any water after about maybe 7 p.m.
Really?
Because it just keeps coming out. Really? That's why I see old people that are traveling around peeing different places.
Yeah.
They're like dogs, yeah.
Like it's just started to happen. Where I, like normally I would close my eyes and when I did fall off to sleep, I would stay. But now I go to sleep and then I wake up. And that's happened in the last 12 months.
Those machines talk in the distance too while we're laying there. It's getting pretty weird. That information is traveling through the air into your phones and computers and printers and satellites. And all.
Have you been addicted to Ambien?
No, never. I would do it.
What's that again?
It's a great time.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Were you?
Were you really? What'd you do? What would you do one and up?
Sleeping. So I would
get up and have a pie, eh?
So I would sleep. Yeah. But there was one time we were in Ireland, I was doing a show, and they bought 32, so like $32. That's a lot, right? Because of that, I ate 32 dollars worth of chocolate asleep. What? Completely asleep.
It's like a Japanese game show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. And did that cause you to shut it down? You're like, I'm going to roll the dice again. See what else I can eat.
No, by that time I'm I'm addicted, so I needed to go to sleep. I'm also on tour, sleeping. I'm on tour. Then I've got to just not perform the way that I performed the past gigs, and oh my god, and I'm tired anyway. So all the way through that tour, I was sort of like living like a monk, food-wise, during the day, sort of my body is a temple, but then at night I'll be taking these Ambien, and then I mean.
You actually don't remember any of them. You don't
remember any of them. So another one was sort of like my security on tour. They'd have the Ambien, and I'd like, and then I'd go next door, and then I'd have it, and I'd fall asleep. And then I would get up completely naked, go through the security room and have a conversation with them as lucidly as this, completely naked,
and asleep.
and asleep. And then I'd wake up the next morning. I'd wake up the next morning and I'd go and say, and then this look on their eyes would just be like,
it represents a dramatic escalation.
It's really tough to get off.
yeah, it was, yeah.
It's like you said, if you sleep that much and then you can't sleep, you're like,
Oh, that's the worst. Especially if you're on tour, like me, you're stressed out. Like I gotta get my sleep. Oh, no.
Dude, I've been in positions where I play Wembley Stadium. I'm awake at 12 o'clock the next morning, and I've got to play Wembley Stadium again in 8 hours time. And I haven't been asleep. There's no drugs. I'm completely and utterly sober. It's just my mind is going. Because you're in front of 80,000 and you just share this massive experience where you just like, you create your own drug inside of you. So you're creating dopamine, adrenaline, serotonin, but like this crazy amount because there's 80,000 people looking at you, and then you go back to the room and you're sort of like,
Yeah.
but then you've got to go do it again. And that's why touring crushes me. It's like, do you enjoy touring? No, I don't at all. Do you enjoy the gigs that feel spirit otherworldly? Oh my God, I couldn't even tell. They're unfucking believable. You know that. You're in the bucket and you can't miss, and everything that you do and you just free flow. Yes, that is absolutely otherworldly. Incredible. How often does that happen on tour? Not very often. Why? Because I've had 3 hours sleep last week. And you've then got to do the thing, your performance. You've then got to go and do the thing again, which is why that got addicted to. I mean, the thing that I did last few weeks, have you tried magnesium?
Yeah, I haven't taken magnesium. It helps with my aromatase.
So how many milligrams do you take?
2 pills, 2 white pills.
100, 200 milligrams. So
I feel it. I don't think
yeah. So did you take it last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the magnesium's been giving me anxiety.
oh, really?
Yeah. So I've been taking magnesium a lot over the last couple of weeks. Noticed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You sleeping?
Yeah, I'm sleeping.
Well, there you go. You can't have it all.
Yeah, but so I noticed anxiety too. So not the magnesium on there.
Oh, really?
It's a fucking dirty experiment always going on inside of it.
What time did you go to sleep? What time did you wake up?
I would say probably about 30. Woke up at 3. Fit of anger for about 40 minutes. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll figure it out. Yeah.
I've never heard that.
So you wake up in a fit of anger about not being able to sleep?
I'll wake up, no, my brain starts thinking about something, then I'll start doing something online, and then I'm angry. Because I don't have a lot of time during the day sometimes. It's like, oh, fuck, I got a little bit of time. Then I'm too heavy, and I need to go back to sleep. So I'll probably nap today. Nap is good. You drool. You ever had that?
Yeah.
Your face just kind of orgasm.
Okay, but like daytime sleep when you wake up from it, do you need sugar?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't noticed that.
Yeah. Daytime sleep, if I wake up, I need chocolate.
It's like the groggiest.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
But you freaking eat chocolate in your damn sleep, bro. You damn near go out brain out there.
I've got on the head. I've got chocolate on the head, cake on the head.
Oh, cake. You can't do away with cake, man. I'll get married just to have some damn cake. I love cake.
Which is your favorite cake?
I'm kind of like, let me think. I like a coconut cake.
What about red velvet? I didn't know red velvet existed. So I came to America, it's just like, And have you had this cake, celebration cake? And it's like got rainbow colours in it.
What? It's a real thing. I'm not it.
Yeah, I don't have to piss people off till I know the connection.
You don't eat. That's another thing that nobody touches on is you not eating.
So
you're like an anorexic alcoholic.
Yeah, brother, you're sick.
Here's
Oh yeah, lay down here. We'll take your temperature. Yeah.
He's like, I won't even. Fries here. I'd be like, I would get upset if I went to dinner.
Suggested that
Try this.
Jews kidnapped
Now what you say?
Oh yeah. Dude, in 20 years, we're just gonna be having smoothies. Nobody's gonna be eating anymore.
I had the kids gave me a dog and I lost 7 pounds.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing. But I've used it as a great research.
Oh, you actually. I thought you were going to just walk in.
No. Because I wasn't caking it, I wasn't chocolating.
How did you get that?
Well, but what I was doing, which was lying to myself, keto bars. You see these keto bars? Keto bars and protein balls. So you've stuck bounce. Basically, they should just be like calories and calories. So I'm not having the chocolate or the cake bars, and they're in these calories. So now what I've done with this great reset is I've got rid of those, and every time I want one of those, I go for the banana, and it's nowhere near as full. But you can't be old and fat. You can be old and can't be fat. So I'm just trying my best not to be fat. Have you ever been fat?
I was maybe fat when I was a little bit, when I was young. Like in the spring, but not as an adult.
I can do it. I remember my nana called me fat.
Oh, the bottom part, which has kind of text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of that here are clear.
Yeah, that messed me up. Yeah, but here we go. Story. I couldn't take photos because I'd also be like this.
Very history.
Oh, Nana's dead.
But it's so neat. It's like I love it. Well, I was like, oh, I can smile.
She died during the pandemic, eh?
Yeah, I actually thought she died like a year before.
She told me that. Yeah.
She was in like hospice. And then I was like asking my parents every day, how can she alive?
Common elements. They usually happen around.
It's like 4 or 5 days in a row, and I was like, this is getting warm.
But your Nan, your example, she was like a wonderful person.
Oh yeah, she's feeling
yeah.
Treat you warmly now.
Yeah.
But she said fat and love.
I feel like
no, they would never would.
My brother saw me fix.
Oh, hang on. So your grandma passed away just recently. So it's only just recently.
Typically falls around.
Yeah.
Just like out and about now in Los Angeles, she's dead.
If someone takes a photo, I won't go. Make that song.
If they're like, hey, Nan, make the Nana's alive face. I like.
No, I do that. I go like. And there's another thing that side view. So this here, this here. Okay, so
oh, that's
oh, it makes your chin pop out something.
Oh, that's like.
Yeah, but why have you got this? Why'd you do that? Because you've got a chin.
Oh yeah, I just like having a little bit of hair on there. It reminds me of like.
What are you gonna do then? You keep it. I think you rock the ball. So, but you've had it forever, right?
I've had it when I was a child. I had it, and then I didn't have it when I moved down here for a while. And then I just like my hair long. It doesn't feel, for me, it's not like a gimmicky. People get like gimmicky type of haircut that, for some purpose. I just feel most comfortable. Did you ever go through it?
No, I'm losing my hair.
Oh, you're doing fine.
No, I'm doing all right, but then so I went to go and have a batch. I went to go and have.
I've had that.
Oh, did you do it?
Yeah.
I went down this dog bad news because they harvest it from here, right?
Yeah.
So bad news. Your hair is so thick. We can't harvest it from there. We'll do nothing. It's over. Second opinion was, it's that thin, we can't harvest it. So it will do damage. Thank God you came to see us. We would have harvested it. So what I did was I had these injections, and I'll tell you, like a fortune. two vials of this stuff, and they numb your head, and then they do this. They put these vials in, and in 5 months' time, your hair will grow back, and it costs the same price as yeah, nothing's happened. We're now 7 months in, and nothing's happened. You can't tell, because, but like when I'm on stage and there's a 40-foot screen of me at the back, and I'm giving it the big end, and I'm doing the sexy like that, and they're going, yeah, and then I look behind me, and this guy with no hair. Oh, thank you for humoring me.
Do you think it's hard to? That's one thing that's interesting about like the way we capture ourselves now, and especially like at your level of fame and popularity that you've had, Robbie. That is it hard to live up to try and always live up to that, live up to like, you know, because you're captured at such a young, vibrant time in your life that you gotta like, fuck, you know.
Well, I was. My nickname in the press was Rabbi Rothschild.
Kind of thicker.
Yeah, no, like I have a tendency to
the scone, huh?
Yeah, and then they go down again. But like,
scone.
But it sort of damaged me, and it's something, you know, something I don't want to look in the mirror. I don't want to look at myself. If I'm doing a photo shoot, they'll say, "Do you want to come and check this out?" You know, if I'm shooting a video, they're like, "That was a great take. Do you want to come?" So I just don't like looking at myself, which is another one of those things where people are going, "Can I have my picture taken?" It's basically going, "Hey, you know all those things that you hate about yourself. Now is the time to hate yourself about it."
I was like your rock DJ video where you're struggling, it's like ritual stuff. If I had like a really good video like that and it's all that picture, I'd set it.
Well, I'm body dysmorphic too. Yeah, because I'm like being like obese and being body dysmorphic. Like the first time that I was caught, I was body dysmorphic.
What does it mean, body dysmorphic?
It's just like
read it, or you not read it. That's not read. You can't like.
No, you think you're fat, but you are.
Oh,
yeah. So it was like a compliment. The therapist told me, like, body dysmorphic. I was like, no, like when you're body dysmorphic and obese. Oh, that's awful. Because not only are you fat, but when you look at yourself, you're fat.
Oh, you're actually down.
Yes. Yes. But then you know that one where you're just like, oh, I look awful, and then 18 months later you look at that photo. Yeah, I was in good shape.
Oh, that's so annoying.
That's body dysmorphic.
Oh, dude, when I look at younger pictures of myself, I'm like, God, you are a handsome guy. If I only thought then that I was handsome, it would have been such a different look. Instead of every day thinking I was horrible.
Dude, you're a striking looking guy. You're a good looking guy. Yeah, like saw you in the car park.
Pretty happily straight.
Saw you in the car park, and it's like, I think that's a good looking man.
I think like you waste your 20s thinking you spend the whole time like being like, fuck. I remember I'd see a photo and I'd be like, I remember being so uncomfortable that night. Thinking I looked and now I see like, oh fuck, I was dapper.
Well, let's put it. Why do we do it? Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm in and out of everything, large, everything. I know I'm an M. I know. I have been an M for a long time. Like I had 15 years, 17 years since I'm at the world became happy. Yeah, I haven't been in anything. And this is what happens with me. Like I get overweight and then I do something extreme to get underweight. And then I get to underweight, but I'm really unhappy because I'm not satiated and my body's going feed me. And I'm like, I look wicked in clothes. For that 2 seconds that happens, the minute you stop being abusive to yourself by not giving yourself nutrients and food, you instantly. So I'm like yo-yoing all the time.
And you're watching the yo-yo go, so it's like you're like judging yourself at every fluctuation. It's hard being alive. It's fucking true.
life is fun.
And they all get depressed.
That's how they force it, but who has that joke? It's so good. Norm McDonald used to have that joke. People are always like, man, I can't believe someone killed themselves. And he's like, you can't? Have you ever been alive?
Oh, by the way, when Norm passed, I just spent every week listening to
Fortunately, the child
just
found her way out of the forest.
there's a channel on
The whole
YouTube.
thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department.
Absolutely.
You should go to the rabbi and say,
He's very his British sense of humor kind of unique, isn't it?
anyway,
Sardonic, yeah, sort of outside, is it British? Yeah, dry.
Yeah, maybe that's the aspect of it. Jimmy Gore, I really like listening. It's had a go,
internationally
Jimmy Carr, yeah. And Jimmy Dore, I like, but Jimmy Carr is a really nice guy. You guys look a little bit alike. You
Hey, Jimmy, yeah, he's a mate. You look a bit.
yeah.
Go to the same place. The full Jimmy.
Yeah, let's get one more question, guys, out here, man. I appreciate your time today.
They were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian Muslims that they were guilty of the crime.
Probably some of your biggest hits.
More significantly, they charge. This is the
What do you love about Australia, Robbie?
letters here.
They are now bigger as well.
The Jewish
Anything you love
murder
as well, mate?
plan against non-Jews.
Gang boys from
So
Melbourne,
the picture
Australia.
with all these children.
Gang.
Down.
Gang. So, here's a bit of anxiety, right? So I was watching, I'm a fan of yours,
Oh, yeah.
It's the podcast with him, and then there was the questions at the end, and I was like,
Oh, you thought, let's go to the person who's not there.
yeah, let's go to the question. It's just going to be somebody abusing me. Yeah. What an arsehole. Why have you got him on?
I didn't even know where he was going there.
Yeah.
We had a bunch.
Do you know what? I absolutely. Here's a question. Here's my answer. My answer is, if you could be born a different nationality, and you have to choose one. Mine would be Australian. I would choose to be an Australian. Because I just absolutely love Aussies. I absolutely adore Australia. It's like, if I'd have come from Australia, I'd probably have a different relationship. Like, in Australia, in England, I'm not allowed to be, I'm not allowed to tall poppy syndrome, kill the rest, build them up, and then keep killing them until they're dead 70 times. But in Australia, they just allow me to be me and my sense of humor, and they don't misquote. And they, you know, it's like Australia's like England without shit. And I just adore being there because I just feel as though I can exhale. You know, it's like I feel as though I can let the stomach just go. And God, I can feel that sound. So my answer to the question that I posed, if you could be born again and had to choose a nationality, what exactly Australia?
Australia, I go. Maybe I love Australia too, man. What I love about it is just like the energy over there. People are excited. People are willing to risk their lives every day for nothing. You know?
Yeah.
They'll die for nothing, though. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just a bunch of human Red Bull cans. You know, they're just willing to do whatever. Nothing's off limits here. And they're just real, like, loving and fucking outgoing. They'll fucking love you so much, they'll fucking kill you. They're just really, really fired up, man. They'll jump off of something and die, you know, just to give you a note. You know? So they're just, I love Australia, man. I would go Australian. I'd even maybe go dark Australian, maybe like a little mix, maybe white abo or something. Grilled Australian. You know, just to have a little bit of that darker ambiance, but also still be Australian. You a little bit more bush, but still whack,
Still whack. I go French.
Fucking
To be a complete god. To be.
Oh yeah.
And I can speak like, no.
My kids speak French.
Oh,
My kids are fluent French.
really? How did it happen?
My wife's a Francophile, which means she thinks she's French. She's from Coldwater Canyon, sometimes she thinks she's French. My wife speaks French, Italian, Turkish, and my kids now have conversations
Really?
about
That's espionage.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Oh, if my kids were sitting around speaking French, looking up at me and laughing,
and you're like, what are you saying about me? Nothing, Daddy.
You also just did an impersonation of every character from Waterboy too. So, I mean, that's insane though, man. To have French speakers in your own home, you don't know what's going on, dude. That's
like my own Charlie, 6. We were in Switzerland just recently, and I took him out on a scooter, and there was a lady. No, the ladies that help, or the men that help kids come across the pedestrian.
oh, traffic guards.
Yeah. And traffic guards. And she looks at me, she goes, and then Charlie, the lady says that there is a race in town, there's going to be lots of people going through on bikes.
While they stabbed the post
Just like,
supporting
yeah.
Charlie. That's a cool name for a kid. I like that.
Charlton.
Oh, Charlton? Ooh, that's a risk.
Why?
But Charlton just sounds like, because I think it's a candy also in America, Charlton. Oh, it used to be a dance actually, the Charlton.
That's the Charleston.
Oh, Charleston, yeah, close though. So definitely you can see him doing some dancing.
I've got a Charleston.
fly out of the where they are
Oh, man. Man, Teddy's Theodore, right?
Yeah, Theodore, yeah. Do you know, did you ever watch The Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh, yeah. Watch. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How's that spelled? That's how I want it.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's B-E-A. Yeah, I did, yeah, but like I
torture the Jews.
it's still
One of my good mates from growing up, St. Bo, actually. Yeah, Bo's a popular name in Louisiana. Yeah, it's a real thing.
rednecky name, right?
Oh, let me think. It can be, but it also is kind of like an affluent name. So I think it depends on how you spell it. B-O is probably a little bit more rural. And then B-E-A-U is a little bit more like French.
Yeah. Beauregard.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be called Beauregard.
That's it.
No, it's
Beauregard?
No, it's
Beauregard!
Beauregard. There's I'm from Stoke.
Yeah.
From Stoke.
Yeah, but still, dude. You need to be from East Sussex. Is that a place?
It sounds like right.
Yeah.
What about? Okay, so here's a question for you. Right, anxiety. How's your anxiety been? Because of awareness again.
Yeah.
So how's your anxiety been through this book?
In many Catholic areas,
You've just been the audience.
Yeah. You've done a great job of being that. Mark's very supportive. I will say it's one really. I mean, he has a lot of great characters. One of them is that he's very supportive. He's a great comedian. You just can't understand what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost trickery because he can be like, I'm great at it, and then you just don't know what he's talking about.
My other thing is to explain to Joel, to be honest.
Do you worry about that being in America and trying being successful?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to get it.
Do you clip your words?
Yeah, it's like instead of like if I say
the idea of transcendence, yes. The idea of the Jews.
A it's not, you know, on it, but it's not all
So
that.
the absence of Italy,
Accent,
yeah.
especially.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I call it out. Honestly, like, I went to the bar.
And one of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this.
So
People know you're at the bar.
but like,
No doubt about that.
yeah, but like if you're road testing material and you're like, that didn't work, it's like, do you know if it didn't work? It's just
Yeah, that's what I have to figure it out. I'm like, oh, well, if I even say like the star, like she had stars on her ceiling,
Looks a little bit
and she had stars on her.
That's a rational.
But I was like, why did I not get? I figured out they think I'm saying she had stairs. On her ceiling, right? So I'd be like, oh no, it's stars. I said to explain.
And then when the priest opens it up, it's
We're getting dumb here, dude. America, we're getting dumb fast, man. There was one more interesting thing I was going to ask you, but no, I don't get too much anxiety around you. You're very welcoming. I think you have a very welcoming and inviting personality. You ask a lot of questions. So, yeah, I don't feel a ton of anxiety.
do you, when you do podcasts, do you
host declaration
sometimes I realize, you know, when I talk to Mark about you coming in, like, you know, I know about your career, but I didn't know, like, what your energy was like, really. But Mark, you know, just said you're basically just a pretty normal guy to be around and then some engaging conversation. So I didn't think too far past that. We got some questions from folks. And then, yeah, I just like to kind of see what's going on with the day. But if we had an author come in, and we had an author come in the other day, and so with him, we, you know, went through and read like half the book as much as I could.
Do you think Joe Rogan sort of just rocks on?
Nevertheless,
I think it's mixed. I think Joe Rogan, and this is something I learned about him recently, was that he always was very, people would say he talked too much. He said, actually, when I was younger, would say, man, he talked too much. And then look what he did with it. He, like, is extremely curious. So he has, I think, a very curious nature. So curiosity, I think, if you have it inside of you, it makes your brain, it, like, gives your face questions all the time to ask someone. So if your curiosity is really working, I think my curiosity works better when I'm feeling good, when I'm not, like, in a space of self very much, where my brain isn't kind of worried about things in my own world. So I think the healthier I am mentally and stuff, the more curiosity I have, the better I do. But what do I think Joe does? I think at this point he probably has enough comfort with how to do certain things.
You know, the mechanism.
Yeah.
Do you, when you're doing podcasts, do you find that you are insanely concentrated? Do you find, like, for example, when I do some podcasts, when I did one interview where I was asking questions for the rest of the time, I am just hyper. Were you hyper-focused in these moments, or I was watching you do the Nick thing, sorts of things, and just chat shit to people, it felt very natural, it felt very comfortable. Yeah. If this is on and I'm here, I am just like I take it.
I guess I do feel more focused than usual. It's kind of a respite for the rest of my day, so I'm grateful that I have to get people and, you know, just be involved with others. So that's nice. But do I feel hyper-focused? I think it depends. I know that people like when people are just having a conversation, when it doesn't feel sometimes like it's fun to plan it. So
what does the rest of your day look like?
The rest of my day looks like I'll probably catch up with these guys and make sure everything's good. Social media clips and stuff like that. I gotta check in with a sponsor, so I had a little bit of a falling out with a sponsor, so I need to check in with him in December. No, I've been off for like about 2 months, but it's also scary because I feel like because I got on them like 15 years ago, so it's like, I think because I felt like I wasn't having a lot of feelings, so like it's one of the reasons I'm not having feelings because I'm on these meds. Like part of me, I was thinking, so I was like, it's hard for me to like, I feel like if I want to like fall in love with somebody, so I was like, maybe I'm not, maybe I'm not feeling love because I don't. I feel like I have a lot of like, I've been kind of like little bit more tearful, honestly, dude, a little bit more emotional. So that's been a little bit, kind of almost a little bit alarming, but then part of me is like, maybe let them have been able to get out for so long, and they haven't, so I just don't know.
For me, and I am obviously we're not doctors. We're not doctors, so I'm not saying I'm not.
We've never had a doctor.
Mark's a doctor. I'm not suggesting anybody do what I'm doing at all. It's not what I'm saying. Just how this is working. I'm on motherfucking meds, and that's the way it's going to stay. Wow, that's it. I am totally in. I don't need to go and evaluate, see if there's some feelings that need coming out. Is that I spent, I'd say, 1990 to 2006 in abject misery of some form or another because of my poor mental health. And I don't want to waste another second.
Medieval period.
You know, and that's for me. You know, it's like I'm in the relationship with my missus, kids. For me, it makes total sense just to be like, okay, this is my life. This is what I need for it to happen. This is
Islamic sphere of influence as well.
I think about that too. I think about getting back on actually. Yesterday was the first time I thought about it. Just on sertraline or something, generic Prozac, I think. Fluoxetine. Pretty low dose. Like 10. Yeah, maybe.
There's
nothing
aspects of this important
and have you not had the zaps that are coming off them? How did you wean off them?
I weaned pretty decently, like cutting down pills, getting the smallest pills, like cutting them in half and stuff like that. No, I haven't had anything like that. I've just been more emotional. Like I'll start talking to somebody and I'm balling up. They're like, sir, this is a Carl's shoe. And we're closed. Like, sorry, mate.
But that happens with me. All of a sudden,
let's just take a second.
Yeah, my wife will be like,
what are the major sources?
Yeah, and what I've done is forgot to take my meds. Oh, but I don't know that I forgot to take my meds until, and every time it happens, I forget that that's why I'm complaining. And it happens twice a year, where I'll just be like, and my wife will be like, because like baby, she responds so much better to it. Oh yeah, it's like I am angry about your timekeeping, and she'll be like, and then like I get in trouble for being angry about her timekeeping. But if I went, I don't want to do timekeeping, she'd be like, but it's the weirdest thing with the meds where I just forget to take them occasionally, and then I make the solid swear that I will never forget to take them again.
Sometimes the
Do
question.
you ever feel though, like if you take like there's just some like big pharma system you're giving into? I don't know if I feel that way.
Oh, I've never taken meds.
No, but I just wonder why would God put us together where we don't, or why would we put together where we need some other thing? It seems like we would. Okay. But maybe also having meds could be just a side effect of where we are as a population and species at time. Like that one, we're way different than what things used to be like.
The past is a different country. They do things differently.
That's a great thing that passes in every country.
Yeah, it's all sorts of changed. That's why everyone is mentally ill because of what society is doing. And if I could just have like a breather that gives me a breather from myself, I'm good with that.
It's kind of like when you get a haircut.
What would you call it?
Yeah, so like, it's kind of like,
Giving it to Balenciaga.
those cheap shoes.
Oh, that's a great joke. Hey, we'll finish there.
Oh, can I ask about your teeth before?
Yeah.
Are they yours?
Yeah. Oh wait, actually, these two are fake. Yeah, these two are fake. They got good white teeth. Mine is getting a little beiged out. I got shot out such really amazing teeth. Yeah. When I was young, I had spaced out teeth. Yeah, I got the retained. Sometimes I wish I could go back, but it's all.
I want to get some teeth in a bit.
Yeah. You kind of, I feel like you have that kind of like Andy Dufresne, like runs a train, like you're like a train conductor kind of vibe. You don't want those bright white teeth that people get in like Zimbabwe or something.
Oh no, I don't want a mouth full of teeth like that. I want yours. Yeah, but you look as though you've got a mouth full of teeth. It doesn't look like yours.
Yeah. Oh, really?
What is it? Economic background when you growing up, not great.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, shit.
What is it about your economic background growing up shitty? Teeth, amazing. My economic background growing up shitty. Teeth, brown, bitty. What happens? What's the psyche with America and the psyche with the UK and Ireland, which is like
Maybe in America, they think everyone is
financially linked.
that's what it is.
Well, they can because you can possibly can.
Yeah, like I just don't think they
So the problem is nails, the problem is
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, liver for you.
Well, I think generally, like, I also noticed, like, you do, like, a lot of, I thought when I was in United Kingdom or Britain, they had more, a lot of the women, the men were better looking than the women. And I thought that, and you know, in couples, I probably only saw about 8, you know, and a lot of lonesome men, which is my own, but which I'm grateful for, guys. But I felt like maybe the women was more. You see a lot more tanned women as well, like the fancy women in England are real tanned up. Yeah, it's like a popular thing, you know.
The response to literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons. Nevertheless,
I remember like getting here and I was just like,
what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation has been. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in response to literature,
it was like the ratio was 50.
Really?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. People are just at least they're like they fit well. Yeah, everybody's people do it. Do you think that good though. Oh, did you ever hire one of those dating services if you got some money to help you find a decent lady? Because I wonder if when you're popular at your level of fame, how do you see that, you know, like, see
I didn't want to be in a relationship, so I would have done
which is still very wrong as a
you look great for 47. Well, thank you very much. I probably would have done eventually, but at the point, at that point in time, I didn't
scraps of paper really, you know, refuse, not just paper.
Why is it all?
It's like matching you talk. It's Cairo.
Why imagine talking long? Because that's bigger, better off.
Like Shaq is on there.
Yeah, like
so if you're not did, if you're not did, you
so you get an initial look, but then the match is someone else.
Yeah, it'll look out.
Yeah, the conversation is very.
What do you want?
I think about it sometimes, but I'm trying to go the other way right now. I got to get a little bit of space. Yeah, I just don't need to be doing anything like because I'm just feeling compulsive about it. That's what I'm overall working on. It's just compulsive.
Find someone you really like. Then don't be a cunt.
That's a possibility too. I want to leave that door open.
That's what you can go do. But then, you know,
I don't know. I also think there's a time in your life where you get to where you're ready to do that. And I think it's part of me feeling myself getting there.
Well, that's really bullshit.
Years ago,
It's bullshit. That's what I'm saying the whole time. It's like I wasn't ready at 32. Apparently I was, because I have been since I've been 32. It's like, you are ready now. You just don't know it. If she comes in and she makes you laugh and you trust her, and you like looking at her, marry it. Marry it, and then, like I say, I swear again, don't get caught, and then you win.
When you were saying that, I go like,
Marry it?
no, like it's that easy.
Oh yeah.
I got anxious. I was like,
Oh yeah.
It was also.
But that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen always for the rest of your life.
Yes.
But then I'd be saying, you wait here.
And that happens with me when I'm watching television. It's like,
Martyrs are very masterful.
and then I go, oh yeah, that happens all of the time. It's just like inside me, and then it's like
very tragic stories.
I have an amazing wife. Great to look at, makes me laugh, and I trust her. And like, what would I be swapping?
But also,
What would it be?
But here, I'll swap for a
yes, is a typical family size.
So that's something that you got to look at. What would you swap for? Sometimes you never make a list of the values in the one thing that you have, and so there's always like, that's what I noticed too. If I don't ever really kind of make a list of what, like, oh, well, with this I have like, always have a friend. You got like a teammate, somebody to watch, do things with. Like, if you never really list that out, then you'll just always think there's this invisible idea of something over here. That's what I noticed. I have this invisible idea that I've never even looked at. Like, what is this idea? It's just a fucking. And then you get over there, and it's just some fucking lady smoking outside of a building. Like,
I guess it's a big blob of an idea over. It's like this sort of greyish, tinted mechanism. I don't know what it is, but it's better.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah. It's always going to be out there, man. Thank you for your time today, guys. Yep. Robbie, Mark, it was a pleasure, man.
Thank you for having us.
Set that pocket break and let myself on my shine out. I'll sit and tell you stories.
But he tends to not cite, not include in his commentary.
On the show today, guys, I want to let you know that I have some tour dates. You want to see me live space, real time. They call it IRL. Jacksonville, Florida, February 2nd. I'll be there. St. Petersburg, Florida, February 3rd. Orlando, Florida, February 5th. Lafayette, Indiana, February 24th. Rockford, Illinois, February 25th. Chicago, Illinois, 26th. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, that's sold out now. May 6th. May add one there. And then Los Angeles, California, the Wiltern, May 7th. That is all Return of the Rad Tour. You can grab those tickets on sale at theovon.com/tour. Today's guests are two men who have who are from another country, and they left their country.
So let's
I'm not sure why exactly, but
that's
what they did, and we're very happy to have them here today. They are one of the most, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, of modern time, of all. BC, or AD, Mr. Robbie Williams, and comedian Mark Hayes.
I'll sit and tell you
What's the most fancy thing you ever bought yourself?
There is quite a bit of scholarly over how widely
really big hands. Really big hands. Like, because I had a place that I would say was like quite big. Yeah, and that was like a mansion. It was like a mansion.
What was his level of authority?
But then I just was
by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely Ashkenazi is 28 law of the land.
20 acres, 30 acres, 30,000 square foot.
Did he have to say it? Why did he
Yeah,
that's 20 acres.
Yeah.
There were rooms that you haven't been in it.
I've got.
That's all right.
Very common biblical practice.
Well, let me tell you the thinking. Okay, so the thinking is this. So you make some money, yeah, and then you want to keep that money, and then you want to do things that you understand. I don't understand. So, like, genuinely, you know, you've got all these stocks and shares and investments that you can make. I don't understand that. What do I understand? I understand bricks and mortar. So if I have some bricks and mortar and the stock market and everything goes to hell in a handbasket, it still exists. The bricks and mortar will be there. So I took the money out of the investments and invested it into bricks and mortar. And bought this place, 20 acres, 30,000 square foot, blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, I did a grown-up thing. I did a grown-up thing. And I'm really proud of myself. And then you go, right, okay, what you done? Take into consideration. It's 20 acres needs 10 living areas. So you need 2 gardeners. And then, and hold on though. So then you've got your insurance for the house. So the insurance for the house, because the fires is 700.
The fires is 700 a year.
Yeah. What? Seriously? Yeah. And then you have your house tax, which is 400,000. So basically, what you don't take into consideration when you buy bricks and mortar, especially in California, is that okay, so you need 2, 3 housekeepers, house manager, 5 security, 2 nannies.
For you?
Yeah. Just for me. So basically what I'm saying is you can't win anyway because you know the tax of actually the life tax, right, a head tax, right, of having a property that big, you just can't enjoy it. You come downstairs and you see 11 cars parked in car house and they're working on it. So you know, you're basically wandering around a super yacht on land. So it's sort of like drain, it's like a super yacht drain on land.
Why? Because you constantly just see the money going by, you mean?
Yeah, you just see, I walk down and
everything looks like an expense, kind of.
Well, I walk into the kitchen today and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. None of them are my family. Do you know what I mean? And they're all doing a job for me. And so it's just like, you know, like an old taxi where you just sort of like watching the cash go up. There was 8 people in the kitchen. You're not including us and the 4 kids.
in terms of his minor advance,
that's nice.
So my big expense is
he's
on
the
people
band
that were
reading other
right.
people's
I'm
posts.
not a big,
So you need to get a
I'm
letter
not a big
that is not addressed to you.
needless. If, for example, if I want a like bling watch, I'm like, look, I would. I then get in touch with the company and see what for the company to get the watch.
Oh, I see. So you like to save money in some sense. I don't know what that is. That's
Anyway, back to what we were talking on the way in.
the level of money I'm willing on a studio is one where you have to hear something in the distance.
Anxiety. So what's going on?
I don't know, man. I think I just get overwhelmed. I don't like being like a boss. I don't like once comedy kind of started to turn more also into podcasting, you have to help get things done and make sure that everything runs smoothly. A bit I think it just starts to exhaust me. I don't get to hear something. So when I'm listening to you say that people are healthy, I'm like, that really perks my ears up because I'm
then you just have a level of problems. Before you got anxiety about being a boss, you were so you're just swapping problems. But mine sounds like a better problem.
You're just a fountain out front of it.
No, my problem does feel better than yours.
Who's got better problems? That would be almost a great game show. It's just like somebody's like, I've got Down syndrome, and somebody else is like, I've got anxiety, and people vote in the crowd.
I changed the nipple.
Yeah, or a sharp shirt. Yeah, was there or not?
And then you didn't know it was actually basically just on higher levels. I'm from
Billy Elliot.
Exactly like Billy Elliot. Yeah, like Billy Elliot.
I love that.
So there's no anxiety, but like I thought that when I was growing up, I had like a psychic ability to know that there was going to be trouble. I thought that it was like I've got this inbuilt radar that detects trouble. But actually what it is you're around sociopaths and psychopaths, so you're actually scared all the time. Yeah, all of the time. Just living in fear all of the time. And like my wife, who's from Beverly Hills, she's had an ensuite all of the time. I'm from a place where we had a bath on Sunday, and I was the third in the bath after my
Third in the water, huh?
Third in the water.
Yeah, you freaking collected coins.
My grandma, right? My grandma
First in.
didn't have a indoor toilet until 1983. Yeah, out in the yard.
Wow.
Yeah,
Something's high. She could have an OnlyFans now. That's what's crazy.
yeah.
Is that now that? But that's so you're
Well,
back.
grandma's toilet.
Somebody would pay for it. I'm sure Colin or Jake, one of these guys would freaking chip in on it. I've seen some pretty darn stuff. I'm sure.
Yeah. So
you always felt fear because one of the feelings that I ever remember in the whole world was being afraid.
yeah. My first memory was lucid dream that I could follow. And then I woke up and nearly threw myself out. Yeah, but because I was born in a pub. So So we lived in a pub for my first 4 years. So I know that my first memory, I must have been 3, and it was lucid dream. Who are you? Yeah, because I've just been doing a load of talking. We're just
sitting here with Robert Williams and Mark Hayes. We'll do an intro in the beginning too. And you guys are mates, and you guys are from another country.
Two separate countries.
Yeah. Yeah, to us, I think it does run together. Yeah. I feel like America's getting starting to go back. I've been seeing like Mayflower and stuff ads on the internet for like the new Mayflower, and it's heading back across to England. I think people are I mean, yeah. I think people are willing to take on an iceberg just to make a change and stuff.
Here's the thing, though. I think America is so good, no matter how many
Yeah.
Because you're just like, you see, hey, why don't you see, like,
Yeah, you see one warm tit on a show.
yeah, and you're just like, oh,
I've lived in LA for 24 years. And I don't know if you have this with LA or you have this at all. But like every 5 years I'll try and leave LA. Something like that just because there'll be like a bunch of people where I'm just like, you really let me down in only a way that people are and then I go, and I am leaving. And then I get on the plane, and I take all the dogs, and children, and the clothes, and I land in England. And I go, I need to get back. This is shit. Have you had that happen? I've done it 4 times. Yeah, like I bought a house in the countryside in England. Right, I bought this. Yeah, bought this place in the countryside in England, and like this is our forever home, wife, and we're living here now, and we'll leave those people. That's the people in Los Angeles, and the children will grow here and will provide memories. And I better not tell her that I hate it and I want to move back. Second night. Really? Second night of buying the house. I don't like it.
Really?
Here's that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated.
Wait, do you think it's because something feels like simpler there? Does it feel like not? Like, what are some of the feelings that would make you think that it's? Is it too quiet? Is it too simple? Is it too old-fashioned? Like, are there things that make you think like?
in Ireland, if you restrict that, whereas in LA, like,
There's opportunity. You walk in and like sometimes most of the time but in Los Angeles you just think
Part of the reason
I'm
for
walking
this,
around the corner. Adam Sandler, we should do a biopic about your life where I play you. And I'm like, yeah, Adam Sandler, that should happen.
it's delusional that everyone along that junction.
Yeah.
There's a guy who's Spider-Man.
I think it used to be more like that was a possibility, though. You know, I think it used to. I don't. Or that used to be certainly a dream. Do you think that's still? I think maybe in our age that was a dream. Like, you're like, yeah, I can walk down the street and like Eric Estrada's gonna walk up, or freaking you know, I'm trying to think of somebody else.
Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, Lou Ferrigno. Dude, I finally stood behind a post office one time, and his wife, I think he's deaf. I didn't even know that, which makes the whole Incredible Hulk way more messed up, I think, dude. Pain the deaf guy.
In 21 years of living, the only thing that has actually happened like that, where somebody walks up to you and offers you something, is I was at Galleria 60 Valley, and I was offered the chance to be the bachelor.
Yeah. I know who you are.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was a while ago. But like the only thing that's ever happened is like
Yeah, I think a lot that it took over where like it was like reality shows people could get like.
What do you think of
No.
No, why?
I would have. I think I'd have. I think I would just be kind of scared. I would just be. I don't know. I'd be flirting with the chicks, but then. And like, I'd be trying to perv out it, like sneak around or something. I don't know. I'd probably get busted and masturbate. You know, something bad, something that would make me seem a little bit strange. Yeah, I think my true self can't help but come out.
Okay, let's pitch that show. Okay, but let's pitch it where it's called something else now, but it's the same as The Bachelor. What streaming service is it on, or what TV channel is it on? What's it called?
Maybe called who's Tom Thumb? Is that a famous character?
Fairy tale or something.
Maybe like a peeping Tom, something from Peeping Tom, but where they're like doing well.
Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe you'd be using Chris Hamilton. Maybe you'd be presenter of it.
Oh, yeah.
And then you wouldn't have to be the perv.
Yeah. I could be like the perv wrangler.
The perv wrangler.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, straight after this, Ted Sarandos, hop in the Comic-Con picture.
Here we go, Mr. Sarandos.
Back to the England thing.
Yeah.
Take some explaining.
Over there, so
This is what happens for me. Alright, so at one point in my life, I was ridiculously famous in a country that you don't think. Right? Like, but ridiculously, like Michael Jackson.
how old was
How old was I? I became famous when I was 17. I joined a boy band when I was 16. The boy band took off. And then when I was 21, I left. And then I had a solo career. And so late, hold the record for the most tickets sold in a day for a tour. So this meets with, I'm sober, right? I'm a sober guy, right? So this meets with depression and anxiety and mental illness and extreme fame and extreme success. And I came to America to promote and promote this radio station to take people at 7 o'clock in the morning, and like I already have like millions in the bank and a huge following, and like I'm in Milwaukee and I'm depressed about actors and this guy named G-Wagon who's very forced out play records. 7 o'clock in the fucking morning, play record shit. And so I'm going around America doing all of this stuff, and I'm like going, hang on. So all of this fame's making me anxious and depressed. And if I go to America, I'm famous in Papua New Guinea if I'm famous. So this realization is happening as I'm traveling to America, trying to break America. And then I'm really doing like a rock and phones performance in New York. Like, and I've never voted in my life. And I'm trying to tell the kids to vote. And I'm like, this is. And then I'm like, hang on, what am I doing here? Why am I trying to break it? Why don't I go and live there, live in an anonymity, and then have a nice life? So the parents, the grown-up driving the car made a decision to not promote America, not do anything. So 21 years ago, I moved here and turned everything down when I was offered in the States. Like the Bachelor, and so basically, this is what happens: is that I live in anonymity here. I don't really enjoy that. Then I try to move back to my home and remember that I have no anonymity. And that makes me feel anxious and depressed. Wow. So that's basically what.
You know, keeping things fresh is tantamount. It's paramount. It's important. It's one of the premier things, and I have trouble keeping things fresh. You know, I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. If you look at in the crisper drawer in my house, there's nothing in there. You know, I don't really have that much that much that's fresh in my world. But who does is one Peloton. That's right. They got the bike plus. They're freshening things up for the new year. They've got boxing, new music artist series, new daily workout varieties. It's easy to stick to your goals when you freshen them up. You spray a little bit of that. Imagine it's taking one of your goals and opening his dang mouth and just spraying breath mint in there. Damn. Beautiful. Peloton has a workout for every goal, every day, every mood. De-stress from a long day with 30 minutes of strength, 20 minutes of cardio. Do a quick 15-minute total body workout. That's all you have time for. Stay motivated while having fun with bike workouts, yoga, meditation, dance, cardio, and more. For a limited time, try the Peloton app free for 2 months, then just $12.99 after per month. New members only. Visit onepeloton.com ONE.com/app to learn more. That's 2 months free at ONE.com. Offer expires 1/31/22. Terms apply. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. Man, I've had a lot of unmanageability in my brain, and then it's in my life. What starts in my head ends downstairs in my life. I've been spending time recently to take more advantage of getting well. BetterHelp can do that for you. They will assess your needs and match you with a licensed professional therapist. They're not joking. They don't want to waste your time. You get thoughtful responses. The service is available for clients worldwide. It is committed to facilitating. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches. Get some help. Get a therapist you can talk to, video, Skype, journal. You can send out probably a homing pigeon and come back. It'll say. Visit BetterHelp.com/THEO. That's BetterHelp.com/DO. Join the over 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health. Special offer for this past weekend listeners. Get 10% off your first month at BetterHelp.com/DO. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's insane. What a crazy that Los Angeles would be a place that you would come for comfort. I feel Yeah, but it's interesting. A lot of rappers, they say that they don't like to live in their hometown because people kill them, like a lot of like Lil Boosie was in here and he said he doesn't like to live in Louisiana because people kill him there because they get jealous and stuff like that. Is there a lot of that kind of stuff in England? Like
I've never ever said this. Never said it publicly.
Wow. Did you put it up? Was it PR?
No. Went away.
What happened?
I have friends. But like, that stuff sort of is the unseen stuff.
Because you were being insanely famous, I can't even fathom. Like I've been over to I've spent time around Justin Bieber, that kind of stuff is insane, to see. Some of these UFC guys, it gets pretty insane. Yeah, because did you feel like you needed to escape then, or did you feel like you were just going? Did you feel like you were leaving, like you wanted to leave, or did you feel like you wanted to go somewhere else? That makes any sense.
Well, that's that. If you left the fame, what it does to you. The first one is but the fourth one is like acceptance. You sort of rally against this. Your privacy being taken away from you. You rally against it by trying to be normal. And trying to be normal, but also I'm going to be small so you don't beat me up. I'm a dickhead. You don't hurt me, and I'm going to go to the normal places. I can't go because people want to kill me. And it takes a while to get to acceptance. Yeah. And then you go to the shop and control those customers
Oh, yeah.
It's like I have anxiety, and I don't like meeting strangers, but like strangers want to meet me, and I feel really uncomfortable about it, and it's like that it now actually gives me anxiety. So it's like it's a trigger. It's like, so you've got to be the mayor of the best town that anybody's ever visited, or else people go to one of those famous people. Oh yeah,
gotta be the nicest guy every
Not
time.
the nicest, and actually, it's hard. I hate having my picture taken. I fucking hate it. I hate it with my wife. Like, she does Instagram. Just like, no. Like, the act of having a picture taken makes me go, ugh. For whatever reason that is.
Probably because so much the Chinese believe this, and I don't really even believe in the Chinese a lot of times, but I believe
that it takes your soul.
Yeah.
It's not the Chinese. In other words, the Indians. I think that's a made up.
Well, the Chinese borrowed it because I remember I was in China one time trying to take a picture of somebody, and they're like, they come up and try to cover the camera. Yeah, they don't want, because like they said, like it captures a little bit. So I think it could make sense that after someone has been so like, and I don't want to use the term exploited, but you know, so much of your image and your voice and everything is used for artwork or ambiance or transaction or whatever, that something's got to fade out of your system. Like it seemed like it would. Do you feel that at all? Did you ever?
Well, it takes a bit of soul.
Yeah.
Maybe subconsciously that's what it is that makes me feel anxious about it. But what happens in the process is this: I'm a chronic people pleaser too. It's like I want you to think that I'm the nicest person you've ever met, because if you don't and you go away having a bad time having met me, I'll feel really awful. But also at the same time, it's like I don't have any time with me at all. So what I do is agoraphobic, like happily agoraphobic.
What is that? Agoraphobic? Not like something.
Agoraphobic is like when you're scared of it. It's when agoraphobic is like when you're scared of going outside.
Oh.
But I'm not scared of going outside. I just don't want to. So, but it's either, but I do it also here in Los Angeles where I'm not there, is that I'm not bothered to go outside. I've been outside.
Yeah. One thing, if it gets interesting, I think, and if you have a bad time, first of all, go see one of Mark's shows. That'll really put you. So you don't need to call a janitor to help you. But it's interesting that one of the things that happens is you have, with people, you have the same interaction over and over again, that it gets to be not mundane, because each person is, you know, they're a new soul, and but there does become a repetition to it. And sometimes I think as somebody that's creative, repetition isn't makes you feel comfortable, maybe, or that you're like attracted to, kind of. So I think sometimes that can be a little bit strange. Does that make any sense?
Well, there is a repetition, but there's also being an introvert doing an extrovert's job. Because my job is to be an extrovert, but actually what else is to make me feel okay because I'm an introvert. I want to be the life of someone in the party, and I also want to have things in common with everybody, and I have because actually what I want to do is just
extra compensation. Especially that being on stage is the only time
Have you got kids?
I don't have no kids, man.
Have you managed that?
No, I just think I can. I'm not that good at sex. I'm not like a freak. Like if somebody were picking people for basketball, but it was for sex, they'd be like, I'd be the guy at the end that's like, hey, what about me? But I think I just haven't really. I don't know. I think I'm 41. I'm 40. I'm 40. I'm 40 or 41.
So what do you think's gonna? I mean, okay.
I need to have a family, so I'm trying to get some help right now for like a lot of commitment issues. 41. There you go. Bam.
So
yeah, so I'll go to therapy at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm thinking about going away next month, doing like a couple of weeks or month retreat somewhere. I just have a lot of commitment. I just really have a tough time committing.
Just fucking do it.
Yeah, I like your attitude.
No.
Yeah, this guy is the worst.
Yeah, but he's so unconscious.
Yeah, he is unconscious.
He's completely and utterly unconscious. It's like you've stripped away all of your stuff. You're sober, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a sober guy. You don't get the joy of being unconscious. you see your problems and you go, I'm going to deal with that. He's dealing with nothing.
No, he's not. He's in the HOV lane. He has nobody in the car with him. Yeah, he's jumping in a car.
He's moving backwards.
Yeah, he's moving backwards. Yeah, he's moving backwards and he's walking backwards.
I enjoy it.
I know, that's the thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's better for you.
Oh, he's like a hot, dumb girl trapped in a daft man over here. I feel that way, man. And I say that lovingly, but
I say that lovingly too. I say that with like pangs of jealousy.
Oh yeah, to be just happy and just he's the happiest guy. I call him sometimes just to get happiness out of him.
Some people think the more it gets going, the sadder it is.
But like you're in that where it's like it's bad, but it's not bad enough.
Not bad enough for a minute. I don't know if it ever will be.
Yeah, that's it. It stays above the zone.
Yeah, because like mine is sort of like, break out in ankles, not me.
Really?
Oh yeah, lose wife, lose kids, lose job, lose everything.
I wouldn't have that.
You need to get famous, so bad things can happen.
Oh, it would be bad for him.
It really would. Like he hasn't got a fucking clue.
He would be busted immediately for something.
Yeah. So you just need a bit of fame. Yeah, you actually just stay where you are.
Yeah.
Right the zone.
Oh yeah, for a big spot, like you're always having fun. He loves chasing the ladies, and the ladies love him somehow. You know?
Yeah, they really do.
It's charm, I think. It's charm.
It's like Pete Davidson thing.
Yeah.
Really good hair.
He looks like Pete Moss Davidson. You know?
From Culture Club.
Bring up Pete Moss. Can you bring it up? PEATMOSS.
Connected to that, of course, after marriage is the willing mother.
There you are.
I don't want to go
He's like Pete Moss. It's just an actual. Yeah. You go. Look at that preserved forest moss. That's it right there. Yeah, that's it.
Is that the reference that you were going for?
Yeah, just kind of a damaged fern. Yeah. Sometimes I think, did you have like a lot of problems with like commitment and stuff like that? Was it hard for you to get a wife? I mean, I'm sure it was easy because.
Okay, so it was genuinely the biggest leap of faith to ever make. Wow. And I could have missed it. And it was a sliding doors moment. And you may have missed the perfect person for you.
It's too late.
Well, so here's the thing, right? I mean, I'm anxious, I'm depressed, I can't keep my penis in my pants, I can't look after myself. How the hell am I going to turn up being decent for another person?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was thinking. How I can't do this. I can't be the person that I want to be, or the person that you need me to be. So I'm not. Right. As it happens, 17 years later, 4 kids later, I am that guy, and I was that guy, and I gave myself the opportunity to be that guy. My beautiful wife gave me the opportunity to be that guy and believed in me.
Did you just say one day I'm that guy? Did you go to like therapy? Did you do other things you did to help you get there?
It's like giving up drinks and giving up drugs. It genuinely is one day at a time. 17 years worth of days later with my wife, I'm in a monogamous relationship with somebody that I really like, who's really cool, really great to look at, really smart, really creative. And I am, you can be that.
Yeah.
You can't. You're so far away from being that guy.
It does sound like a big leap of faith.
Oh, it's the biggest, because not only that, she gets half if I'm not that guy.
That's what I was going to say, because then I like to project it to the future and be like, yeah, but it doesn't work.
When you're bored, if your wife, that's got to be crazy to go to bed at night and know if you killed you, she's coming road.
I don't even think about that bit. But at the start, just like there is.
When you answered, when you said, "Oh, you're going to be my girlfriend," were you serious about it when you said it to her?
Evil is clearly favored as the
say that I broke up with her.
but the Talmud already
Like the first three times that I broke up, she didn't even know. She went back to her house, and then a flatbed truck turned up with a car on it, and bin bags full of nuts turned up.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, such a pussy. I didn't even tell her that we broke up.
Didn't even tell her. Bro.
Yes. Yeah, but it's a very Irish English move.
Yeah.
Like, guess what I got you for Christmas at a fire pit?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's like, I know guys in Ireland, they'll be like, yeah, I got a dumper. And they still come back.
Yeah.
They're like 2 weeks.
Oh, it's supposed to. I think it's most men, or it's hard to just communicate with a woman. It's like looking in the face of like
a puppy. I'm gonna break. I didn't do it, but I was like breaking arms left, right, and center because I am a man of means with a level of fame, right? So and not so I'm like a good package to people, right? And those so like it'd be just like
top shelf.
A girl would come in and go right. She walks into Pansdown Palace, and then goes, actually pause. I'm going to put a pause on this because I want to. So there wasn't a lot of sex happening because we just go, this is a good deal. I'm gonna
play my cards here.
Yes.
Did you in Britain? What time do y'all lose y'all's virginities at? Like in the UK, is it like 10 or 11 or is it 17? Like a lot of guys.
I say it's 15.
Wow. And indoors or outdoors, people doing it more. Oh wow.
Well, I was a latchkey kid.
So you had the he was nobody else. It was just you.
Well, yeah. So I took my girl, and then it was like I was and then as she was leaving, I saw all of my friends' faces pointing and laughing at me. Lino and Giuseppe and Emma and Pete and Tate all going, ah! And I was like, no, I must do it.
Oh, laughing. I thought you were laughing.
No, laughing because I wasn't going to do it. So I go upstairs and I go into my room and it's a single bed. I think I'll fit on it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, really?
I'm on it.
That's all right.
You're a bad man.
What about you, Marky? How'd you get rid of it, huh?
Yeah, I never grounded, so there was a time crunch. And this girl was like, oh, my friend wants to meet you. Lots of fat. I was wearing white jeans. It was
Oh, yeah.
And I met her like behind the wall, like we were in the mall and stuff. And she just kept giving me green lights.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, at one point I was like,
oh, God.
I knew what I was doing. Not a clue. And I was just like, instead of raining and stuff, it happened. Well, I didn't realize that there was an ending. I just thought you were just doing it. And I was like, okay.
Hold on, so there was no ending for you?
No. Because I didn't even know
mine was over in seconds.
I always have ended. I had sex early. People do when sex, they start breaking a sweat. I'm like, how would you ever break a sweat, dude? I could start a TV dinner and I am done with sex. I wouldn't enough time to fucking be right there.
I don't have sex with people I didn't fancy, just have long sex.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, now we're talking issues. That was an Irish thing, too. You'd fantasize. You'd have sex with your mate. You wouldn't fantasize who's the hottest girl. It's the girl who's good at it. Have sex with her.
Typically won't happen.
So how old are you?
I was, I think, maybe 15 or something. Behind a bowling or town. You could hear the pin going inside, give me power. I felt like it did anyway, just here and there, like people in there.
Here's a question.
People started throwing rocks at us as well. Just like if they cause a strip in the Middle East. And I was just doing what I could, man.
So they started throwing rocks at you because they knew that you were having sex, or
Yeah,
your friends that were throwing rocks?
Yeah, they were excited, or they were trying to, cause mayhem or something, or just be a part of it. They were jealous. It's like, I can't be there with this rock, Will, and they would throw a rock over.
Okay, so here's a question.
Weird kids.
Can you remember the third person? No, because I remember the second, but I don't know the name. Second person you had sex with. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah. And then third is just like, what?
It could be anyone.
Yeah.
They could walk up right now and I'd have no idea.
Yes, very pleased to meet
Oh, we've met before. Oh, yeah.
Have you ever spoken to your first since?
No. But I put a name in a song.
Oh, yeah.
I think it depends on the woman. Some women don't mind if you kind of idolize moments like that, or not idolize, but like put them in the memorials or whatever. That's like
lost my virginity to Deborah. She's in the vicinity, it's Deborah.
There we go.
Was it Deborah that was?
No, it wasn't Deb, man. Deb was willing, though. I know that. Deb is always willing. Is Deborah a name in your country?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
this guy is shocking. This guy's like a halfway house for your time.
Okay, question. Have you been close to having a committed relationship?
No. I've been in some, but I've just always been like cheating or running around. I just think I have some agitation towards like anything. I want to say owning, but I think things like that don't get owned, like a relationship or anything saying this is fun.
Now you're a sober person.
Yeah.
Would you do the same thing?
I think that's why for the past, like, I haven't been in a relationship in a long time, and now it's been about 4 years, but because I got to do some work in some of that space. I'm trying to work in SLAA right now. Even just like little things like go 2 weeks without interacting, texting, anything with women, just little things like that to try and like just get on your own 2 feet, just so I'm not using interactions with women as an outlet for like uncomfortable. That's what I do. I get a little uncomfortable, and then it's like, oh, you set up a date sometimes, so I want to have things be more me. And I'm going through my steps again right now.
Have you come close to being somebody consciously?
Well, there's a girl I was seeing that was really great. And I think now when I think about it, it makes me feel kind of sad because I didn't really meet her halfway. And because then I feel bad because I kind of monopolized her time,
Giving up most of the time.
When I wasn't really ready to have a strong relationship, letting them believe that I was.
After her marriage was dissolved,
How long ago was that?
It was probably the last relationship I was in. It's honestly been all of them, really, but I think it hurts more the older we get because it's like, those times are precious too.
And also, you think that you're going to have this all sorted in the near future.
Yeah.
And then you walk through the horizon and you fall, and it's not sorted. And it's still the problem that it was when you were 24.
It's a little better. When I look at Mark, it's almost like, like in the movie the Christmas movie where they go look at the window and they see the past.
Yeah.
So that's where I was. So there's been some progress, but it's just it's a little bit of stagnation. But you're right. It's like, I thought things would be different when I'm there.
So you basically have to give the rules up when it comes to sex. You basically have to do the same booze and drugs, but also the sex and the flirting. And I don't know how you do with social media because I met my wife before Instagram, my wife before Facebook, I met my wife before TikTok.
trade and commerce,
But like, if I'd have been around, then that would have been an extra thing that I have to unaddict
so
my
are definitely very
That's
important.
the thing, so much
components
temptation. Yeah, it's unreal. You think, oh, I really like this girl, and then just the most unbelievable girl. Hey, what are you up to?
Yeah, I'll be driving home trying to get home, and Mark will send me some images somewhere. What about, Donna's going to be there? And I'm like,
I live vicariously.
Yeah, I do too.
Sort of like this one. I'm like, what? And he's like, this one.
Yeah.
It's mental.
It's mental. I live vicariously through him, and the cops even show up vicariously sometimes, like even in my visions.
But it is tough. You were saying something there, you're like, oh, you think it's going to be different soon? That's funny, because I always think that too.
What?
Yeah, walking through the horizon,
yeah.
You will find yourself in the place that you
I'll be like, oh, give it 6 months, and then I'll be there.
Yeah.
And then it's 2 years later, you're like, well, I'm still having fun.
Yeah, still having fun. The fun one. And now, especially in LA, the fun is, there's always the possibility. Like,
you're going to have to be the bachelor.
And so even if you turn them down, you walk down the street thinking, oh, bachelor. Somebody wants me to be a bachelor in your family. And you're the bachelor. But it's just always that temptation out here. There's this weird thing. And you can be at the cleaners here and see, like, it's like,
it's what they call the
Pokemon.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, I think I like a girl sometimes. I'll be like, oh, I should text her. And I swear to God, I'll just be like, shit, what's her name?
This is going to be kind of like
I just feel like,
medieval Jewish history for this.
In my head, I'm like, come on, I really want this. And then someone else will text me, and I'm like, okay, it's you.
Yeah, that is a prison to find yourself in. It is.
All across.
Well, it's an open prison. It's an open prison that you can leave at any time. But it's, if you know that you are going to fall in love or fall in love, absolutely everything at any given time.
So here's
it kind of makes sense to go, oh,
this is the Reconquista reconquest. We will call that,
yeah, that's kind of where I find myself a little time. It's like, or that's where I'm wondering if that's where I'm at. Like, yeah, because I just don't. You think things will be different, like you're saying, in a few years I'll get there. And then you get there and you're like, oh. And I'm not a big runaround or anything. I just noticed that I give into like little things of affection, attention, just little things like that I don't want to. I just don't want the same thing. I want to see if there's some different possibility, because even if it's a girl or I'll feel uncomfortable, I'll feel like out of bed, I'll set up a date, I'll be going on a date, that'll help, but I'm not, I find myself in spaces where I'm not making myself really available, if that makes sense, because I'm just, the reasons I'm doing stuff aren't motivated always from a place of like, maybe this is what's working. From love or anything like that, they're just kind of motivated from a place.
It's related to the idea of being in
what feels kind of comfortable would be fun.
It's just fun that my missus when I retired, because things got really
obvious.
Is it dicey out there?
Mentally, just completely ill. Just like, well, it's my career that's doing this, so I might as well not do my career. From the famous. From the singing. No, from the singing. Yeah, from the singing. So I was really, and then I met my missus, and we just had 3 years. Yeah, so just in the house, and it just cemented this, and then I realized that the purpose and visions of went out into the world. Now I cemented this relationship with this person. And I went back out into the
but quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population.
So how do you quite quickly? Like, okay, so I'm not flirting. I'm not going to the club. I'm not going to the pub. As I have to earn everything that I used to earn. I did it. Fucking did it. And if I can do it, and you could do it. But if I can do it,
No, I like hearing that. I appreciate you kind of sharing some of that, man. Because, yeah, I think that's just kind of where I'm finding myself. You know, and I'm not, and part of me I'm kind of excited about it. I had like 5 days where I didn't have any interaction with anyone, and I was doing really good. And I started to feel like a good relationship with my higher power. I was like, really like, oh man, I had a little bit more time. I was looking at my place like, oh, maybe I'd like to do an art or something, you know, like, or get a candle or something, you know. Because like everything in my house is the previous owners. It's like it's all like their stuff, you know. Like there's pictures of their family. It's just like.
But don't you also think that when I get a message, you'll do all of that?
Yeah, but I don't want to just hurry a message in just to get, you know, a love.
You want you hurry. You love that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Remember complaining about that about guys that end up being like, I'm not ready to know. 50 cents.
I want to get some. I want to at least get in a place now where I can at least relationship.
Also, I'm getting big vibes. No, I'm getting like big vibes that you've been awesome.
I want to tell you about a company using for our web presence. They're a beautiful company, beautiful outfit. And they've started the last website ever. No more. Paying 10 grand to get a site or something crazy. This is it. They do it. It's the last website ever needed. They did ours. Yolan.com. Check it out. It's just $498 to start. And then after that, it's just $249 a month. And that's it. They build everything. You get on with new consoles. They do it. They revamp. Revamping. I don't even know what it is, man. It's like a damn, you know, somebody who's son with blood. You know, sound like a Dracula's son is maybe been doing killed or whatever. He got sent up to Alaska for revamp. But this is different. I'm talking about modified. .com/THO. Go there, check it out. They build the site, they'll do the branding, they'll figure it all out for you. It's the website you'll ever need. It's simple. If you're running a business, they can help. They changed the website, they put it together. They did an update the other day, gave us some design things. We're living well on the web. Modify, MODIPHY.com/TH. I'm going to let you know, I was trying to get a loan, bridge loan home. I wanted to get our name home. I wanted to live in something. I didn't want to be outdoors anymore. I didn't want to be battling the rain. And because I had some dings on my credit. I mean, like somebody should have been bad. Just beat my damn credit. But I needed help. So I contacted this company. No, man. I'm serious. I contacted this company, and within a couple months, I had the dings off my report, and I was able to get a better mortgage. Bridge Credit Solutions. Too. They're different. They're backed by 100% money back guarantee for any items that cannot be removed off your credit. I needed items removed. I got them removed, and then bing bong, I got the loan because my credit score was better. I can't even tell you how much it changed. Thanks for me. You will not find the 100% money back guarantee anywhere else in the industry. You know what you're paying for at the beginning of the repair. It's written into the contract. No job is too big or too small. Bridge Credit Solutions caters to all type of clients. That's right. And will guarantee removal of certain negative items in as quick as 24 hours. Schedule your free audit in 3 easy steps. Zoom or phone call and get a free 3-bureau credit report. $25 value with 30 days of free credit monitoring and identity theft protection. You sign up through this link, bridgecreditsolutions.com. I'm not joking, I'm living in a home because I was able to get it because they helped with the credit. Now, credit paid up. Credit was an ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com. IHRA.com/TAGO on schedule. A grid credit strategist will contact you to review your report. They work. Check them out. You had the same issue I had. Wanting to get that loan, but you got some thing. Get the better score, get the better loan amount. They gave the money on the loan. Yeah, I think I could be a good dad, dude. You know, I think some of it would be a little dicey, bro. You know, get to your house.
No, not that. It would be dicey.
Well, for him to be a dad.
You?
Oh yeah. I'm an agoraphobic. He can't look after himself. I'm depressed. And I'm full of anxiety. What have I got to do? That's you know, it's like I wasn't going to get married and I wasn't going to have kids just because of the nothingness that I had to offer the world.
Very, very
Where
rare,
those
exceptional,
points exist.
controversial.
And now I've got 4
Nevertheless,
kids.
this gives you a sense of the very high
But your kids, you can put them in another wing of the house, man. You can put a kid in a room.
I still feel that
Same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as ordinary.
sporadic.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Arabic culture, but nevertheless, there was a period of tremendous power.
Like, you know, I am sporadic. Also, you know, that was another thing about kids is that if I am here,
who was a remarkably strong protector of the
the kids
Greeks,
would smoke.
even when some of the elements of their economic life began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we will return to James 1.
Do you think, but that's bad. That when it happens that way, I think it's not really the best way. You know? Like,
when
yeah,
one
Mark
of
is
the
a
great
sleepwalk.
power
Can't even
struggles
sit there with him, but sorry.
throughout much of
It's one of a kind. There's really nobody like this.
moral power,
You're describing a bad guy, and then you're like, you're that good. I was like, no, take that back. You're like, oh, I'm describing this. But I do think it is like, oh,
in charge.
might be
But
that
on
guy.
the other hand, there's still a lot of nasty business.
Do you think you could ever get to a place where you could?
Oh yeah, I think that. I think now Robert's maybe realize, oh, think away.
Yeah.
Because like you're not there. Yeah, you're like roses away from that.
This ain't even a great spot. You better get over here pretty quick. But then Mark's the guy you go to. You want to know what's going on, what's fun. You know, he like is always kind of keen on like what's out there. You know.
Yeah.
Do they have like a lot of? I feel like in England and in UK, that's all you guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do over in America. Is that true? You think?
He had to accede to demands of the clergy, who were very upset about the power that had been given to the Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona.
We are.
Yeah.
We're like lapsed catalogs.
Yeah, catalogs.
Yeah, we're catalogs.
Because you'd be like, don't do that, don't do that.
Christians.
Don't do that, don't do that. You're like,
These were kind of like big
Oh,
intellectual
you're right,
pageants
always.
And it's weird too, like in Ireland, if I told my friends to put on the table, the girls
participate in debates.
Oh, yeah. And people die in Ireland all the time from coughing and everything. Huh? You always see that in the movies. People dying from like whatever, man. I got
Yeah, that's exactly.
slow cable, mate.
Yeah,
I got some. Yeah, really.
What's that movie with Tom Cruise? Far away.
Headed up
I
I just see a lot of people coughing and not doing well.
Still dealing with the Spanish. Have you left America?
Yeah. We did some shows in the UK last year, 2 years ago.
How did they go?
They did well. Manchester, London, Glasgow. Shout out Glasgow.
Yeah.
And where else, brother? Stockholm. somewhere else.
Soccer,
On the other
soccer,
side,
soccer,
first
Sweden.
allowed them to point
So it was fun, man. I really liked it. It was, I think, during
a figure of
it
tremendous
was winter or if it was like getting a
worship and not none.
It was kind of a quiet time.
Maimonides, right? Like Maimonides.
What was the
Moses, the son of
Durban?
Moses, the son of
Durban, South Africa.
It was
I don't
actually
know where
a tremendous
yeah, this is
published a lot of work that is still
So what
studied
was this?
and
Superstition.
was
Oh, well, like, I think in Ireland, here's the dog touch water,
this
right?
particular task.
And then I saw a guy have
It was on good terms
like
with
this.
James the
You know,
He to do it
Yeah.
on the condition that
Why
he
is that like a
allowed to
first time
speak
saying
freely.
this?
This was an exception that was not
I was
granted
like,
in
that's
dispensations, but James the First,
next
who had
time with a big
some
exam.
kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work out, granted him
But that's how
But y'all got more ghosts. Y'all got more older stuff over there. I'm saying because of time and everything. You guys have a lot more ghosts over there. Oh yeah.
you are closer to the woo
period of some days.
and
And
it is
we
so
have
more
actually
paranormal,
remarkably both
weird,
Christian
and
the
UFO
Here,
weird.
here's a question. I forgot about this. It came in right here.
the Christian side recorded their assessment, the transcript, and the Jewish side, by none other than Maimonides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected. And this was a public spectacle which had, all kinds of court figures watching this debate. But Maimonides really made very light work of his opponents. The Christian side was the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the very beginning, because Maimonides argued that
Dark arts, maybe it's called space, spirit. Yeah, you've been involved with it. I've read loads of it. And more, that's obviously from the UK. I just, that's what I find hard to believe. Robbie, is
No, listen, I've got a 1,000-year-old home
pointed arguments that the Christianity
right? Used to be
a manor.
Yeah, it used to be one of Henry VIII's wives' houses, Catherine. And I feel
there is, by the
closer
way,
to
a dramatization of this on BBC.
something like a transmit, Los Angeles, Los Angeles. So there's a transmitter that turns on when I'm
But
here.
nevertheless, at the end of this debate,
Things haven't happened since the
Maimonides
kids.
officially
That's what I
lost.
tell you my UFO
The church was very upset with how well
If you came to, you know it.
so James the First of Aragon
So
rewarded
I
Maimonides with 300 gold coins and said to them,
So I am sat on a sun lounger with a girl inside me.
essentially,
So
I
so-
can't think of
Like I say, over 17 years old.
She was over 17 years old.
We've had some issues in our industry.
all the way to
And
Israel,
where
where he found a tiny surviving Jewish community there, but he was able in his last years to
I would
rebuild it
say
in
the
many ways,
size,
contributing to a great renaissance.
ultra
But this gives you a
field,
sense of, on the one hand, some of the strengths of the Jewish
square,
in Catholic faith, and also its structural weaknesses.
silently
We should also mention two other things before we
silently
move on
caving,
to the conversion,
yellow,
and that is the influence of Spanish Jews, particularly from the northern region, is quite profound throughout Europe and the United States. Two areas in particular, especially significant. The first is a widespread study
And you saw it.
which has
absolutely positive.
incredible
Did you feel like then that you got to see something like that because you were famous? Did that ever cross your mind? Like, the reason why I get to see this is it like, is the other side trying to communicate with me?
Well, yeah, there is because of narcissism. Yes, there is that. Yeah, but there's so many ones. That's one of them. But I also thought, oh, that's ours. I didn't think it was aliens from a different planet.
That's huge.
Inside me just went, there's some exotic technology we're not supposed to have that we do have, but it's out. I didn't feel as though it was a weakness.
And that was in the UK.
pass it
No,
on.
it was here.
Oh.
The other one is, I wrote this song about alien abduction called Arizona. It's not one of my best songs.
Many centuries.
But I'm sort of like listening to it in the studio,
Passages in
smoking a cigarette, over the campsite. Whittle at lyrics.
But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain.
Arizona comes on, and this gold ball appears in the sky over San Fernando Valley. Nice try, Venus. I know that's Venus. You're not going to fool me. I'm not going to be like, oh, you UFO people. And then I thought it was Venus. Arizona, the song ends. The gold ball flicks out, and I'm like, interesting. Put the song on again. They put the song on again, and the gold ball. Songs about alien abduction. Song ends, and the gold ball. Exactly. Wow, that's. So I said to the lads, I said, lads, come out and look at this, put the song on, and look over there. Song goes on, ball comes out. Song ends, ball goes out. Why for us? Babe, this thing's happening. Come see this, look over there. Song gone, gold ball. No, song ends, gold ball comes out. 6 times out. 6th time, me, my wife, my 2 friends go back into the bedroom where the studios are going. And as we say that, elongates through the middle, goes to the window, and then follows
another area where the Spanish Jews exported.
What the?
Yeah, listen, I've got loads and loads and loads.
No, that's too many already, man.
Yeah, I've got loads of them.
Not too far away from Spain,
Wow, yeah, so this.
the south of France.
Did you feel like it? Okay, so that instance, did you feel like that was like a human, like a person? You feel like that was related to any territory or?
If I was guessing, what I think that might be or might not be is interdimensional.
A lot of Judeo-Arabic classes, like the word
or a figment of our imaginations. Everything's on the table. Nothing's off the table.
Could be duct tape between different realms or something.
Maybe.
You don't know some of the things that are holding together.
It was exactly like, Doctor. They came through the room and then went from the top.
I could see something like that in the future. 200 years from now, order duct tape into the room. Just moves up,
Do you know what skin Google skin ranch and check that out. Nice lady. Documentary about this ranch. Where things happen.
Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the Spain who brought
some of my favorite James Blake.
Yeah. Is that just that's just a random. James Blake's a nice thing.
Oh, I know who. Darren Till.
Who's that?
Darren Till fighter.
Oh, is he a fighter? Yeah.
I don't know that many others actually.
The Beatles?
Yeah, the Beatles. But I'm not that big on them.
U2?
U2 is okay.
Yeah. Rolling Stones?
Yeah, Rolling Stones. Who else? Black Coffee in Bed. Have you heard that song? What else? I'm trying to think of things that are British because we didn't have a lot of. When we were growing up, they didn't even have a lot of like. I remember the map in our town, Canada. They didn't say Canada on it. It said like it had a picture of a wolf attacking a boy in a coat, and that was the whole thing for Canada.
If we had a map here, could you point to?
No, I know I can point to. I can point to the area that it's in.
Could you point to Hawaii?
Yep.
Could you point to Montana? See, I could point to Montana. Could you point to Florida?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Florida's easy because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
So Florida was like our main. Florida was like the main place you even went. Like if you saw somebody, I remember when I was a kid, if you saw somebody that shirts in Florida on it, damn. People were traveling.
What about Rhode Island? Could you?
No, I can find that. Nobody can find that. It's the clitoris of America. Nobody's finding that.
You're welcome.
Well, it'll get taken over soon. I'm sure it'll get taken over soon. What else do we have? Let's get another good question that came in here from the Gen Z.
There's a widespread belief that
Oh, W. What's up, Leon, Robbie? First of all, hope you're doing well. Secondly, I am right now stuck in quarantine because Australia does that to you. I'm out over the land. Yes, Theo, you're going to come to a flip of this right back here. So do you, Robbie, actually. My mum will be stoked. But my question is, when do you think the world is going to be back to normal? And do you think it is? And if yes, how long do you think it's going to take? Love you all, gang, gang.
I love it. I love it right away. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Yeah. He is. He's a dude. I mean, I've never met him, but he's the nicest person ever.
He came on here. He was on here once. So was Chris Hansen, you mentioned earlier, was on here. I guess we had an interesting group. Mark. We've done it all.
So the question is, when do we think this is going to be over?
Are you shocked at how much, like, because we've already given 2 years of our life to this? It's been a long time. Imagine the shit that breaks my heart. You think of people that was like, trying to maybe women that was hoping to have a child and looking to meet someone. And they don't have that chance now because of, I'm not saying it's not a deadly disease, but it's not this. That's my thoughts on it. I probably should have brought that into it. But when do you guys think it'll be over? That's fair.
I think every summer we're going to think it's over. Every time that I've had a guess at when this is going to be over, I think about it. So when this started, it's like January 2 years ago. And I was like, this is going to be over. And now we are 2 Christmases nearly into it, and it's still going strong. It's terrible. It's terrifying for many reasons, but like selfishly and personally, I've been able to gig, I've been able to talk, you know, and I'm hopefully going to go on tour end of next year, but then we'll see how the end of this year is going. Am I going to do that? Am I going to be able to look after my 4 kids, keep them in the lifestyle that who knows? My spidey senses, which was so wrong last time, might say we've got this.
It was started as a
Where's it going to go?
I forgot about that.
But in some parts of the country, it's not. You can go to different parts of America. Yeah. And they're not at the hospital. So it's definitely interesting how different parts it's more catered to. It's more there's preventative measures.
Well, there is,
they have really no alternative because the church had a
Okay, we'll do that.
It almost sounds like a lifelong life. I'll fix it.
It's summer of sex, and then the winter of discontent. Well, the whole, because you walk through the horizon. You're past 30. You've done a bit of time on the planet. Where are you with the? Is it just like a blinker concept that out here somewhere, the commitment that's settling down, or is it in the full mind?
Well, I'm home.
So
it's something else than actually
next year.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, be nice. It's kind of like the song.
When you need love.
Yeah.
When you need tender. Here's the thing. Do you need to be in a relationship? Do you need to have commitment? Do you need
I don't think so at the moment.
people could borrow
But like your moment, you think you're still looking out of these eyes that still think they're 19, 20, 21. But they're not. I don't think so at the moment. It's like you're gonna be having a free bus pass pretty soon. Do you know what I mean? And you know, so I don't think so. Like, I'm in a very happy, committed relationship because of it. I don't that aside, do you need to be in a relationship?
Yeah, maybe you don't need to. You don't think you need to, man. You're doing well.
Do you need to?
Do you need to? I don't know, man. I always have a problem. I just always think something's wrong. You know, I have a lot of whatever that is. Like, I'm always some emotional deficit.
The dis-ease.
Yeah. I have a constant discomfort.
I have a constant discomfort. Do you not have a constant discomfort because you lose self-medicate?
Yeah. It's like
let me ask you this, right? You don't have the drink for 4 weeks.
There's a lot of different
What's
motivations
your
behind
mental
them.
state?
Resentment.
I'm just bored.
So you're drinking for paying enough? Oh, you're an American then. You're in the union.
I remember I stopped like
One of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide.
I couldn't lay down.
That's your liver bubble.
No, the pain in my back just was like,
Does your back feel round and it's kind of down from the bottom?
it was there. Yeah.
That's your liver.
No, this is actually.
You think you have a soft, round back?
Yeah, because it's constantly inflamed. And then you don't drink, so you have nothing to numb it.
You're going to pass
This is a
this.
subject we're better off. No, this, yeah. Oh, no. It was like, in here.
You're going to pass this stuff in one day.
That's living.
Oh, right. So, but when I was walking,
You're going to piss a crack rock. You're going to pass this stuff.
walk into my boobs. Disappear.
Speaking of rolling side, you're going to roll a couple out of your wiener one day, man. From all of that drink specials building up in it. Bro, Mark would be the best thing. Mark would be like at the bar, you know, when at some of the high tables, he'd put his computer on the table at like a nightclub. Get his computer out there, just at a nightclub, get his ear things, and pretend he was a DJ, dude. So all the drunk chicks would come up and talk to him and be like, yeah, I'll play it in a second. Emailing people.
Are you writing? Are you being creative?
Yeah.
What's your outlet apart from? Do you have any time outside of podcasting and comedy? Outside of comedy, what's your creative outlets?
It probably has been kind of, I think socializing has been important. So that's what something I want to come back on, which includes like dating around this.
How do you do with social?
I do okay. I think fortunately with stand-up, it builds a lot of that is built into it. So it's like you almost, I count kind of sometimes stand-up as my social life. Because you're at the club.
Do you feel okay? So you feel like your tribe is community. So you feel comfortable within that tribe of people. Outside of that tribe, how would you social?
I like to spend time within the recovery room, talk with people like that. I love that kind of stuff. But I need more time for myself. I gotta do some things for myself. I do everything.
So in this kind of
you are checking yourself into a men's recovery place to give yourself some space. So you're not, is that like rehab or is that like a meditation place?
I don't know, actually. I'm talking to like 5 or 6 of them right now. I'm just trying to decide, investigate.
And how long do you spend there?
I'll probably just do 2 weeks.
Okay, and what do you hope to get from it?
I just want to build a relationship with my higher power. I want to go over like some intimacy issue kind of stuff.
Did you have a relationship with a higher power?
Very clear, multiple statements.
What is your higher power?
Just going.
A God of your understanding or a religious God, a Christian God?
Yeah, I kind of attach it to a Christian God because that's what's most familiar for me. But I'm just a thing of God. I just believe in God.
Have you had your atheist moment?
It has occurred.
I think I did when I was younger. I didn't think God did all this kind of anger. But I don't think I had that anymore. I want there to be a God. I want there to be something that cares about me.
And do you pray? Do you pray in the morning and at night?
Yeah.
And you've started to do that since you were in recovery?
Yeah. Mark, you need to come out through a fire off of you for you, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I was telling Rob earlier, I almost there was a girl recently that I was chatting to a brother of my back, and she was very much into Bible and I found myself, I thought, I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to read the Bible too. Not right in the moment, but afterwards I was like, I
vomited on a woman once on accident, and then met her at church in the morning. She's like, "You're not gonna beat me." I was like, "I'll beat you." It's just so rich.
So what was your drug of choice?
I think just feelings, my biggest drug. Just thinking of just my brain is just my thoughts, my feelings. I never really struggled that much with addiction, with like substances. You know? I think I relate a lot more with like SLAA type stuff and those type of things. I don't sleep that great. What do you think that is? We're also just getting to be an age where we don't sleep well. It's kind of like that.
Well, do you think for me, 47 is like here 5
Oh, it works. It works. I drink water after about maybe 7 p.m.
Really?
Because it just keeps coming out of you. Really? That's why I see old people that are just traveling around peeing different places.
Yeah.
They're like dogs, yeah.
Like it's just starting to happen. Where I, like normally I would close my eyes and when I did fall asleep on the stage. But now I go to sleep and then I wake up 5 times. And that's happened in the last 12 months.
Well, there's machines talking in the distance too while we're laying there. It's getting fucking crazy. That information is traveling through the air into your phone, computers, printers, satellites, and all.
Have you been addicted to Ambien?
No, I would do it.
What's that again?
It's
sleep nighttime.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Were you really? What'd you do on it, huh?
Sleeping. So I would
Get up and have a pie, eh?
So I would sleep. And there was one time I was doing a show and they bought 32 euros. So like $32. That's a lot, right? Yeah. And because of that, I had $32 worth of sleep. What? Completely asleep. You don't know.
It's like a Japanese game show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And did that cause you to shut it down? You're like, I'm going to roll the dice again. See what else I can eat.
No, by that time I'm addicted, so I needed to go to sleep. I'm so on tour, and if I don't sleep and I'm on tour, then I'm gonna just not perform the way that I thought. Last gigs, and oh my god, I'm tired anyway. So all the way through that tour, I was living like a monk with food during the day, so that my body is a temple, and then at night I was taking these Ambien. Yeah. I mean,
you actually don't remember any of them?
I don't remember any. It was sort of like my security on tour. They'd have me, and I'd be like, can I? And then I'd go next door. And then I'd have my Ambien and I'd fall asleep. And then I would get up completely naked, go through to security room and have a conversation with them as lucidly as this, but completely naked
And asleep.
And then I'd wake up the next morning. I'd wake up the next morning and I'd say, this look on their eyes would just be like,
But
that was when we got off.
yeah, voluntarily. Now we have
It's like you said, if you didn't sleep that much, and then you can't sleep, you're like,
Especially if you're on tour, like we get stressed out, like I gotta, if I'm gonna get my sleep on,
Dude, I've been in positions where I play Wembley Stadium. I awake at 12 o'clock the next and I've got to play Wembley Stadium. And I have been asleep. There's no drugs. I'm completely and utterly sober. It's just my mind is going. Because you're in front of me and you've just shared this where you just like, you create your own drug inside of you. So you're eating it, dopamine, adrenaline, serotonin, but like this crazy amount because there's 80,000 people looking at you. And then you go back to the room and you're sort of like, yeah. But then you've got to go do it again. And that's why touring crushes me. It's like, I enjoy touring. No, I don't at all. Do you enjoy the gigs that feel spiritual and otherworldly? Oh my God, I couldn't even tell you. They're fucking believable. You know that you're in the bucket. You're in the bucket and you can't miss anything that you do and just free flowing. Yes, that is absolutely otherworldly and incredible. How often does that happen on tour? Not very often. Why? Because I've had 3 hours sleep last week. And you then got to do the thing, you performance. You then got to go and do the thing again, which is why that, I got addicted to. I mean, the thing that I did last few weeks, have you tried magnesium?
Yeah, I have been taking magnesium, and it helps if I remember to take it.
Yes. So how many milligrams do you take?
2 pills, 2 white pills of it.
100, 200 milligrams. So
I feel it. I think I feel it.
Yeah. So did you take it last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the magnesium's been giving me anxiety.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I've been taking magnesium a lot of the last couple of weeks.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sleeping.
Well, there you go. You can't have it all.
Yeah, but so
some level
I noticed anxiety. So not the magnesium.
That was entirely hypothetical. Or even true believers.
It's a dirty balance. It's a fucking dirty experiment always going on inside.
They're injected into
What time is that?
and they have a lot.
Sleeping about 11:30. Woke up at 3. Fit of anger for about 40 minutes.
Bit of anger in the middle of the
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll be here now.
I've never heard it.
So you wake up in a fit of anger about not being able to sleep.
I'll wake up, my brain starts thinking about something, then I'll start doing something online, and then I'm angry. Because I don't have a lot of time during the day sometimes, so it's like, oh, fuck, I got a little bit of time. And then I'm too angry, then I need to go back to sleep. So I'll probably take a nap today. Nap is good when you drool. You ever had that?
Yeah.
Your face just kind of orgasms.
Okay, but like daytime sleep. Daytime sleep, when you wake up from it, do you need sugar?
Well in touch
Oh,
with
yeah.
their Jewish
I do.
beliefs.
I haven't noticed.
If I wake up, I need chocolate.
Maintain a kosher diet,
It's like
observe
the cross.
Sabbath,
Yeah.
talk to children.
But you're freaking eating chocolate in your damn sleep. I mean, I go out and rain out there.
I'm not chocolate. Cake on it.
You can't do away with cake, man. I'll get married just to have some damn cake, boy. I love cake.
Which is your favorite cake?
I kind of like let me think. I like coconut cake.
I didn't know red velvet existed until I came to America. It was just like, and have you had this cake, celebration cake? And it's like got rainbow colours in it, like Skittles.
It's a real thing.
Retaining their Jewish identity, this is not fair. I don't look around as people of authority, even in the church, you say,
You don't eat. There's another thing that nobody tells us is you not eating. So you're like an anorexic alcoholic.
Yeah, brother, you're sick.
He is.
Yeah, lay down here. We'll take your temperature.
Yeah, he's like having
thinking different thoughts about
women would get upset about it.
whereas things that specifically protected against the church diocese discussed in the past.
Dude, in 20 years, we're just going to be having smoothies. Nobody's going to be
strong need for
I had the kids gave me a book.
Isabella and Ferdinand had
£7.
engaged in very very expensive wars.
I've used it as the great reason.
Push the Muslims out.
Oh, you
The
actually.
prospect
I
of
thought
No. I wasn't caking it. I wasn't chocolate.
one-time big surge of cash.
Well, but what I was doing was lying to myself. Keto bars.
One of the ways that
See
they
these
were
keto bars?
impressed was
Keto bars are protein bars.
so
you see these like bams.
Yeah.
No. Basically, they should just be like calorie.
1478.
So I was not having the chocolate cake. So now what I've done with this great reset is I got rid of those, and every time I want one of those, I go for a banana, and it's nowhere near as fun. But you can't be old and fat. You can't be old and fat. So I'm just trying my best not to be fat. Have you ever been fat?
I was maybe fat when I was a little bit when I was young, like in the spring. But not as an adult. I would do it.
I remember when Nana called me fat on TV.
Part of that punishment is confiscation of their wealth. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada.
Yeah, that messed me up. Yeah. But here we were sorry. I could say sorry because I don't
by creating this church-like environment where a Christian neighbor would
Nana's dead.
portray
so
Jewish
So I was like, oh, it's fine.
She died during the pandemic, eh?
Yeah, I actually thought she died like
She told me that.
Jack Hemmer heard terrible tortures, and the man
I
died.
was like, that's every day.
Divulged the name of other conversos who were also secretly
That's like 4 days ago. I
after
was
the
like,
pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a hold of his name, so they go out and arrest those.
Was your Nan
And
your example of love?
storage environment rapidly spun out of control.
oh,
In
yeah.
the space of a couple decades, it got beyond imagination.
Treat you warmly now.
Yeah.
Where
But she's the family.
were often accused of
I didn't feel like it.
No, they would never would.
Oh, you're fine.
I didn't know I lost when Rubber saw me fix
Oh, hang on. So your grandma passed away just recently. It's only just
they were
Yeah, yeah.
just like out and about now in Los Angeles. She's dead.
but they were
Like if someone takes a photo, I want this goal.
they have been aiding and abetting.
Make that song.
If they're like, hey, Nan, make the Nana's alive face.
Yeah,
Like,
No, I do that.
In
I go
one
like.
notorious case, some
And there's another thing that, okay, so side view. So this here,
and this
Oh, that's
sparked a lot
oh,
more
make your chin pop out someday.
as you can see.
yeah, but you have. Why why'd you do that? Because you've got a chin.
Oh, yeah, I just like having a little bit of hair on there. It reminds me of like,
It rapidly spun out of control.
What are you gonna do? And you're keeping the mullet. I think you rock the mullet. So, but you've had it forever, right?
I've had it when I was a child, I had it, and then I didn't have it when I moved out here for a while. And then I just like my hair long. It doesn't feel, for me, it's not like a gimmicky type of thing. Some people get like gimmicky type of haircut that, for some purpose. I just feel most comfortable.
It's, Did you ever go through it? You go, no, I'm losing my hair.
Oh, you're doing fine.
No, I'm doing all right, but then if you.
These are three.
So I went to go and have a thatch. I went to go and have the.
I've had that.
Oh, did you do it?
Yeah.
I went to have it done, and the guy was like, bad news. Because they harvest it from here, right? So bad news, your hair is so thin, we can't harvest it from there. We'll do nothing. So I was like, second opinion was, your hair is that thin, we can't harvest it from there. It would do damage. Thank God you came to see us, because people would have harvested it. So what I did was I had these injections, and I would take out like two vials of this stuff where they numb your head, and then they do these vials, and in 5 months' time, your hair grows back. And it costs the same price as my grandma's. Yeah, nothing's happened. We're now 7 months in, and nothing's happened. You can't tell, because but when I'm on stage, and there's a 40-foot screen of me at the back, and I'm giving it the big one, and I'm doing the sexy like that, and they're going, yeah, and then I look behind me, and this guy was like, no hair. It's like, oh, thank you for humoring me.
Hard to. That's one thing that's interesting about like the way we capture ourselves now, and especially like at your level of fame and popularity that you have, Robbie. That is it hard to live up to try and always live up to that, like live up to like because you're captured at such a young, vibrant time in your life that you gotta like fuck, you know.
Well, I was my nickname in the press was
Kind of thicker.
Yeah, but not like I have a tendency to
the scone up.
Yeah, and then go down again.
Oh,
Like,
damn scone.
but it sort of it damaged me. It's something that I don't want to look in the mirror. I don't want to look at myself. If I'm doing a photo, I say, do you want to come and check this out? So look, I'm shooting a video. They're like, that was a great take. Do you want to come and look? So I just don't like looking at myself, which is another one of those things. People go, can I have my picture taken? It's basically going, hey, you know all those things that you hate about yourself? Now is the time to hate yourself about it.
I was just like your rock DJ video where you're stripping naked, it's like ripped and stuff. If I had like a really good video like that and it's all bad picture, and the self-hating shit,
well, I'm body dysmorphic too. Yeah, because like being like obese and being body dysmorphic. Like the first time that I was called body dysmorphic.
So what does it mean body dysmorphic?
It's just like reading it.
Or you cannot read. That's not read. You can't like.
No, you think you're fatter than you are.
Oh,
yeah. So it was like a compliment. He's like, body dysmorphic. I was like, no, like when you're body dysmorphic and obese. Oh, that's awful. Because not only are you fat, but when you look at yourself, you're fatter than. Oh, you actually know. Yes. Yes. But then you know that. You know that one where you're just like, oh, I look awful, and then 18 months later you look at that photo. Yeah. I was in good shape.
Oh, that's so annoying.
That's body dysmorphic.
Oh, dude, because when I look at younger pictures of myself, I'm like, God, you were a handsome guy. If I only thought then that I was handsome, it would have been such a different fuck. Instead of every day thinking I was
You're a
horrible.
striking looking guy. You're a good looking guy. Like saw you in the saw you in the car park.
Pretty happily straight.
Saw you in the car park. It's like, I think that's a good looking man.
I think like you waste your 20s thinking you're wrong. Yeah, spend the whole time like being like, fuck. I'd see a photo and I'd be like, I remember being so comfortable that night. Because I look like shit. Yes. And I always hear them like, oh fuck, I was damn.
Well, let's put it.
Why do we do it?
Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm in and out everything, large, everything. I know I'm an M. I know I'm an M. I haven't been an M for a long process. Like I haven't been an M for 15 years, 17 years since I met the wife and became happy. Yeah, I haven't been an anything. And that's what happens with me and weight is like I get overweight and then I do something extreme to get underweight. Then I get to underweight, but I'm really unhappy because I'm not satiated and my body's going feed me. And I'm like, I look wicked in clothes. For that 2 seconds that happens, the minute you stop being abusive to yourself by not giving yourself nutrients and food, you instant. So I'm like, yo-yo.
And the yo-yo, when you're watching the yo-yo go, so it's like you're like judging yourself at every fluctuation. It's hard being alive.
Life is fun.
That's how they force it. What was that joke? It's so good. Norm McDonald used to tell a joke. People like, I was like, man, I can't believe that so and so killed themselves. And he's like, you can't? Haven't you ever been alive?
By the way, when Norm passed away, I just spent every waking hour
back a little bit in the past.
There's a channel on YouTube.
Some of the ironies of history that promotes maybe they will illustrate opportunities
just
for the most productive
absolutely
all the
just
people.
unique.
His British sense of humor kind of unique.
We're going to go through well over 1,000 years.
Outside,
But rebellion and
Yeah, maybe that's the aspect of it. Jimmy Dore, I really like listens.
Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel is that they had
Jimmy Carr, yeah. And Jimmy Dore, I like, but Jimmy Carr is a really nice guy. You guys look a little bit like him, right?
Jimmy, he's amazing. A little
bit, yeah.
Great war that and resulted in destruction of the temple.
Yeah, let's get one more question. You guys out here, man. I appreciate your time today.
Jerusalem, Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake of Masada. Then after Quietus revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel, there were uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor. So I've skipped over, many people call it the Second World War. Most people call it the Revolt, the Second World War. Much more intense. Once again, in the
gang boys from Melbourne, Australia.
disastrous consequences. So
gang.
the
So
idea
here's a bit of anxiety, right? So I was watching. I'm a fan of yours, podcasts,
and what it meant for the Jewish people, besides tremendous political upheaval,
Oh, yeah.
It's the podcast that you did, and then there was the questions at the end. And I'm like,
as a puppet government in Brazil, that was 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's one of the person who's not there.
yeah, that's a good question. It's just going to be somebody abusing me. Yeah. What an asshole. Why have you got him on?
I didn't even know where he was going.
Yeah.
We had a bunch.
Do you know what? I absolutely. Here's a question. Here's my answer. My answer is, if you could be born a different
But it
nationality,
also meant that
and you have to choose. Mine would be Australia. I would choose to be, because I just absolutely love Aussies. I absolutely love Australia. It's like, if I'd have come from Australia, I probably have a different relationship. In Australia, in England, I'm not allowed to tall poppy syndrome, kill their own, let's build them up, and then kill them, and then keep killing them until they're dead 70 times. But in Australia, they just allow me to be me and my sense of humor, and they don't misquote me, and they, and it's like, Australia is like England, and I just adore being there because I just feel it's like an exhale. It's like I feel it's like I let the stomach just go. So my answer to the question I posed, if you could go again,
Australia, I go maybe. I love Australia. What I love about it is just like the energy over there. People are excited. People are willing to risk their lives every day for nothing. They'll die for nothing, though. So it's like, it's just a bunch of human Red Bull cans, they're just well in the good. Nothing's off limits here. They're just real like loving and fucking outgoing. They fucking love you so much they'll fucking kill you. They're just really, really fired up and they'll jump off of something and die, just to give you a note. So they're just, I love Australia, man. I would go Australia. I'd maybe go dark Australian, maybe like a little mix, maybe white Abba or something, grilled Australian, just to have a little bit of that darker ambiance, but also still be Australian, a little bit more bush, but still whack,
Still away. It's to be a complete cunt.
Oh, yeah.
I like it to speak like
My kids speak French. My kids are fluent French.
Really? How did it happen?
My wife's a francophile, which means she thinks she's French. She's from Colville Academy, but she thinks she's French. So my wife speaks French, Italian, Turkish, and my kids now have conversations
Really?
about
That's asking off, though.
yeah, it's
Oh, if my kids were sitting around speaking in French, looking up at me and laughing, I would get
there's a good guy who goes in, and you're like, what are you saying about me?
You also just did an impersonation of every character from Waterboy, too. So, I mean, that's it. Man, to have French speakers in your own home, you don't know what's going on, dude.
So like my son Charlie is 6. We were in Switzerland just recently, and I took him out on his scooter, and there was a lady. We call them volleyball ladies. They call the people that
Dots, probably.
No, the ladies that help call the men that help kids get across the pedestrian.
Oh, traffic guards.
Yeah. Traffic guards. She looks at me. She goes, and I'm like, sorry, I'm late. And then Charlie, I'm not sure the lady says that there is a racing terror. There's going to be lots of people coming on bikes. It's really dangerous. Just like, yeah.
You don't get the better of it.
Charlie. That's a cool name for a kid. I like that
Charlton.
name. Oh, Charlton. Oh, it's a risk.
Why?
But Charlton just sounds like, because I think it's a candy also in America. Charlton. Oh, it used to be a dance act, the Charlton.
That's the Charleston.
Oh, Charleston. So definitely you can see him doing some dancing.
I got a Charlton.
Oh, man. Teddy's Theodore, right?
Yeah, Theodore, yeah.
Good name.
Do you know, kids? Do you ever watch the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh, yeah.
Watch Bo Duke?
Oh, yeah.
How's that spelled?
B-O.
Yeah. That's how I want it. Because of the Dukes of B-E-A. Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's still the
One of my good mates from growing up is named Bo, actually. Yeah, Bo's a popular name in Louisiana.
It's a rednecky name, right?
Oh, let me think. It can be, but it also is kind of like an affluent name. So I think it depends on how you spell it. B-O is probably a little bit more rural, and then B-E-A-U is a little bit more like French.
Beauregard.
Yeah.
I don't want it Beauregard.
That's a good name.
No, it's
Beauregard?
No, it's Beauregard. Beauregard. There's no.
We had a
I'm stuck.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, but still, dude. Well, you need to be from East Sussex. Is that a place? East Sussex?
It sounds like that.
Yeah.
What about?
Okay. So here's a question for you. Right, anxiety. How's your anxiety been? Because we went into this.
Yeah.
So how's your anxiety been through this podcast?
It's been good until you ask me a question.
You've just been the audience.
Yeah. You've done a great job of being that. Mark's very supportive. I will say it's one really. I mean, he has a lot of great characters. He's one of them. He's very supportive. He's a good comedian. You just kind of understand what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost trickery because like I'm great at this, and then you just don't know what you're talking about.
I do things to explain your whole thing. I'm like, all right, this voice.
Do you worry about that being in America and trying to be successful in the place?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate that.
Do you clip your words so that people?
Yeah, sometimes. Like I said it like twice saying pat. Going on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but not. It's not. You know, like not in a movie. It's not all that. It's accent.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like but if I call it out, I say like I went to the bar, and then people were like, oh, I went to the bar.
So if
People know you're at the bar.
Yeah, but like,
No doubt about that.
yeah, but like in road testing material, and you're like, that didn't work. It's like, do you know if it didn't work? Just
Yeah, it's trying to figure it out. I'm like, oh, if I even say like a stare, like she had a stare.
It's a rash.
Well, I was like, why do they not get? And I figured out that I think I'm saying she stares. Oh, I see it. So I was like,
We're getting dumb here, dude. America, we're getting dumb fast, man. There was more interesting thing I was going to ask you, but I don't get too much anxiety around you. You're very welcoming. You're very welcoming. Your wife's personality asks a lot of questions. Yeah, I don't feel a ton of anxiety.
Do you, when you do podcasts, do you
rising authorities
the night before,
promised
or
the
do you
Jews
just
to
rock
allow
up
them
and
Cyrus
hit it?
Sometimes I revise. You know, when I talk about you coming in, like, you know, I know about your career, but I didn't know like what your energy was like really. But Mark, you know, just say you're just a pretty cool guy to be around and engage in conversation. So I didn't think too far past that. We got some questions from folks, and then I just like to kind of see what's going on for the day. But if we had an author come in, then we had an author come in the other day, and so with him we went through and read like half the book as much as I could.
Do you think Joe Rogan just rocks up?
I think it's a mix. I think Joe Rogan, and this is something I learned about him recently, was that he always was very. People would say he talked too much. He said people when I was younger would say, man, he talked too much. And then look what he did with it. He is extremely curious. So he has, I think, a very curious nature. So curiosity, I think, if you have it inside of you, it makes your brain, it gives your face questions all the time when you ask someone. So if your curiosity is really working, I think my curiosity works better when I'm feeling good, when I'm in a space of self very much. My brain isn't kind of worried about things in my own life. So I think the healthier I am mentally and stuff, the more curiosity I have, the better I do. But what do I think Joe does? I think at this point he probably has enough comfort with how to do certain things.
He knows the mechanisms.
Yeah.
Do you, when you're doing podcasts, do you find that you are insanely concentrated? Do you find, like, for example, when I'm doing a podcast when I did one interview where I was asking questions for the rest of the time on the podcast, I am just are you hyper-focused in these moments? Or I was watching you do the Nick thing with sorts of thing, and it was just chatting shit between two people, and it felt very natural, and it felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
So if this is on an idea, I am just like I've taken so much.
I guess I do feel more focused than usual. It's kind of a respite from the rest of my day, so I'm grateful that I have to think about other people and just be involved with others. So that's nice. I feel hyper-focused. I think it depends. I know that people like when people are just having a conversation, when it doesn't feel sometimes like there's a ton of planning. So,
what does the rest of your day look like?
The rest of my day looks like I'll probably patch up with these guys and make sure everything's good. Look at some social media clips and stuff like that. I gotta check in with a sponsor, so I had a little bit of a falling out with a sponsor, so I need to check in with him and decide. I've been off for like about 2 months, but it's also scary because I feel like I had it because I got on them like 15 years ago, so it's like I think because I felt like I wasn't having a lot of feelings, so like it's one of the reasons I'm not having feelings because I'm on these meds. Like part of me, I was thinking, so I was like, it's hard for me to I feel like if I want to fall in love with somebody, so I was like, maybe I'm not feeling love because I don't. I feel like I have a lot of I've been kind of a little bit more tearful, honestly, dude, a little bit more emotional. So that's been a little bit, kind of almost a little bit alarming. But then part of me, maybe these feelings that have been needing to get out for so long, and they haven't. So I just don't know.
For me, obviously, we're not doctors. So I'm not saying I'm not.
You've never had a doctor.
false doctor. I'm not suggesting anybody do what I'm doing at all. It's not what I'm saying. Just how this is working for me. I'm on motherfucking meds, and that's the way to understand. Wow, that's it. I am totally in. I don't need to go and evaluate, see if there's some feelings that need come around. Is that I spent, I would say, 2006 in abject misery of some form because of my poor mental health. And I don't want to waste another second in there. You know, and that's for me, you know, it's like I'm in the relationship with my missus, kids. For me, it makes total sense just to be like, okay, this is my life, this is what I need for it to happen.
I think about that too. I think about getting back on actually. What were you on? Just some sertraline or some generic Prozac. Fluoxetine. Pretty low dose. Like 10. Yeah, maybe 15.
There's nothing that's... And have you not had the Zaps coming off them? How did you wean off it?
I weaned pretty decently, like cutting down pills, getting the smallest pills, and cutting them in half and stuff like that. Didn't have anything like that. I've just been more emotional. Like I'll start talking to somebody and I'm balling up. Sir, this is a Carl's Jr. And we're close. Like, sorry, man.
But that happens with me. It's like all of a sudden, and my wife will be like, really? Yeah. But what I just forgot to take my meds for 6 days. But I don't know that I forgot to take my meds until and every time it happens, I forget that that's what happens. And it happens twice a year, where I'll just be like, and my wife will be like, because she responds so much better to things like, oh yeah, it's like, I am angry about your timekeeping, and she'll be like, and then like I get short of being angry about her timekeeping, but if I went, I don't know what to do, timekeeping, she'd be like, but it's the weirdest thing with the meds where I just forget to take them. And then I make the songs.
Do you ever feel that like if you take the med, you're giving it like there's some like big pharmacy system you're giving it to? I don't know if I feel that way.
I've never taken meds, never tried.
But I just wonder why we got put together where we don't, or you know, why would we be put together where we need some other thing? It seems like but maybe also having meds could be just a side effect of where we are as a population and species in time. Like that one, we're way different than what things used to be like.
Yeah, the past is a different country. They do things differently.
That's a great statement. The past is a different country.
Yeah, wow. It's all sorts of change. That's why everybody's freaking mentally ill. It's because of what society is doing. And if I could just have like a breather, if I could have something that gives me a breather from myself.
It's kind of like, why would you get a haircut and wash?
Why would you cut my clothes?
Yeah, so like, it's kind of like,
you're getting into Balenciaga.
Those cheap shoes.
Wow, that's a great joke. Maybe we'll finish there.
Oh, can I ask about your teeth before you go?
Yeah.
Are they yours?
Yeah. Thanks, man. Oh wait, actually, these two are fake. Those yours. They got good white teeth. Mine is getting a little beiged out.
No, yours are. He's got a
amazing teeth.
When I was young, I had spaced out teeth. Yeah, I got the retainers. Yeah. Sometimes I wish I could go back.
I'm gonna go and get some teeth in the bin. Yeah.
You kind of, I feel like you have that kind of like Andy Dufresne, like runs a train, like you were like a train. You don't want those bright white teeth that people get in like Zimbabwe or something.
No, I don't want a mouthful of teeth like that. I'm on not yours.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you look as though you've got a mouthful of teeth. They don't look like yours.
yeah. Oh, really?
What is it? What is it? Economic background. Not great.
Yeah, not good.
Shitty.
Yeah, shit.
What is it about your economic background growing up? Shitty. Teeth, amazing. My economic background growing up, shitty. Teeth, brown, bitty. What happens? What's the psyche with America and the psyche with the UK and Ireland where we're just like, fuck teeth?
Maybe in America, they think
That's what it is.
You possibly can.
yeah, like I just don't think like teeth are down the line.
Yeah.
Like they're cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's past liver for you.
Well, I think generally, like, I also notice, like, if you do, like, a lot of, I thought when I was in law or in United Kingdom or Britain, that they had more, a lot of the women, the men were better looking than the women. I thought that, it may, it could have just, I didn't see a ton of couples. I probably only saw about 80 couples. Lonesome men, which is my audience. But, which I'm grateful for, guys. But I felt like maybe the women was more, you see a lot more tan women, like the fancy women in England are real tanned up. Yeah, it's like a popular thing,
This is in accordance with the most strict observance of the
I remember like getting here and I was just like outside with the lights and I just like I'm gonna count everything. I'm gonna count 50.
Also, there is no judgment on Christian work after the 13th century.
It was like the ratio was 50. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. People are just at least fit. They're like they fit well. Yeah, everybody's people can do it immediately here and there. Guys. Do you think that that's good though? Oh, did you ever hire one of those dating services if you got some money to help you find a decent lady? Because I wonder if when you're popular and at your level of fame, how do you seed out, like seed out
I didn't want to be in a relationship, so, but I would have done if it didn't carry on.
But the term Arab is an ethnic designation.
You look great for 47.
Well, thank you very much. So, I probably would have done eventually, but at the point at that point,
many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all.
Right? Are you not right? Why is it all?
It's just like you match and you talk and it's very like.
Why does it match and talk and long? Because there's bigger
Arab, however, is still
like it's
Shaq is on there.
and all these famous.
So if you're not dipping,
Yeah.
if you're not dipping,
You get an initial look at the matches.
Yeah, to look out.
Yeah, the conversation is very. What's going on? Too bad. And you, John.
What are you on?
I think about it sometimes, but I'm trying to go the other way right now. I got to get a little bit of space. But yeah, I just don't need to be doing anything like because I'm just feeling compulsive about it. That's what I'm overall working on. It's just compulsive. Find someone you really like, then dump your coat. And that's a possibility too. I want to leave that door open.
That's what you got to do. But then,
I don't know. I also think there's a time in your life where you get to where you're ready to do that. And I think it's part of me feels myself getting there.
That's really bullshit.
That's what
It's bullshit. Yeah, that's what I was saying the whole time. It's like I wasn't ready at 30. Apparently I was, because I have been since I've been 32. It's like you are ready now. You just don't know it. Find, if she comes in and she makes you laugh and you trust her and you like looking at her, marry it, and then, like I say, I'll swear again, don't you come, and then you win.
When you were saying that, I got a bit anxious.
Yeah, the Marriott.
No, the whole it's that easy.
Oh yeah.
I got anxious. I was like, oh, I wonder if there's another guy.
Oh yeah.
It was also.
But that's gonna happen. But that's gonna happen always for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Then I'd be like, wait here, be right back.
That happens with me when I'm watching it. And then I go, oh yeah, this happens all of the time. It's just that thing inside me, and then it's like I have an amazing wife. Great to look at, makes me laugh, and I trust her. And like, what am I solving? What would be better about any of these?
Okay, on the spot.
So that's something that you got to put in, like what would you swap? Sometimes you never make a list of the values in the one thing that you have, and so there's always like, that's what I noticed too, if I don't ever really kind of make a list of what, like, this I have, like, always have a friend, you got like a teammate, somebody to watch, do things with, like, if you never really list that out, then you'll just always think there's this invisible idea of something, or because that's what I noticed, I have this invisible idea that I've never even looked at, like, what is this idea? It's just a fucking, and then you get over there, and it's just some fucking thing smoking outside of a building, like, what is this?
Lake Morpheus just blob of an idea over. It's like this sort of greyish tinges of back in it. It's sort of like, I don't know what it is, but it's better.
Yes,
that's what it is.
Yeah. It's always going to be out there, man. Thank you for your time, guys. Yep. Robbie, Mark, it was a pleasure, man.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, but when I reach that round, I'll share this piece of mind out loud. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take a little time for me to set that parking brake and let myself unwind. Shine that light on me. Let me tell you the story. Shine on me. And I'll be found a song. I'll be singing just for you.
Particularly on the coast, where not surprisingly you see a lot of Crusader.
Welcome to the show today, guys. I want to let you know that I have some tour dates. I want to see you in live space,
After Saladin,
real time. They call it IRL. Jacksonville, Florida, February 2nd. I'll be there. St. Florida, February 3rd. Orlando, Florida, Lafayette, Indiana, 4th, Rockford, Illinois, February 25th, Chicago, Illinois, February 26th, Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's sold out now, May 6th, we may add one there, and then Los Angeles, California, the Wiltern, May, that is all Return of the Rat Tour. Grab those tickets on theofon.com/tour. Today's guests are two men who are from another country, and they left their country. I'm not sure why exactly, but that's what they did, and we're very happy to have them here today. They are one of the most, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, of modern time, of all BC, or AD, Mr. Robbie Williams, and comedian Mark Haiti.
Sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I'll be the song. I'll sing it just for you.
This year was treated very differently. The South Mega was essentially abandoned to traveling the Arab tribes that were see that
like, because I had a place that I would say was like quite yeah, and that was like a mansion in Beverly Hills, gated community.
Gaza, of course, was much more
then I just
was actually very large. Double
place in Beverly Hills, it's 20 acres. Yeah, right now. 20 acres, 30,000 square foot. Yeah, with that's 28. Yeah.
Other rooms you haven't been in anymore.
Made their way to spot.
That's unreal, isn't it?
Well, let me tell you the thinking. Okay, so the thinking is this. So you make some money, and then you and then you want to do things understand. I don't understand. So, like, you know, you got some shares and investments that you can make. I don't understand that. What do I understand? I understand bricks and mortar. So if I have some bricks and mortar and the stock market and everything goes to hell in a handbasket, it still exists. The bricks and mortar will be there. So I took money out of the investments, invested it into bricks and mortar, and bought this place, 20 acres, 30,000 square foot, blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, I did a grown-up thing. And I'm really proud of myself. And then you go, right, okay, what you don't take into consideration is 20 acres needs tending in Beverly Hills. So you need 2 gardeners. And then, that's right. And yeah, hold on though. So then you've got your insurance for the house. So the insurance on the house because of the fires is $700.
Wait, so the insurance because of fires is $700 a year.
Yeah.
What? Seriously?
Yeah. And then you have your house tax thing each year, which is $400,000. So basically, what you don't take into consideration when you buy bricks and mortar, especially in California, is that, okay, so you need 2 gardeners, 3 housekeepers, a house manager, a house security, 2 nannies.
For you?
Yeah, just for me. So basically, what I'm saying is you can't win anyway because you know the tax of actually the life tax, right? Head tax, right? Of having a property that big, you just can't. You come downstairs and you see 11 cars.
We should discuss that more.
So, you know, I'm basically wandering around a super yacht on land. So it's sort of like drain. It's like a super yacht drain, but on land.
Why? Because you constantly just see the money going by. You mean?
Yeah. You just see. I walk down and
everything looks like an expense, kind of.
When I walk into the kitchen today, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. People. One of them are my family. So you know what I mean? And they're all doing a job for me. And so it's just like, you know, like an old taxi where you just sort of like watch the cash go up.
One of the most traditional ways to approach
not including us. So my big expense is on people that work. Right. I'm not a big. Because if, for example, if I want a like bling watch, I'm like, look, I then get in touch with the company to get the watch.
Oh, I see. So you like to save money in some senses. I don't know what that is. That's what we.
Anyway, back to what we were talking on the way.
about a studio is one where you have to hear something in the distance.
Anxiety. So what's going on?
I don't know, man. I think I just get overwhelmed. I don't like being like a boss. I don't like having, like, once comedy kind of started to turn more also into podcasts, you have to, like, you know, help get things done and make sure that everything runs smoothly. It just becomes a bit, like, I think it just starts to exhaust me. I don't get to be as creative, you know? So when I'm listening to you say that you have help and people are helping, I'm like, that really perks my ears out, because I'm like,
Really are people out there. Level of problem. You've got anxiety about being the boss. You're anxious about something else.
yeah.
So you're just swapping problems.
Yeah.
But mine sounds like a better problem than yours.
There is a fountain out front of it.
No, my problem does feel better.
Who's got better problems? That would be almost a great game show. It's just like somebody's like, I've got Down syndrome, and somebody else is like, I've got anxiety, and people vote in the crowd.
I chafed in it.
But you know, yeah, or a sharp shirt. Yeah, was there or not?
I think you didn't know it was basically just got higher
Like Billy Elliot.
Exactly like Billy Elliot. Yeah, like Billy Elliot.
I love that movie.
So there's no anxiety, but like I thought that when I was growing up, I had like a psychic ability to know that there was going to be trouble. That was, I thought that it was like I've got this inbuilt radar that detects trouble. But actually, what it is you're around sociopaths and psychopaths, so you're actually scared. Yeah, all of the time, just living in fear all of the time. And like my wife, who's from Beverly Hills, she's had an ensuite all of her life. I'm from a place where we had a bath on Sunday, and I was a third in the bath after my
Third in the water, huh?
Third in
you freaking collected coins at that point.
my mom, right? My grandma
First in.
have a indoor toilet until 1983. Yeah, out in the yard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Someone's hot. She could have an OnlyFans now. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
Is that now that? So, but that's so you're
Your grandma's toilet.
Somebody would pay for it. I'm sure Colin or Jake, one of these guys, would freaking chip in on it. I've seen some pretty dark stuff. I'm sure.
But, yeah. So what?
So you always felt fear, because one of my first feelings that I ever remember in the whole world is being afraid.
Yeah. Yeah. My first memory is lucid dreams that I could fly. And then I woke up and nearly threw myself down. Yeah, but I because I was born in a pub. So yeah. So like we lived in a pub for my first 4 years. So I know my first memory. I must have been 3 or 4. And it was lucid dreaming. Who are you? Yeah, because I've just been doing a load of talking.
We're just sitting here with Robin Williams and Mark Hayes. I mean, we'll do an intro in the beginning too. And you guys are mates, and you guys are from another country.
2 separate countries.
2 separate countries, yeah. Yeah, to us, I think it does run together, you know. I feel like America's getting so weird. People are starting, I've been seeing like Mayflowers and stuff, ads on the internet for like the new Mayflower, and it's heading back across to England. I think people are being cool, yeah. I think people are willing just to maybe change this whole thing.
Here's the thing, though. I think America is so good, no matter how many.
I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it. And I run into students like 20, 30 years ago. This is like one of the few things they remember.
Yeah, you see one more tit on a show.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it's better than the
I've lived in LA for 21 years. And I don't know if you have this with LA or you have this at all. But like every year I'll try and something will happen there, I'll just get pissed off. And there'll be like a bunch of things. Or a bunch of people where I'm just like, really let me down in only a way that people in Los Angeles could. And then I go, no, I am leaving. And then I get on the plane and I take all the dogs and the children and the clothes and land in England. And I go, I need to get back. This is shit. You had that happen all the time. I've done it 4 times. Yeah, like I bought a house in the countryside in England. Right, I bought this. Yeah, bought this place in the countryside in England, and like this is our forever home, wife, and we are living here now. And we leave those people. That's the people in Los Angeles, and the children will grow here and will provide memories. And I bet that I hate it, and I want to go back. Second night, really? Second night by the house. It's like, I like it.
Really?
It's very difficult to live
Yeah.
Wait, do you think it's because something feels like simpler there? Does it feel like not like? What are some of the feelings that would make you think that is it too quiet, simple? Is it too like are there things that make you think like?
I think in Ireland it feels a bit restricted, whereas in LA, like
There's opportunity. You're walking, it's like sometimes it obviously most of the time it is. But in Los Angeles, you just think, I'm walking around the corner, and Adam Sandler is going to go, we should do a biopic about your life where I play you. And I'm like, yeah, Adam Sandler. That should happen.
It's delusional that everyone of all levels.
Yes. I think it used to be more like that was a possibility. You know, I think it used to. I don't, or that used to be certainly a dream. Do you think that's still? I think maybe in our age that was a dream. Like, I can walk down the street and like Eric Estrada's gonna walk up, or freaking you know, I'm trying to somebody else.
Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, Lou Ferrigno. I finally stood behind at a post office one time, and his wife, I think he's deaf. I didn't even know that, which makes the whole Incredible Hulk way more messed up, I think, dude.
And the 81 years of living here, the only thing that has actually happened like that, where somebody walks up to you and offers you something, I was at Gallery in the Valley, and I was offered the chance to be the bachelor.
Where you are?
I don't know.
How did you have that look?
Yeah, maybe it was a while ago. But like the only thing that's ever happened is sort of like you.
Yeah, I think a lot that kind of took over where like it was like reality shows people could get like.
Would you be the bachelor? No, why?
I just would have. I think I'd have. I think I would just be kind of scared. I would just be. I don't know. I'd be flirting with the chicks, but then like. I'd be trying to perv out at night probably and like sneak around or something. It would, I don't know. I'd probably get busted, masturbate. You know, something bad, something that would make me seem a little bit strange. You know.
Your true self comes out.
Yeah, I think my true self can't help but come out.
Okay, let's pitch that show.
Okay,
but let's pitch it where it's called something else now, but it's the same as The Bachelor. Okay. What streaming service is it on, or what TV channel is it on? What's it called? The Verb.
Maybe called who's Tom Thumb? Is it a famous character? Tom Thumb. Make a Peeping Tom, something for Peeping Tom, but where they're like doing well.
Maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe you'd be the answer. Maybe you'd be presenter.
Oh yeah,
and then you wouldn't have to be. The perv.
Yeah, I'd be like the perv wrangler.
The perv wrangler.
Yeah.
I'd be the perv.
Hey, listen, straight after this, Tessa Randos, hop in the car, we'll go fishing.
Here we come, Mr. Randos.
Back to the England thing.
Yeah.
Take some explaining.
So you get over there, so
this is what happens for me. Okay. So, at one point in my life, I was ridiculously famous in a country that you haven't been to. And like, not ridiculously, like Michael Jackson stuff.
And how old was you?
How old was I? I became famous when I was 17.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I joined the boy band when I was 16. The boy band took off. And then when I was 20, I left. And then I had a solo career. And sold 8 million albums. Hold the record for the most tickets sold in a day for a tour. All of that business. So this meets with, I'm sober, right? I'm a sober guy. But this meets with depression and anxiety and mental illness and extreme fame and extreme success. Yeah. And I came to America to promote the walking radio station to meet people on it. And like I already have like millions in the bank and a huge following. And like I'm in Milwaukee and I'm depressed and I'm anxious and I go to the gym, you know, it's a great record. It sounds like what's this hope I can play a record shit. So I'm going around America doing all of this stuff. I'm like going, so all of this fame's making me anxious and depressed. And if I go to America, I'm famous in Papua New Guinea if I'm so this realization's happening as I'm traveling through America, trying to break America. And I remember doing like some rock the flow performance in New York. Like, I've never voted. I'm trying to tell the kids to vote. And I'm like, this is a big thing. And then I'm like, hang on, what I like doing it? Why am I trying to break this? Why don't I go and live in anonymity and then have a nice life? So the grown-up driving the car made a decision to not promote America. Not do anything. So 21 years ago, I moved to everything down when I was offered in the States. And so basically, this is what happens: is that I live in anonymity. I don't really enjoy it. Then I try to move back to my home country and remember that I have that anonymity. And that makes me feel anxious and depressed. And then I move back to
you know, keeping things fresh is tantamount. It's paramount. It's important. It's one of the premier things, and I have trouble keeping things fresh. I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. If you look at the crisper drawer in my house, you're not gonna. There's nothing in there. You know, I don't really have that much that's fresh in my world. But who does is Peloton. One Peloton, that's right. They've got the Bike Plus, but they're freshening things up for the new year. They've got boxing, new artist series, new daily workout varieties. It's easy to stick to your goals when you freshen up. You spray a little bit of that. Imagine it's one of your goals and opening this dang mouth and just spraying breath mint in there. Damn. Beautiful. Peloton has a workout for every goal, every day, every mood. Rest from a long day with 30 minutes of strength, 20 minutes of cardio. Do a quick 15-minute total body workout. That's all you have time for. Stay motivated while having fun with bike workouts, yoga, meditation, dance, cardio, and more. For a limited time, try the Peloton app free for 2 months, then just $12.99 after per month. New members only. Visit onepeloton.com/app to learn more. That's 2 months free at ONEPELOTON.com. Offer expires 1/31/22. Terms apply. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, man, I've had a lot of unmanageability in my brain, and then it's in my life. You know, it starts upstairs in my head, ends downstairs in my life. So I've got to manage that. I've been spending time recently to take more advantage of, well, BetterHelp can do that for you. They will assess your needs and match you with a licensed professional therapist. They're not joking. They don't want to waste your time. You'll get thoughtful responses. The service is available for clients worldwide. It is committed to facilitating. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches. Get some help. Get a therapist, talk to video, Skype with you, journal. You send out probably a humming pigeon and come back. You're doing it. It'll say. Visit BetterHelp.com/THEO. That's BetterHelp.com/DO. Join the over 2 million people taking charge of their mental health. Special offer for this past weekend listeners. Get 10 first month at BetterHelp.com/Theo. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's insane. What a crazy that Los Angeles would be a place that you would come for comfort. I feel that, you know. Yeah. But it's interesting. Did a lot of rappers, they say that they don't like to live in their hometown because people will kill them. You know, like a lot of like Lil Boosie was in here and he said he doesn't like to live in Louisiana because people will kill him there because they get jealous and stuff like that. Is there a lot of that kind of stuff in England? Like
I've never ever said that to you. Go away. Yeah. Never said it publicly.
Wow. You put it up yourself. What's it, PR? Yeah.
When
what happened?
I have friends. But like, you know, that stuff sort of is the unseen stuff that happens.
Because you were insanely, being insanely famous, I can't even fathom. Like, I've been over to, like I've spent time around Justin Bieber, that kind of stuff is insane to see. Some of these UFC guys, it gets pretty insane. Yeah, but I can't, because did you feel like you needed to escape then, or did you feel like you were just going? Did you feel like you were leaving England, or did you feel like you wanted to go somewhere else? That makes sense.
Well, there's that. There's like a few levels of fame. What it does to you. The first one is there's a couple more I can't remember. But the fourth one is like acceptance. You know, you sort of rally against this your privacy being taken away from you. You rally against it by trying to be normal and trying to be normal, but also to be small so you don't beat me up. I'm a dickhead. Don't hurt me, and I'm going to go to all the normal places. I can't go because people want to kill me. But it takes a while to get to acceptance. Yeah, and then you go to the shop.
For the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the 15th century, you have this environment. Israel.
You know, it's like I have anxiety, and I don't like meeting strangers, but like strangers want to meet me, and I feel really uncomfortable about it, and it's like thinking about it now actually gives me anxiety. So it's like it's a trigger. It's like, and also you've got to be the mayor of the best town that anybody's ever visited, or else people go, it's one of those famous people.
Oh yeah, you got to be the nicest guy every time.
The nicest, and actually, I hate having my picture taken. I fucking hate it. I hate it with my wife. Like she does Instagram, just like no, like the act of having a picture taken makes me go, for whatever reason.
It's probably because so much use it. The Chinese believe, and I don't really even believe in the Chinese a lot of times, but I believe.
Take your soul.
Yeah.
It's not the Chinese. It's the Indians.
Well, the Chinese borrowed it because I remember I was in China one time trying to take a picture of somebody and they're like, they come up and try to cover it. They don't want, because they said like it captures a little bit. So I think it could make sense after someone has been so like, I don't want to use the term exploited, but you know, so much of your image and your voice and everything is used for artwork or ambiance or transaction or whatever, that something's got to leave out of your spirit. It seems like it would. Do you feel that at all? Did you ever?
Well, it takes a big result.
Yeah.
Maybe subconsciously that's what it is that makes me feel anxious about it. But what happens in the process is this. I'm chronic people pleaser too. It's like I want you to think that I'm the nicest person you've ever met, because if you don't, then you go away having a bad time having met you, I'll feel really awful. But also at the same time, it's like I don't want you to have any time with me at all. So what I do is I become agoraphobic, but like happily agoraphobic.
Is that agoraphobic? Not like crops or something, huh?
Agoraphobic is like where you're scared of. No, it's where that's agriculture. Agoraphobic is like where you're scared of going outside.
Oh.
But I'm not scared of going outside. I just don't want to. So, but it's either. But I do it also here in Los Angeles, where I'm not known. Is that I'm not bothered to go outside.
You also
I've been
have some,
outside. I've been outside.
I've been outside.
Yeah.
One thing if it gets interesting, I think, and if you have a bad time, first of all, go see one of Mom's shows. That'll definitely put you foggy. Yeah, you need to call a janitor to help you. But it's interesting that one of the things that happens is you have with people, you have the same interaction over and over again, that it gets to be not mundane, because each person is, you're a new soul, and but there does become a repetition to it. And sometimes I think as somebody that's creative, repetition isn't something that makes you feel comfortable, maybe, or that you're like attracted to, kind of. So I think sometimes that can be a little bit strange. Does that make any sense?
There is the repetition, but there's also being an introvert doing an extrovert's job. My job is to be an extrovert, but actually why I was taking one of those drugs is to make me feel okay, because I'm an introvert. I want to be the life and soul of the party, and I also want to have things in common with everybody. Because actually, have you got kids?
I don't have no kids, man. I just think I can. I'm not that good at sex. I'm not like like if somebody were picking people for basketball, but it was for sex, they'd be like, I'd be the guy at the end that's like, hey, what about me, But I think I just really, I don't know. I think
How old are you?
I'm 41. I'm 40. I'm 40. I'm 40 or 41.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I want to have so I'm trying to get some milk right now for I got a lot of commitment issues. 41, there you go.
So,
so I'll go to therapy at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm thinking about going away next month, doing like a couple of week or a month man's retreat somewhere to work on my cannabis. I just have a lot of commitment. I just really have a tough time committing.
Do it.
Yeah, I like your attitude.
No.
Yeah, this guy is the worst.
Yeah, but he's so unconscious.
Yeah, he is unconscious.
Completely and totally unconscious. It's like you stripped away all of your stuff. You're so
yeah.
Okay, so you're so good. You don't get the joy of being unconscious. You see your problems and you go, I've got to deal with that. He's dealing with nothing.
No, he's not. He's in the HOV lane. He has nobody in the car with him. Yeah, he's not even in a car.
He's moving backwards.
He's moving backwards, yeah. He's moving backwards and he's walking backwards.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, he does. That's the thing.
I was just thinking it's better to be unconscious.
Oh, he's like a hot dumb girl trapped in a daft man over here. I feel that way, man. And I say that lovingly, but
I say that lovingly too. I say that with like pangs of joy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, to be just happy and just he's the happiest guy. I call him sometimes just to get happiness out of him.
But you're in that predicament where it's like it's bad, but it's not bad enough.
And for a minute, I don't know if it ever
Yeah, that's it. Just stays above the zone.
Yeah, because like mine is break out in ankles.
Really?
Oh yeah, lose wife, it's lose job, lose everything.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have that.
You need to get famous so bad things can happen.
Oh, it would be bad for him.
It really would.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't got a fucking clue.
He would be busted immediately for something.
Yeah. So you just need a bit of fame. Yeah, you actually just stay where you are. You're good.
Yeah.
Right in the zone.
Oh, you're in a perfect spot, Mark. You're always having fun. He loves chasing the ladies, and the ladies love him somehow. You know?
Yeah, they really do.
It's charm, I think. It's charm.
Charm. Is that Pete David something?
Yeah.
Probably good hair.
He looks like Pete Moss Davidson, you know?
From Culture Club.
Bring up Pete Moss. Can you bring it up? P-E-A-T-M-O-S-S?
They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter
There you are.
to create
That's like
the
Pete Moss
Hebrew letter.
It's just an actual, yeah. You go, look at that preserved forest walk. That's it right there.
Saturday.
That's it.
Is that the reference that you were going for?
Yeah, just kind of a damaged fern.
I take all these as compliments.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I think, did you have like a lot of problems with like commitment and stuff like that? Was it hard for you to get a wife? I mean, I'm sure it's easy because
Okay, so it was genuinely the biggest leap of faith to ever make. And I could have missed it. And it was a sliding door. It was
actually attacked
and
other Christians.
missed the perfect person for you. Well, here's so here's the thing, right? I'm anxious, I'm depressed, I can't keep my penis in my pants, I can't look after myself. How the hell am I going to turn up a piece of human for another person?
right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I was thinking. Was like, how I can't do this. I can't be the person that I want to be, or the person that you need me to be. So as it happens, 17 years later, 4 kids later, I am that guy, and I was that guy, and I gave myself the opportunity to be that guy. My beautiful wife gave me the opportunity to be that guy, and believed in me.
Did you just say one day I'm that guy? Did you go to like therapy? Did you do other things you did to help you get there?
It's like giving up drinking, giving up drugs. It genuinely is. 17 years worth of days later with my wife. I'm in a monogamous relationship. It's really cool, really great to look at, really smart, really creative. And I am, you can be outside of you can't. You're so far away from being that guy.
It does sound like a big leap of faith.
Oh, it's the biggest, because not only that, she gets half if I'm not that guy.
That's what I was going to say, because then I like to project in the future. Be like, yeah, but if it doesn't work, totally.
But if your wife, that's got to be crazy to go to bed and I didn't know if your wife killed you. She's coming out rosy.
I don't even think about that bit. But at the start, it was just like, there is.
When you answered, when you said, you're going to be my girlfriend, were you serious about it when you said it to her?
No, I didn't say that. I broke up with her 3 times. Like the first 3 times that I broke up with her, she didn't even know. She went back to her house, then a flatbed truck turned up with a car on it, and bin bags full of clothes turned up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm such a pussy. I didn't even tell her that we broke up.
Savage.
Yeah, but it's a very
like that's what I got you for Christmas, an apartment.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, that's like I know guys in Ireland. You'll be like, yeah, I got a number, and next come back and be like, we're engaged.
Yeah,
they're like 2 weeks.
Oh, it's most. I think it's most men, or it's hard to just communicate with a woman. It's like looking in the face of like
a puppy. I'm gonna break. I didn't have the balls to do it. But I was like breaking arms left, right, and center because, you know, I am a man of means with a level of fame. So, you know, and not butt ugly. So I'm like a good package to people, right? And those, so like it'd be just like a girl would come in and go, right, she walks into Pansdale Palace, and then goes, actually pause. Pause on this because I want to.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking that.
There wasn't a lot of sex happening because girls would just go, this is a good deal. I'm gonna
play my cards here. Did you in Britain, what time do y'all lose y'all's virginity? Is that like in the UK? Is it like 10 or 11 or is it 17? Like
I'd say it's 15.
Wow. And indoor, outdoors, people doing it more. Oh wow.
I was a what do you call it? Latchkey.
Yeah, so you had these he was
well, yeah, so I took the girl back to mine, and then it was like I could
follow trajectories,
and then as she was leaving, I saw all of my friends' faces pointing and laughing. Lino and Giuseppe, Emma, Pete, Tate, all going, ah! And I was like, no, I must do this.
Oh, laughing! I thought you were laughing.
No, laughing because I wasn't going to do it. So I go upstairs and I go into my room and it's a single bed. I become fit on it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? You're a bad man.
What about you, Marky? How'd you get rid of it, huh?
I remember I grounded, so there was like a time crunch. And this girl was like, oh, my friend wants to meet you. Oh, this is bad. It's my white jeans. It was like Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
I met her like behind her wall, like we were in the wall and stuff. She just kept giving me lights.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. I was just like, instead of raining and stuff.
This is what
I didn't realize that the ending. I just you were doing it. I was like, okay.
Hold on, so there was no ending for you?
No. Because I didn't even know
Mine
that.
was, yeah, mine was a second.
Always have ended. I end sex early. I had people doing sex and start breaking a sweat. How would you ever break a sweat, dude? I can start a TV dinner and I am done with sex. I with enough time to fucking be right by
I don't have sex with people I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, now we're talking issues.
Yeah.
That's an Irish thing too. You fantasize. You'd have sex with your bed. You would fantasize with the girl.
kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so. You see the
So how old were
Renaissance,
you?
and that
I was like maybe, I want to say maybe 15 or something. Behind a bowling alley on a town. You hear the pins going down inside. Give me power. I felt like it did anyway, just here and there, like people in there just,
Here's a question.
People started doing raw fish as well, just like a Gaza Strip. Or like in the Middle East. I was just doing what I could, man.
So they started throwing rocks at you because they knew that you were having sex.
Yeah,
Your friends that were trying to rock.
Yeah, they were excited. Or they were trying to, cause mayhem or something, or just be a part of it. I think they were jealous. It's like, I can't go with this Rockwell.
Okay, so here's a question.
Be a kid.
Can you remember the... No, because I remember the second. Second version. That's weird, isn't it?
Sort of.
Yeah. And then third is just like,
They could walk up right now and I'd have no idea.
yes, please, very pleased to meet you.
We've met before. Oh, yeah.
Have you ever spoken to your first?
No, but I got a name. I put a name in a song.
That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of.
I think it depends on the woman. Some women don't mind if you kind of idolize moments like that, or not idolize, but like put them in a memorial. I feel like
that's my virginity today. Choosing the vicinity is Deborah. Was it Deborah that was?
No, it wasn't Deb. Deb was willing, though. I know. Deb is always willing. Is Deborah a name in your country?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They don't follow any of this. I mean,
So, it's kind of shocking. This guy's like a halfway house for your time.
Okay. Question. Have you been close?
I've been in some, but I've just always been like, I just think there's some, I have some like agitation toward anything, say no, that I think things like that feel like they don't like a relationship or anything saying this is wrong.
No, you were so
I think that's why for the past, like, I haven't gotten in a relationship in a long time, you know, and now it's been about 4 years, but because I got to do some work. I'm trying to work in SLAA right now. Just like little things like go 2 weeks without text you anything with me. You know, just little things like that to try and like just get on your own 2 feet. You know, just not using interactions with women as an outlet for like uncomfort. That's what I do. I get a little uncomfortable, and then it's like, oh, we set up a date sometimes, so I want to have things people. And I'm going through my steps again right now. So I've had some slips over the
Oh, right. Have you come close to being somebody who just think?
The girl I was seeing that was really great. I think now when I think about it, it makes me feel kind of sad because I wasn't either halfway, you know, and because then I go back because I kind of monopolized that time, you know. That's what I feel. You monopolize that time by like knowing I wasn't really ready to have a strong commitment, but maybe let it was. How long ago was it? It was probably the last relationship I was in. It's honestly been all of them really. Like, I think it hurts more when we give because it's like, you know, people's time is precious.
And also, you know, you think that you have this all sorted in the near future.
Yeah.
And then you walk through the horizon and you fall and it's not sorted. And it's still the problem that it was when you were 24.
Yeah. It's a little better. When I look at Mark, it's almost like, you know, like in the movie where the Christmas movie where they go look at the window and they see the past.
Yeah.
So that's where I was kind of.
Some progress.
So it's some progress, but it's just it's got a little bit of stagnation. But you're right. It's like, yeah, I thought things would be different on that.
So you have to give booze when it comes to sex. You basically have to do the same. Booze and drugs, but also with sex, having the flirting. And I don't know how you deal with social media. Because I met my wife before Facebook, I met my wife before TikTok, all those things. But like, if I'd have been around then, that would have been an extra thing that I have to addict myself from.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's unreal. You think, oh, I really like this girl, and then just
But let me try out.
Driving home, trying to get home, and Marcus sent me some images of some girl. What about, you know, Donna's going to be there? And I'm like, you know,
I live vicariously.
I do too.
What? He's like, this one. Yeah. It's mental.
It's mental. He's mental. I live vicariously through him, and the cops even show up vicariously sometimes, like even if it's just in my visions.
But it is tough. You were saying something, you're like, oh, you think it's going to be different too. That's what it is. I always think that too.
What?
Yeah, you're walking through the horizon. You will find yourself in the place.
Yeah. We're like, oh, give that 6 months.
Yeah.
2 years later, you're like, oh, I still have fun.
Yeah. still having fun. The fun, and now especially in LA, the fun is all. There's always the possibility, like you can.
You're gonna have to be the bachelor.
Yeah. And so even if you don't, you turn them down. You walk down the street thinking, "Oh, I'm a bachelor." Somebody wants me to be a bachelor. You go home, you leave your family, and you're a bachelor. But it's true. It's just. There's always that temptation out here. There's this weird thing, and you can be at the cleaners here and see like it's like it's
never ending. What they call the Pokemon. Go and get off.
Yeah, that's it. I think I like a girl sometimes. I'm like, oh, I should swear to God, and I just feel like. And in my head, I'm like, man, I really like this. Oh, dude. And then someone else will text me, and I'm like, okay, it's you.
Yeah, that is a prison to find yourself in.
It is our home.
Well, it's an open prison. It's an open prison that you can leave at any time. But it's if you know that you are going to fall in love or fall in lust with absolutely everything at any given time, it kind of makes sense that you go, oh, that's me, and that's just what's happening. I just don't do anything.
Yeah, that's kind of where I find myself a little time. It's like, or that's where I'm wondering if that's where I'm at. Like, yeah, because I just don't. You think things will be different, like you're saying. In a few years, I'll get there something, and then you get there and you're like, oh. And I'm not a big runaround or anything. And I just noticed that I give into like little things of affection, attention, just little things like that I don't want to. I just don't want the same thing. I want to see if there's a different possibility. Because even if just like, flirting with a girl, or I'll feel uncomfortable, I'll feel like out of bed, I'll set up a date. I'll go on a date, that'll help me, so I just want to, but I'm not, I find myself in spaces where I'm not making myself really available, if that makes sense, because I'm just, the reasons I'm doing stuff aren't motivated always from a place of like, maybe this is what's from love or anything like that. They're just kind of motivated from a place of like
the idea that human beings,
what feels kind of comfortable and be fun.
I met my missus when I retired because I think it got really sort of mentally just completely ill. I'm just like, well, it's my career that's doing this, so I might as well not do my career.
Yeah, we're retired from
being famous, from the singing. No, from the singing. Yeah, from the singing. So like I was really happy, and then I met my missus just 3 years. Yeah, so we were just at the house, and it just cemented this thing, and then I realized that I need purpose and I'm ambitious, and I need to go out and do things. So I went out into the world, and now I'm cemented in a relationship with this person, and I went back out into the world. So how do you clue in quite quickly? It's like, okay, so I'm not flirting, right? I'm not going to. I'm not going to the club. And I have to earn everything that I used to earn. And I did it. Fucking did it. And if I could do it, anybody will. And if I could do it, anybody could.
I like hearing that. I appreciate you kind of sharing some of that, man. Because, yeah, I think that's just kind of where I'm finding myself. I'm not, and part of me I'm kind of excited about it. I had like 5 days where I didn't have any interaction with anyone. And I started to feel like a good relationship with my higher power. I was like really like, oh man, I had a little bit more time. I was looking at my place like, oh, maybe I'd like to do a art or something, like, or get a candle or something. Everything in my house is the previous owners. It's like, it's all like their stuff, like there's pictures of their family. It's just like,
don't you when I get a message,
yeah, but I don't want to just hurry a message in just to get, a love. Oh yeah, that's true.
You never complain about that about guys at the end of the like, I'm not ready to settle down.
See, I don't want to be that guy. I want to at least get in a place now where I at least try, I think, to have a relationship.
Also, I'm getting big vibes that you
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm getting like big vibes that you be
Yeah. I want to tell you about a company that I've been using for hours. They're a beautiful company, beautiful outfit. And they've started the last website ever. No more. Paying 10 grand to get a site or it's so crazy. This is it. They do it. It's the last website you'll ever need. They did hours. Yohan.com. You can check it out. It's just $498 to start. And then after that, it's just $249 a month. And that's it. They build everything. You get on with you console. They do it. They revamp. Revamping. I don't even know what it is. It sounds like a damn, somebody who's sucked in blood. But it's different. Sound like a Dracula's son and then killed or whatever. It got sent to Alaska for a weekend. But this is different. I'm talking about modify.com/THEO. Go there, check it out. They'll do they build the site, they'll do the branding, they'll figure it all out for you. It's the last website you'll ever need. It's simple. If you're running a business, they can help. They changed my website, they put it together. They did an update the other day, gave us a new design. Bang, we're living well on the web. Modify, MODIPHY.com/ETH. I'm going to let you know, I was trying to get a mortgage loan home. To get our day home, I wanted to live in something. I didn't want to be outdoors anymore. I didn't want to be felt in the rain. And the problem was I had some dings on my credit. I mean, like somebody showed up with a bat just beat my bank credit like it had been low. But I needed help. So I contacted this company that I'm about to tell you about, man. I'm serious. I contacted this company, and within a couple months, I had the dings off my report, and I was able to get a better mortgage. Bridge Credit Solutions, that's who. They're different. They're backed by a 100% money-back guarantee for any items that cannot be removed off your credit. I needed items removed. I got them removed, and then bing bong, I got the loan because my credit score was better. I can't even tell you how much it changed. Thanks for me. You will not find the 100% money back guarantee anywhere else in the industry. You know what you're paying for at the beginning of the repair. It's written, no job is too big or too small. Bridge Credit Solutions caters to all types of clients. That's right. Guarantee removal of certain negative items in as quick as 24 hours. Schedule your free audit in 3 easy steps. Zoom or phone call and get a free €3 credit report. $25 value with 30 days of free credit monitoring and identity theft protection. You sign up through this link, bridgecreditsolutions.com. I'm not joking, I'm living in a home because I was able to get it because they helped with the credit. Man, my credit was banged up. My credit was in ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com/THEO. Once scheduled, a credit strategist will contact you to review your report. They work. Check them out. You have the same issue I had. You want to get that loan, but you got some things. Need a better score, get the better loan amount. Then you save the money on the loan. Bing bong. I think I could be a good dad, dude. I think some of it would be a little dicey, If there's kids,
With that.
Well, for him to be a dad.
You?
Oh, yeah. I'm an agoraphobic that can't look after himself. I'm depressed. I'm full of anxiety. What have I got?
Restrictions.
That's it's like I wasn't going to get married and I wasn't going to have kids just because of the nothingness that I had to offer.
Higher
Where
education,
those exist. And now I've got 4 kids.
But your kids, you can put them in another wing come to house where you can put a kid in over until he's 6.
I still feel that way.
So his family was converted to Christianity in Portugal. He went to study at the University of Panama.
Yeah,
I'm in.
An expert and well-regarded English doctor. Ended up moving to Italy.
I am sporadic. Also,
Nevertheless,
that was another thing about kids. Is that if I ran a phone,
in terms of language, which he chose as his given name, his properly relationship
the
to
kids
his
will
Jewish family and of beloved. And Lusitanis, of course, is a reference. So
do you think, but that's bad, that when it happens that way, I think it's not the best way, Like, yeah, Mark's a believe what can't even believe it's him, but, sorry, yeah. This guy's just one of a kind, man. There's really nobody like this guy.
Before you were like saying something, you're describing
like disgusting. Your actual story.
I was like, wait, no, take that back. No, I was describing him.
Other than what you read,
But I do think it is like, oh, maybe that guy has this experience.
Do you think you could ever get to a place where you can,
Oh, yeah.
really?
Yeah, I think that probably realize, oh, think about it.
Yeah.
because like you're not bad. You're like rollers away from that.
This ain't even a great spot. So you better get up here pretty quick. But then Mark's the guy you go to if you want to know what's going on, what's fun. He like is always kind of keen on like what's good out there. Do they have like a lot of? I feel like in England and in the UK, that's all you guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do in America.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true? You think?
Well, like, I think anxiety and Ireland is also very big.
I'm going to set aside the question of can we really call Spinoza an atheist? Some have called it God,
like talking prayers,
God was much larger. But
We are catalogs. We're like lapsed catalogs.
We're catalogs.
because you'd be like, don't do that.
Christian.
Don't do that. Don't do that. He's like, let's fuck shit.
Oh, you're sweating.
In Ireland, I told my friends about that too. We're all just like,
Oh, yeah. And people die in Ireland all the time from coughing and everything, huh? You always see that in the movies. People dying from like, whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's slow cable, mate. You got some.
what's that movie with Tom Cruise? Far and away. He thinks it's Rocky Ireland. It's like
I just see a lot of people coughing and not doing well.
Still dealing with the Spanish flu.
He thinks people in Ireland are coughing.
With blood on it. Have you left America much?
Yeah. We did some shows in the UK last year, 2 years ago. They did well. We did Manchester, Glasgow. Glasgow.
Yeah.
And somewhere else, brother. Stockholm. Somewhere else.
Soccer. Sweden.
Yeah. So it was fun, man. I really liked it. It was, I think, during, I don't know if it was winter or if it was like at the beginning of the pandemic. I don't know what was going on. But it was kind of a quiet time. Durban.
What was this? Durban. Durban's like South Africa.
I don't know right.
Today, I'd like to.
Yeah, this is a different topic.
So what was this? The superstition.
Oh, well, like, I didn't think, in Ireland, here's the dumb one. And then I saw a guy having a song. He was like this. Yeah. He goes, why is that? You're like, unless I'm saying. I was like, that's so dumb. Next time I think it's jazz, I swear that's like this.
But that's
But y'all got more ghosts. Y'all got more older stuff over there. I'm saying because of time and everything, you guys have a lot more.
Yeah, you are closer to the woo-woo in Los Angeles than you are. It is so more paranormal and weird and UFO.
Here, Jay, I got a question. I forgot about this.
It's hard to. This wasn't actually well documented. It was a comedy skit. Apparently, I get this Jewish guy thought that Mateo
Really randomly when I was in LA.
has heard about this person in way.
Also,
Religious thought that I guess must be evidence of Christianity, which is absolutely fascinating. The two of them had this, really funny encounter where Mateo Ricci is discussing with you and I can't happen to see this kind of how the Madonna
Dark arts, maybe space, spirit.
Yeah, I've
been involved with it.
Loads of experience.
And more of that's obviously from Ken.
No.
I just, that's what I find hard to believe probably is that.
No, listen, I've got a 1,000-year-old home. It used to be
a manor.
Yeah, it used to be one of Henry VIII's wives' houses in Catherine. And I feel closer to the weird here in Los Angeles than I do. Something that I can transmit in Los Angeles. There's a transmitter that turns on when I'm here that things haven't happened since the kids have been around. But do you want me to tell you my UFO stories?
Yeah, if you got something. So if you came to it, do you know it?
This is hilarious though, eventually.
So I am sat on a sun lounger. The girl beside me,
from Titan's perspective,
I think he was 17 years old.
He was over 17 years old.
We've had some issues in our industry.
And I'm okay.
Perhaps, something like Mateo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi.
I would say the size of
a lot of time. One of the challenges
football field,
hiding in his experience.
square, outline, completely sober, silently came, and it was yellow.
Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi, I think, was very happy with allowing someone like Mateo to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him. I kind of like the story. But the fact that
you saw it.
Jesuits were still eating pork,
Absolutely positive.
Did you feel like then that you got to see something like that because you were famous? That ever crossed your mind? Like, is there a reason why I get to see this? Is it like, is the other side trying to communicate with me?
Well, yeah, there is because of narcissism. Yes, there is. There is that. Yeah, but there's so many things. That's one of them. I also thought, oh, that's out. I didn't think it was aliens from a different planet.
That's huge.
Inside me just went to technology that we're not supposed to have, that we do have, but it's out. I didn't feel as though it was a
that was in the UK?
No, it was here. The other one is, I wrote this song abduction called Arizona. It's not one of my best songs.
At any rate, the Jesuits.
But I'm sort of like listening to it in the studio, smoking a cigarette, opening the sound. And we're talking little lyrics together, best possible. And Arizona comes on, and this gold ball appears in the sky. It's nice try, Venus. I know that's Venus. You're not going to fool me. You're not going to be like one of those, ooh, UFO people. And then I thought it was Venus during Arizona, the song ends, the gold ball blinks out. And I'm like, put the song on again. They put the song on again, and the gold ball comes out. The song's about his abduction. Now you've got my attention. The song ends, and the gold ball blinks out. Wow, I haven't heard it. So I said to the lads, come out, look at this, put the song on, look over there. Song goes on, ball comes up. Song gets, ball goes out. Why for us? Babe, this thing's happening. Come see this. Look over there. Song gone, ball, goal. Song ends, goal, ball comes out. 6 times out. After the 6th time, me, the wife, my 2 friends go back into the bedroom where the studio is. As we say that, black strip.
In some ways, they just had more of a chance to choose a
Elongates through the middle of it. Elongates through the middle of it. Goes to the window and then follows itself out. Like that.
What the?
Yeah, listen, I've got loads and loads and loads.
No, that's too many already, man.
Yeah, I've got
That's a lot.
Yeah, I've got loads of them.
Did you feel like it? Okay, so that instance, did you feel like that was like a human, like a person? You feel like that was related to any territory or?
If I was guessing, what I think that might be or might not be, it's interdimensional. Or a figment of all our imaginations. Everything's on the table. Nothing's off the table.
Could be duct tape between different realms or something. You know what I'm
Maybe.
saying? You don't know some of the things that are holding together.
It was exactly like, duct tape. It came through the room and then went from itself out.
I could see something like that in the future. 200 years from now, you order duct tape into the room and it shows up, you know.
Do you know what skin ranch is? Okay. Skin ranch. Check that out. Nice lady was talking about a documentary about this ranch.
So our task today
things
is to try to understand where so here is a map that shows the various locations.
Some of my favorite British people. James Blake.
Yeah. Is that that's just a random James Blake's a nice.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh,
I know who. Darren Till.
Who's that?
Darren Till, fighter.
Was he a fighter? Yeah.
I don't know that many others.
Was that it? The Beatles?
Yeah, the Beatles, but I'm not that big on them.
U2?
U2 is okay.
Yeah.
U2 is okay.
The Rolling Stones?
Yeah, Rolling Stones.
For example, several
travelers. Black Coffee in Bed, have you heard that song? What else? I'm trying to think of things that are British because we didn't have a lot of. When we were growing up, they didn't even have a lot of like. I remember the map in our town, Canada. They didn't say Canada on it, so it had a picture of a wolf attacking a boy in a coat, and that was the whole thing for Canada, you know.
If we had a map, could you point to it?
No, I know. I can point to the area that it's in.
Could you point to Hawaii?
Yep.
Could you point to Montana? See, I could point to Montana. Could you point to Florida? Where are you from?
Florida's easy because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
So Florida was like our main. Florida was like the main place you even went. Like if you saw somebody out their shirts that Florida on it. People were traveling.
What about Rhode Island? Could you?
No.
I could find that.
Nobody could find that.
I could.
It's like the tours of America.
Isn't it fine in that? You're welcome.
Well, it'll get taken over soon. I'm sure it'll get taken over soon. What else? Let's get another good question that came in here from Jen. Say.
Oh, RW.
What's up, Leon, Robbie? First of all, hope you're doing well. Secondly, I am right now stuck in quarantine for 2 weeks because Australia does that to you. I'm at Arthur yes, there you're going to come to a flip of this rant back here. So you, Robbie, actually, my mum would be stoked. But my question is, when do you think the world is going to be back to normal then? Do you think it is? And if yes, how long do you think it'll take? Love you all, gang, gang.
I love it. I love him, right? Yeah. Really, yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
People love him.
Yeah.
He's easy to love.
He is. He's a dude. I mean, I haven't met him, but you can just tell that he's the nicest person ever.
He came on here. He was on here once. So was Chris Hansen, who you mentioned earlier, was on here. I guess we had an interesting group. Mark. So we've been done it all.
So the question is, when do we think this is going to be over?
Shocked at how much, like, we've already given 2 years of our life to this.
It's been 2.
It's been a long time. Imagine people, this is shit that breaks my heart. Think of people that was like, you know, trying to make women that was hoping to have a child and looking to meet someone, and they don't have that chance now because of. I'm not saying it's not a deadly. This is not this deadly. That's my thoughts on it. I probably shouldn't have brought that into it. But when do you guys think it'll be over? That's great.
I think every summer we're going to think it's over, and then every winter it's going to come back. And every time that I've had a guess when this is going to be over, I've been confused. So when this started, it's like January, February, 2 years ago. And I was like, this is going to be over. And now Christmas is near the end, and it's still going strong. It's terrifying. You know, it's terrifying for many, many reasons. But like selfishly, personally, I haven't been able to gig. I haven't been able to do a tour. You know, and I'm hopefully going to go on tour next year. And then you see how the end of this year on. Am I going to be able to do that? Am I going to be able to look after my 4 kids? Keep having the lifestyle that they're accustomed to? Who knows? My spidey senses, which was so wrong last time, might say we've got this in 5 years. That's
another year, maybe. But as you said, I forgot about like summer season. Winter is like
yeah. But in some parts of the country, it's not. You can go to different parts of America. Yeah. And they're not in the hospitals aren't filled. So it's definitely interesting how different parts it's more catered to, you know, there's more preventative measures.
Well, there is a topic
Okay, we'll do that.
It almost sounds like my love life, right? Like, I'll fix it.
It's that summer of sex and the winter of discotheques. Where are you on the whole sort of plan? Because you walk through the horizon. You're past it now. You've done a bit of time on the planet.
Yeah.
Where are you with the? Is it just like an oblique concept that's out here somewhere, the commitment that's set down, or is it in the full mind?
It's another. When I'm hungover.
So it's something to feel depressed and anxious.
Yeah, be like, oh, that would be nice. It's kind of like the song.
But when you need love.
Yeah.
When you need tenderness. Here's the thing. Do you need to be in a relationship? Do you need to have commitment? Do you need any moment you think you're still looking out of these eyes that still think they're 19, 20, 21. But they're not. I don't think so at the moment. It's like you're going to be having a free bus pass pretty soon. Do you know what I mean? And you know, so I don't think so. Like, I'm in a very happy, committed relationship. Because of it, I don't go anywhere. That aside, do you need to be in a relationship?
Yeah, maybe you don't need to. I don't think you need to, man. You're doing well.
Do you need to?
I don't know, man. I always have a problem. I just always think something's wrong. You know, I have a lot of whatever that is. Like, I'm always like, there's always some emotional deficit.
The dis-ease.
Yeah. I have a constant discomfort.
You have a constant discomfort. Do you not have a constant discomfort because you booze some self-medicate?
Yeah. It's like I'll have.
Like I've got anxiety now. Let me ask you this, right? You don't have a drink. What's your mental state like?
Oh, I'm just a bit bored. I also have patience.
You're drinking for pain now? Oh, you're an American then. You're in the union.
I remember I stopped like for 4 weeks a couple of years ago. Sober October or something. I couldn't lie down.
That's your liver, bud.
No, the pain in my back just was like a knot.
Does your back feel round and it's kind of down over here by the bottom?
It was there. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's your liver.
No. This is after 4 weeks.
You think you have a soft and round back?
Yeah, because it's constantly inflamed. And then you don't drink, so you can't do nothing to numb it.
You're gonna pass
this is a subject we're better off not telling. No, this Oh no, it was like in here.
You're gonna pass the stuff one
That's
day.
living.
Oh right. So, but when I was walking, I got
That's a crab rock, dude. You're gonna pass the stuff.
Walking my moves, disappear.
Speaking of rolling stones, you're gonna roll a couple out of your wiener one day, from all of that drink specials building up in it. Bro, Mark would be the best thing. Mark would be like at the bar, you know, with it, and some of the high tables. He'd put his computer on the table like at a nightclub. Get his computer out there, just at a nightclub. Get his ear things, and pretend he was a DJ, dude. So all the drunk chicks would come up and talk to him, and be like, "Yeah, I'll play it in a second." Emailing people.
Are you writing? Are you being creative?
Yeah.
What's your outlet apart from? Do you have any time outside of podcasting and comedy? Outside of podcasting and comedy, what are your creation outlets? What are your outlets at all?
It probably has been kind of, I think, socializing has been one. So that's what something I do want to come back on, which includes like dating around music.
How do you do with social?
Okay, I think fortunately with stand-up, it builds a lot of that is built into it. So it's like you almost, I count kind of sometimes stand-up as my socialize because you're at the club.
Do you feel okay? So you feel like your tribe is so you feel comfortable within that tribe. Outside of that tribe, how about yourself?
I like spending time within the.
So very problematic for the
recovery. People like that. I love that. But I need more time myself. I got to do some things myself.
Reported to the Pope of Rome that
you are checking yourself into a men's recovery place to give yourself some space. So you're not, are you? Is that like rehab or is that like a meditation place?
I don't know, actually. I'm talking to like 5 or 6 of them right now. I'm just trying to decide, investigate.
And how long will you spend there?
I'll probably do 2 weeks.
Okay, and what do you hope to get?
I just want to build a relationship with my higher power. I want to go over like some intimacy issue kind of stuff. What else?
Did you have a relationship with a higher power? What is your higher power?
Just God.
Just God. A God of your understanding or a religious God, a Christian God?
Yeah, I kind of attach it to a Christian God because that's what's most familiar for me. But I just think of God. I just believe in God.
Have you had your atheism?
I think I did when I was younger. I didn't think that God existed, all this kind of anger. But I don't think I had that. I want there to be a God. I want there to be something that cares about me.
And do you pray in the morning?
Yeah.
And you started to do that since you were in recovery?
Yeah. Mark, you need to come on through. I'll fire off a few for you, man.
I've sent around earlier. There was a girl recently because I was chatting to her a while back, and she was very much into the Bible and religion. For example, and I caught myself. I thought I was like, oh yeah, I'd love to read the Bible too. Not lying in the moment, but afterwards I was like, what are you doing? It's like trying to go to mass. I'm like, oh, that's one of my favorite things.
I vomited on a woman once on accident, and it met her at church in the morning. She's like, "You're not gonna meet me." I'm like, "I'll meet you." I show up. It's just so red. Just
so what was
I think just feelings, is not just thinking of just my brain, my thoughts, my feelings. I never really struggled that much with addiction, with like substances. I think I relate a lot more with like SLA type stuff, and those type of things.
How do you sleep?
I don't sleep that great.
Yeah, we need that.
What do you think, David? Do you think it also just gets to be an age where we don't sleep well? You think it's kind of like that?
Well, a new thing for me at 47 is like, seeing 5 times.
Oh, the works. I can't drink any water after about maybe 7 p.m.
Really?
Because it just keeps coming out.
Really?
That's why I see old people, they're just traveling around and peeing in different places.
Yeah.
They're like dogs, yeah.
Like it's just starting to happen. Where I, like normally I would close my eyes and when I did fall asleep, I would stay asleep. But now I go to sleep and then I wake up. And that's happened in the last 12 months.
Well, there's machines talking in the distance too while we're laying there. It's getting fucking weird. That information is traveling through the air into your phones, computers, and printers, satellites, and all.
Have you been addicted to ambient?
No, never. I would do it.
What's that again?
It's
sleep nighttime.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For you?
Are you really? Oh, you do want it, huh?
Sleep eat. So I would
get up and have a pie, eh?
So I would sleep eat. Yeah. And there was one time we were in Ireland and I was doing a show. And they bought 30, so like $32.
That's a lot, right?
And because of that, I ate $32 worth of chocolate asleep.
What?
Completely asleep.
Hey, it's like a Japanese game show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. And did that cause you to shut it down? You're like, I'm going to roll the dice again, see what else I can eat.
No, by that time I'm addicted to go to sleep. I'm also on tour, and if I don't go to sleep I'm on tour, then I've got to just not perform the last gigs, and oh my god, and I'm tired anyway. So all the way through that tour, I was sort of like living like a monk, food during the day, sort of my body was a temple, but then at night I'd be taking these ambient. And then I would be eating the minibar.
You're weird.
Yeah. I'd be eating the minibar.
You actually don't remember anything. You don't
remember anything. But also another one was sort of like my security on tour. They'd have the ambient, and I'd be like, "Can I give me the ambient?" And then I'd go next door, and then I'd have my ambient, and I'd fall asleep, and then I would get up completely naked, go through to security and have a conversation with them as lucidly as this, but completely naked and asleep. And then I'd wake up the next morning. I'd wake up the next morning and I'd go, I'd say, and then this look on their eyes would just be like,
Man, that would be tough to get off.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
That's like you said, if you didn't sleep that much, and then you can't sleep.
Oh, that's the worst. Especially if you're on twist out, like I got it if I'm gonna get my sleep out. Nah.
Dude, I've been in positions where I played Wembley Stadium. I'm awake at 12 o'clock the next morning, and I've got to play Wembley Stadium again in 8 hours. And I have been asleep. There's no drugs. I'm completely and utterly sober. It's just my mind is going. Because you're in front of 8,000, and you've just shared this massive experience with them, where you just like, you create your own drug inside of you. So you create it, dopamine, adrenaline, serotonin, but like this crazy amount, because there's 80,000 people looking at you, and then you go back to the room, and you're sort of like,
yeah.
But then you've got to go do it again. And that's why touring pushes me. It's like, do you enjoy touring? No, I don't at all. Do you enjoy the gigs that feel spiritual and otherworldly? Oh my god, I couldn't even tell you. They're unfucking believable. You know that. You're in the pocket. You're in the pocket and you can't miss. And everything that you do, and you just free flow. Yes, that is absolutely otherworldly and incredible. How often does that happen on tour? Not very often. Why? Because I've had 3 hours sleep last week. And you've then got to do the thing, your performance. You've then got to go and do the thing again, which is why that I got addicted to Ambien. Thing that I did last few weeks. Have you tried?
Yeah, I have been taking magnesium, and it helps if I remember to take it.
Yes. So how many milligrams are you taking?
Those 2 white pills of it.
200 milligrams. So
I feel it. I think
yeah. So did you take it last night? Yeah. So I think the magnesium's been giving me anxiety.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period. And we basically have 4 different types of populations that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who are on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of the Middle East. Let's have a look at these 4 distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, the words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Sutara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also has a civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Vadonite traders, who we spoke about in the present, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arabic stories. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. We know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seem to be incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish incidents. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially promises to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Khan, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges. Many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Vatteluttu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. When we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths, and so although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a paroches, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochah itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a rasa, as a bride that is fascinating. But anyway, they incorporate that right into the parochas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the airtime, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogue. In synagogues, there tends to be an electric bulb that sometimes makes it look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where there were these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery. People like Vasco da Gama making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama, the great explorer. He took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were, and then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the influence of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of
It's
B'nai Israel
basically going,
baking matzah, and they clearly
you know,
are
all those
dressed
things that
in
you hate about
traditional Indian
now is the
costume,
time to
but
hate
preparing a
yourself
very
about
traditional Jewish
I was
cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they
I had like a really
primarily
good video like
settled a
that.
little further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. Less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Kochins to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, until the modern day. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the B'nai Israel, as it was, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you can teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these B'nai Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, somewhat like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century was a very heavy movement of B'nai Israel to make Aliyah move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class, we'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the land of Israel. To have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the B'nai Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right now the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it that from the Shema prayer. On the right, also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. And also you see among the B'nai Israel, this particular photograph, which is in the 20th century, I know I would talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the B'nai Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture alone. There are many such examples of these photographs from the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdad, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have a tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Paradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Paradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jews. Now, at this point, just very quickly, one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations who are heavily influenced by Varna. That is the idea. But it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century as to classes. This unusual phenomenon where Jews in India begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste of Kohanim are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees. But it's really quite minor by comparison to the complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as the terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements when we get a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as same as I did, and thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in more videos.
People are excited. People are willing to risk their lives every day they'll die for nothing, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just a bunch of human Red Bull cans, you know? They're just willing to do whatever. Nothing's off limits there. They're just real, like, loving and fucking outgoing. They'll fucking love you so much, they'll fucking kill you. They're just really, really fired up, man. They'll jump off of something and die, you know, just to give you a note. You know? So they're just, I love Australia, man. I would go Australia. I'd even maybe go dark Australia, maybe like a little mix, maybe white Abo or something. Real Australia, you know, just to have a little bit of that darker ambiance, but also still be Australia, you know, a little bit more bush. But still whack, you know?
Still whack. I go French.
Fuck,
Used to be a complete cunt.
Oh, yeah.
And I can speak like,
my kids speak French.
Oh,
My kids are
What I
fluent.
really like about today is
My wife's a Francophile, which means she thinks she's French. She's from Coldwater Canyon, but like she thinks she's French. So my wife speaks French, Italian, and my kids now have a conversation.
really?
About
that's espionage, dog.
It's super.
If my kids were sitting around speaking French, looking up at me and laughing, I would get excited.
And you're like, what are you saying about me? Nothing, Daddy.
You also just did an impersonation of every character from Waterboy, too. So I think, that's insane, though, man, to have French speakers in your own home. You don't know what's going on, dude. That's
like my son Charlie is 6. We were in Switzerland just recently, and I took him
they
on a
left
scooter
the region
at
as
the
have to deal with
volleyball
the
days.
disabilities that continue to be placed upon them wherever their
No, the ladies that help pull the men, that help guys come across the pedestrian.
Oh, traffic guards.
Yeah. And traffic guards. And she looks at me, she goes,
a very unusual space because here
and I'm like,
consider themselves to be at heart,
and then Charlie, who's a
clearly
children,
Jewish.
the
Obviously,
lady
there's a
says
spectrum
there
of some
is
race
racist,
Christianity, but they really drop out of the story, which is quite hard. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations, just their identity from
yeah.
But they have all of the
That's a cool name for a kid. I like Charlton. Oh, Charlton? Ooh, that's a risk. Why? But Charlton just sounds like, because I think it's a candy also in America, Charlton. Oh, it used to be a dance actually, the Charlton.
Charleston.
Oh, Charleston, yeah, close though. So definitely you could see him doing some dancing.
Furthermore,
oh man, Teddy's Theodore, eh?
Yeah, Theodore, yeah.
Nevertheless,
Did you ever watch Dukes of Hazzard?
for example,
Watch them,
How's that stuff?
Yeah.
That's how I because of the Dukes of Hazzard, B. Yeah, I did, yeah, it's still
One of my good mates from growing up is named Bo, actually. Yeah, Bo's a popular name in Louisiana.
Yeah, I think it's a rednecky name, right?
Oh, let me think. It can be, but it also is kind of like an affluent name. So I think it depends on how you spell it. B-O is probably a little bit more rural, and then B-E-A-U is a little bit more like
to be sure,
French,
where we go.
I don't want to That's a good name. Beauregard?
No, it's
Beauregard!
Beauregard. There's no.
Yeah, but you need to be from East Sussex. Is that a place?
It sounds like one.
Yeah. What about?
Okay, so here's a question for you. Right, anxiety. How's your anxiety? Because we went to the end. So how's your anxiety been through this?
They identify as Chabad, which is a very
You've just been the audience.
Yeah, possible. You've done a great job of being that. Mark's very supportive. I will say it's one really. I mean, he has a lot of great characters. One of them is that he's very supportive. He's a good comedian. You just can't understand what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost trickery because he can be like, "I'm great at this," and then you just don't know what they're talking about.
I do things to explain the joke.
They would have a much larger impact.
Do you worry about that being in America
as, for example,
trying
back then?
being
Here's
successful?
one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out
Gives you a sense of scope.
Do you clip your words as people?
Yeah, sometimes. Like instead of like
Fled
I
Spain,
say,
first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the
Yeah, but not it's not you know like
took place over a century in Portugal in particular.
accent.
But it would be
oh yeah, definitely. I'll be like, if I call it out, if I say like,
as you can see,
I went to the
significant
bar.
numbers of them went to the most approximate locations in North Africa.
So
People know you're in the bar.
but like
No doubt about that.
yeah, but like if you're road testing material
Why
and you're like that didn't work. It's like, do you know if it didn't work? It's just didn't
That's
understand
what I have to figure it out. I'm like, oh, well, if I even say like the star, like she has stars,
It's a rash.
well, I was like, why do they not get? And I figure out that they think I'm saying shit stairs. Oh, I'm not seeing it. So I'd be like,
Although it does persist in context up to the claim. This is a very
We're getting dumb here, dude. America, we're getting dumb fast, man. There was one more interesting thing I was going to ask you, but I don't get too much anxiety around you. You see, you're very welcoming. I think you have a very welcoming, wide personality. Ask a lot of questions.
Then we're going to look briefly at
Yeah,
Europe.
I don't feel a ton of anxiety.
Do you, when you do podcasts, do you revise the night before, or do you just rock up and hit it?
Sometimes I revise. You know, when I talk with Mark about you coming in, like, you know, I know about your career, but I didn't know like what your energy was like, really. But Mark, you know, just said you're basically just a pretty normal guy to be around and engage in conversation. So I didn't think too far past that. We got some questions from folks, and then I just like to kind of see what's going on with the day. But we had an author come in, and we had an author come in the other day. So with him, we went through and read like half of the book.
Do you think Joe Rogan sort of just rocks
I think it's a mix. I think Joe Rogan, and this is something I learned about him recently, was that he always was very. People would say he talked too much. He said people when I was younger would say that he talked too much, you know. And then look what he did with it. He is extremely curious. So he has, I think, a very curious nature. So curiosity, I think, if you have it inside of you, it makes your brain like your face questions all the time to ask something. So curiosity is really working. I think my curiosity works better. I'm feeling good, but I'm not like in a space of self very much. My brain isn't kind of worried about things in my world. So I think the healthier I am mentally and stuff, the more curiosity I have, the better I do. But what do I think Joe does? I think at this point he probably has enough comfort with how to do certain things.
You know,
yeah.
Do you, when you're doing podcasts, do you find that you are insanely concentrated? Do you find, like, for example, when I'm doing a podcast, whether I want to ask questions for the rest of the time, I am just are you hyper-focused in these moments? I was watching you do the Nick thing, sorts of things.
Early on,
just chat people, it felt very natural, it felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
So I find if this is all an idea, I am just like I'm taking 7.
I guess I do feel more focused than usual. It's kind of a respite from the rest of my day, so I'm grateful that I have to think about other people and just be involved with others. So that's nice. But do a hyper focus? I think it depends. I know that people like when people are just having a conversation. When it doesn't sounds like there's a ton of planning. I find. So,
what does the rest of your day look like?
The rest of my day looks like I'll probably patch up with these guys and make sure everything's good. Look at some social media clips and stuff like that. I gotta check in with a sponsor, so I had a little bit of a falling out with a sponsor, so I need to check in with him and decide what I'm going to do. I've been off for like about 2 months, but it's also scary because I feel like because I got on like 15 years ago, so it's like, I think because I felt like I wasn't having feelings, so I'm like, it's one of the reasons I'm not having feelings because I'm on these meds. Like, part of me, I was thinking, so I was like, it's like if I want to like fall in love with somebody. So I was like, maybe I'm not feeling love because I don't. I feel like I have a lot of like I've been kind of like a little bit more tearful, honestly, dude, a little bit more emotional. So that's been a little bit kind of almost a little bit alarming. But then part of me is like maybe these feelings have been needing to get out for so long, and they haven't. So I just don't know.
For me, we're not doctors, so I'm not saying.
We have never had a doctor.
Mark's a doctor. I'm suggesting anybody do what I'm doing against all the same. Just how this is working. I'm on the fucking meds, and that's the way it's going to stay. That's it. I am totally in. I don't need to go and evaluate, see if there's some feelings that need coming out. Is that I spend, I would say, 2006 in abject misery of some because of my own mental health. And I don't want to waste another second in that.
That makes sense.
And that's for me, it's like I'm in the relationship with my missus. Got
first built as a church, then later converted to a
for
mosque
me, it
by
makes
the
total sense just to be like, okay, this is my life, this is what I need for it to
And
happen.
in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settled
I think
there,
about that too. I think about getting back on it.
of the
Yesterday
Ottoman
was the first
Empire,
one.
What were you on?
Just on sertraline or something generic
Sultan of the
Prozac.
Ottoman Empire
Fluoxetine.
laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "What are you expelling the Jews?
Yeah, maybe.
They're incredibly useful.
It's
They
nothingness.
are literate, numerate, they're
And
well
you
connected
know, and the
internationally
zaps
because of their earlier
that coming off them, how did you
invited
clean
the
off?
Jews to the Ottoman Empire.
I weaned pretty decently, like cutting down pills, getting the smallest pills, and then cutting them in half and stuff like that.
Surge of
No, I haven't had anything like that. I've just been more emotional. Like I'll start talking to somebody and I'm balling up and they're like, "No, sir, this is a Carl's shit." And we're close. Like, sorry, man.
But that happens with me. It's like, all of a sudden, and my wife will be like, really? Yeah. And what I've done is forgotten to take the meds. Oh, but I don't know that I've forgotten to take my meds until, and every time it happens, I forget that that's why I'm a Christian. And it happens twice a year, where I'll just be like, and my wife will be like, because she's so much better to this time. Yeah, it's like, I am angry about your timekeeping. And she'll be like, and then like I get in trouble for being angry about her timekeeping. But if I went, I don't want to do timekeeping, she'd be like, but it's the weirdest thing with the meds where I just forget to take them occasionally. And then I make the songs where I never forget to take them.
Do you ever feel though, like if you take the med, you're giving like there's some like big pharmacy system you're giving into? I don't know if I feel that way.
Oh, I've never taken meds and never tried, so
but I just wonder why would God put us together where we don't, or why would we put together where we need some other thing? It seems like okay, but maybe all fact of where we are as a population and species in time. Like that one, we're way different than what it used to be like.
Yeah, the past is a different country. They do things differently.
That's a great thing. The past is a different country.
Yeah, it's all sorts of change. That's why everybody's mentally ill, because of what society has doing to itself. And if I could just have like a breather, if I can have something that gives me a breather from myself, I'm good with that.
It's kind of like, why would you get a haircut?
Why would you put on clothes?
Yeah, so like,
you're giving it to Balenciaga.
those cheap shoes.
Oh, that's a great joke. I haven't finished there.
Oh, can I ask about your teeth before you go?
Yeah. Thanks, man. Oh, wait, actually, these two are fake. Yeah, those yours. The canine yours. They got good white teeth. Mine is getting a little beiged out.
No, yours are.
You look sort of at the back.
Such
Really?
amazing teeth.
When I was young, I had spaced out teeth. Yeah, I got the retainers. Sometimes I wish I could go back, but it's all good.
I want teeth like I'm gonna go and get some teeth in a bit, yeah. Yeah.
You kind of, I feel like you have that kind of like Andy Dufresne, like runs a train, like you were like a train that up there kind of like. You don't want those bright white teeth that people get in like Zimbabwe or something.
Oh no, I don't want a mouthful of teeth like that. I want yours. Yeah, but you look as though you've got a mouthful of teeth. They don't look like yours.
Oh, really?
What is it? Economic background, not great.
Yeah, not good.
Shit.
Yeah, shit.
What is it about your economic background growing up? Shitty teeth, amazing. My economic background growing up, shitty teeth, brown, bitty. What happens? What's the psyche with America and the psyche with the UK and Ireland, where we're just like, fuck teeth?
Maybe in America, they think everyone can be.
This was such a.
That's what it is.
Well, they can, because you possibly can.
Yeah, like I just don't think the teeth are down the line.
Yeah.
Like,
know, not so
Yeah, I mean, you have
surprisingly,
to live
Paul
it.
IV.
Well, I think generally, like, I also notice, like, if you do, like, a lot of,
It is so
I thought when I was
absurd
in United Kingdom or Britain, that they had more, a lot of the women, the men were better looking than the women.
their religion in Christian territories, especially
I thought that, and you know, it could just, I didn't see a ton of couples. I probably only saw about 80 couples,
forcibly or otherwise.
you know, and a lot of lonesome men, which is my own, but which I'm grateful for, guys. But I felt like maybe the women was more. You see a lot more tanned women as well, like the fancy women in England are real tanned up. And, yeah, it's like a popular thing, you know.
This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking about power for women.
I remember, like, getting in here and I was just like,
let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership.
it was like the ratio was 50.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. People are just at least fit. They're like they fit well. Yeah, everybody's people can do it. Okay.
She was
do you think that
actually came from the Portuguese?
Good though. Did you ever hire one of those dating services, some money to help you find a decent lady? Because I wonder if when you're popular at your level of fame, how do you seed out? You know, like seed out.
I'm in a relationship. So, but I wouldn't
used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation
well, thank you very
software,
much.
also
So
consolations by His Grace.
I probably would have done eventually,
international
but at the point at
Jewish
that point,
boycott of the Protestant. She did this from Constantinople, where she had made her. This was like shattering.
Is it why is it all
It's like you match the
Since
top.
they lost their land,
why does it match and talk and lot? Because they speak a better offer.
There always is on that.
to exert their
Like
collective
it's
Shaq is on there.
on the church
Yeah, like
to
all
abandon
these families.
these anti-Semitic
So if you're not Diddler,
Yeah.
if you're not Diddler, you're not getting it. Is that
You
what
can get an
This is
initial look in,
very
but then the
dramatic
picture's
portrait
somewhere else.
version.
Yeah, to look out.
The conversation is very. How's it going? Not too bad, man. You
Do have a portrait.
What are you on
based on a medallion,
I think about it sometimes, but I'm trying to go the other way right now. I got to get over the
but
space.
rather from niece.
Yeah, I just don't need to be doing anything like because I'm just feeling compulsive about it. That's what I'm overall working on. It's just compulsive.
Find someone you really like.
She was
Then
opposed
there'll
by
be a couple.
another very powerful.
And that's a possibility too. I want to leave that door open.
That's what you can go down.
Spain.
But then,
I don't know. I think I also think there's a time in your life where you get to where you're ready to. And I think it's part of me feels myself getting there.
Oh, really bullshit. It's bullshit. That's what I'm saying the whole time. It's like I wasn't ready at 32. Apparently I was, because I have been since I've been 32. It's like, you are ready now. You know, you just don't know it. Finds, he comes in and she makes you laugh and you trust her. And like looking at her. Marry it, and then like I say, I swear, get WCUP, and then you win.
When you were saying that, I got a bit like,
Marry it?
no, the whole like, it's that easy. I got anxious. I was like,
also very well connected and very much supportive of you.
Oh yeah.
It was awesome.
But that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen always for the rest of your life.
Yes.
But then I'd be like, you wait here, right back.
And that happens with me when I'm watching the television. Like,
She said that if the Jews were to boycott,
and then I go, oh yeah, this
all
happens
the
all the
Jews
time.
living
It's just like
in
inside me, and then you know, it's like
they would
have
suffer
an
an
amazing
backlash. And furthermore, the port
great to look
that
at,
would
makes
have
me
been
laugh.
possibly
I trust her. And like, what am I? You know, what am I?
it was not
what I'm
nearly as
swapping
good a port as
What would be better about any
in charge of the region.
So that's something that you got to look at. Yeah, what is like what? Yeah, what would you swap? Sometimes you never make a list of the values and the one thing that you have, and so there's always like that's what I noticed too. If I don't really kind of make a list of what like. Oh, this I have like always have a friend. You got like a teammate, somebody to watch, do things with. Like if you never really list that out, then you'll just always think there's this invisible idea of something over here that's better. That's what I noticed. I have this invisible idea that I've never even looked at. Like, what is this idea? So it's just a fucking. And then you get over there, and it's just some fucking lady smoking outside of a building. Like, what is this?
Is just blob of an idea over. There's like this sort of greyish tinges back in it. So like, I don't know what it is, but it's better.
Yes, that's what it is.
Very,
It's always going to be there, man. Thank you for your time. Yep. Robbie, Mark, pleasure, man.
Thank you for having us.
America itself, the United States of America itself, much of this early settlement, which was dominated, by the way, by church was settled primarily in Caribbean, especially because industries that were developing, such as sugar, very heavily connected with the sugar cane industry and the processing industry.
Welcome to the show today, guys. I want to let you know that I have some tour dates. I want to see it live space.
Not in any way disproportionate.
Real time. They call it IR. Jacksonville, Florida, February 2nd. I'll be there. Pittsburgh, Florida, February 3rd. Orlando, Florida, February 5th. Indiana, February 24th. Rockford, Illinois, February 25th. Chicago, Illinois, February 26th. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, that's sold out now. May 6th. We may add one there. And then Los Angeles, California, the Wilderness, May 7th. That is all Return of the Rat Tour. Grab those tickets on TheoVon.com/tour. Today's guests are two men who are from another country, and they left their country. I'm not sure why exactly, but that's what they did, and we're very happy to have them here today. They are one of the most
Jewish History Lab.
One of the greatest
today with
selling artists
on the
of all
literary,
time,
philosophical, religious level,
of modern
looking
time,
at
of all
a stage
BC,
in
or
intellectual literary development
Mr. Robbie Williams,
a population called
and
Aharonim, sometimes spelled ACHARONIM. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities. It's a contrast to their predecessors, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about. So let's go in and try to understand what exactly are they asking, what are they saying. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in the previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadoron, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in the same picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first did it. At any rate, there's this idea that at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. downhill since then. Right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not
But let me tell you the thinking.
less intelligent. In
So the
fact,
thinking is this.
there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations, just on a
So if
simple
I have
technical
some
level.
bricks and mortar,
Phone
and the stock
has
market and everything
the
goes
entire
down,
Talmud and all of its costs that have
it still
ever been
exists.
digitized
The bricks
on
and
it
mortar
right here
will
in
be
the palm of my hand. So in many ways,
So I took the money out of
I,
the investments and
here
invested
living
it
in
into
the
bricks and
21st
mortar.
century,
I
have
bought this
at
place,
my
20 acres,
moments
30,000 square foot, blah, blah, blah,
books
blah, blah,
that
and you just
500 years ago most scholars would
I did a grown-up thing. I did a grown-up thing.
And so
And I was
this is not the
really
place to have a
proud of
discussion of this
And then you go,
philosophical
right,
concept. But the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because we're filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible.
And then
you
you
have,
have
like,
your
I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents the still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. The Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. This goes right up into the 3rd century, early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are
So
the
basically
scholars
what I'm saying
associated
is
with
you
the
can't win
Talmud.
anyway.
And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within this generation. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have
having a
so-called
property that
Rishon,
big,
the first one.
you just can't enjoy
And
it.
they represent a significant shift in the type of things and the types of things they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Aharonim. But that's where we are right now. Aharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite.
You constantly just see the money going by, you mean?
We haven't had anyone really
Everything looks like an expense.
When I walk into the kitchen today,
late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that as I hope to discuss this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Aharonim? What exactly do they do that's different from the Rishonim? So the characteristics of the Aharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it. I just like to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Aharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries. Meaning, rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example,
So you like to save money in
Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators.
Is what we have to hear something in the
Really
distance.
based his halakhic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas
I don't like being like a boss. I don't like having
on
like once
Maimonides
comedy kind of started to turn more also into podcasts,
sort
and
of
you
a
have to like
meta-analysis
help
rather than a
get
first
things
order
done and make
analysis.
sure that everything
That's
runs
also, I think,
smoothly.
very
It
much
just
characteristic
becomes
of modern
a
research in
big,
general.
like, I think it just starts to exhaust me. I don't
Literary surveys. Who else has written
So
on
when
this
I'm
topic?
listening to you
What
say
do they
you
say?
have help
That's the kind of thing
or helping
that Acharonim tend to do much more so when public and Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in
So
rabbinic
you're just swapping problems.
non-rabbinic Hebrew.
But mine sounds like a better problem.
And their language is so coded and not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. You know, like when I went to yeshiva, which is a America traditional.
Who's got better problems? That would be almost a great game show. It's just like somebody's like, I've got Down syndrome, and somebody else is like, I've got anxiety. And people vote in the crowd.
Rashba and so on. And then when we got to Corona, it was like all of a sudden it went so fast. You know, we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage.
Yeah,
Or
sure.
just have like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim, far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more using a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding.
I thought that it was like
third,
this
in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic.
actually what it is
Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory.
Yeah,
They tend to be
all
linked
of the
to
time.
an actual
Just
situation.
living in
They
fear
tend to be
all
linked
of
to
the
a
time. And
specific
like my
question
wife
that was
Beverly
raised
Hill.
about a
She's
real
had
life
on
case, and they will use the body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear.
Third of the water, huh?
Third
You collecting, yeah, you're collecting coins at that point.
My grandma, right? My grandma
It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of initiator of this era, a liminal character.
She could have an OnlyFans now.
Whose writings
That's what's crazy.
straddle
Is it now that
Rishonim,
that's
and
so your
grandma's toilet?
of course, none other than Aran Ben Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual?
So you got a lot of fear, so you always felt fear, because one of my first feelings that I ever remember
scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. However, why don't we call him Aran, which is the title
Because I
of
was born
respect?
in a pub.
He's our rabbi. Why don't we call him Aran Aruch? Why don't we call him Aran Ben Yosef, also by the way is known as Amen Faber, the author. This is really the model of all.
Yeah, because I've just
So
been
the
doing
reason is
talking.
because
It's just
we're just sitting here with Robert Williams and Mark Hayes. I mean, we'll do an intro in the beginning too. And you guys are mates, and you guys are from another country.
Of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is this incredible work called
Yeah, it's always nice to get that front together.
which is
I feel like America's getting so weird. People are starting to go back. I've been seeing like Mayflowers and stuff ads on the internet for like the new Mayflower, and it's
does
getting back across
is
to England. I think people
begins
are
this kind of meta-analysis.
yeah.
It really
I think people are willing to take on an iceberg.
using the kind of pragmaticals to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides and Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Kesef Mishnah, other works, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form, all of the decisions that were reached. After having discussed all of the previous codes, and he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month. But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form.
Shit! Have you ever happened? I've done it 4 times. Yeah, like I bought a house in the countryside.
So the Beit Yosef is considered
bought this place in
widely
the
the
countryside.
last work of the Rishon era and the Shulchan Aruch by the same authors.
Living here now, and we leave those people. That's the people
period
in
of
Los
the
Angeles.
He also had
Children will grow here and will
right,
provide
which
memories.
also straddled,
And I better not tell them that I hate it and I want to move back. Second night, second night, I find that I like it.
Wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which again I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like
Wait,
what
do
the
you think it's
Acharonim
because
are all
something
about.
feels
Let me
like
ask one last question.
simpler there? Does it feel
What
like
about
not like
the
what are
period
some
we're
of
in
the
right
feelings
now?
that would
It's
make
been
you
a long
think that
time,
it's
5
is it too
centuries
quiet?
that we
Is
have
it
been
too
thinking about
old?
writing
Is it
like
too
Acharonim.
old
Is
fashioned?
there
Like are there
something
things that make you think
are we in a period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are Chaim Kanevsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel. His work just clearly belongs to the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development.
We should do it by
And I'm kind of going out of line here. This is
where I
not
play
really
you,
my
and I'm like, yeah,
area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own time, especially like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at,
I think
like,
it used to be more like that was a possibility, though. You know, I think it used to. I don't. Or that used to be certainly a dream. Do you think that's still? I think maybe in our age that was a dream. Like you can't go down the street and like Eric Estrada's gonna walk up or freaking
assisted by
knowledge. Trying to think of somebody else. Like, yeah, Lou Ferrigno. I finally stood behind at a post office one time, and his wife, I think he's deaf. I didn't even know that. Makes the whole Incredible Hulk way more messed up, I think. But paint the
in 21 years of living here,
a person
the only thing that has actually happened
incredibly
like that was
broad
water
grasp of what's anywhere been written
gallery of
about a
60s in the
specific
valley.
issue and
And I
write
was
a book
offered the
about
chance
how these
to be
come
the
about.
bachelor.
I'll give you one example. Amazing.
I don't know.
I'm sure that you were watching.
Yeah, maybe it was a while ago. But like the only thing that's ever happened was
one should
yeah, I think a lot that kind of took over. Like it was like reality shows. People could get like
so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes.
I just would have. I think I'd have.
So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world,
I think I would just be kind of scared. I would just be. I don't know. I'd be flirting with the chicks, but then like
they tend not to be.
I'd be trying to perv out at night, probably.
They tend not to be
Sneak around or something. I don't know. I'd probably get busted.
But they
Maybe
are
something
hollow and
that
they're
would make me
typically
seem a little bit strange.
Yeah,
I think my true self can't help but come out.
Let's pitch that show. But let's pitch it where it's called something else now, but it's the same as The Bachelor.
So-called safer
What streaming services are on? What
the
TV
Valley
channels
of
are
the
on?
Donuts.
What's it called?
And the subtitle reads, it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of
Like a
pages,
peeping Tom,
all about
peeping Tom, but where they're like, well,
so
maybe
part
it
of
would
me
be
wants to think that this is clearly
maybe you'd be presented.
oh yeah,
And then you
level
have to
of
be
specificity,
the
detail that
I could be like the perv wrangler.
massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something
Hey, listen,
as
straight after
prosaic
this,
as
censor
eating
on
donuts. What's next?
Here we come,
Back
randos.
to the England thing.
Like,
Take
I
some
don't know how long
explaining.
this
So you get over there.
That's what happens for me.
great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to
At
wait.
one point in my
At any
life,
rate, I hope you found
ridiculously
this
famous
lecture
in a country
useful.
that you
If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history.
How old was
Thank
I?
you very much for watching.
I became famous when I was 17.
Oh man.
I joined a boy band when I was 16. The boy band took off. And then when I was 21, I left. And then I had a solo career. Sold 80 million albums. Hold the record for the most tickets sold in a day.
Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up
So,
on our discussion
This meets with, I'm sober, right? I'm a sober guy, right? This meets with depression and anxiety and mental illness and extreme fame and extreme success. And I came to America to I'm over in this radio station in the morning, and like I already have like millions in the bank and a huge following, and like I'm in Milwaukee and I'm depressed and
so let's have a look at it and kind of review that live there and why this was so important. As we have seen many different occasions,
what's this hope I can play your record share? And so I'm going around America doing all this stuff, and I'm going, hang on, so this fame's making me anxious and depressed. And if I go to America, I'm famous in Papua New Guinea. So this realization's happening as I'm traveling through America, trying to break America. I'm doing like a rock performance in New York, like, and I've never voted. And I'm trying to tell the kids to vote. And I'm like, this is and then I'm like, hang on, why am I doing it? Why am I trying to promote? Why don't I go and live in anonymity? And have a life. So the parent, the grown-up driving the car made a decision to not promote America, not do anything. So 21 years ago, I moved here, turned every down. I was offered in the States. And so basically, this is what happens is that I live in anonymity and I really enjoy it well. Then I try to move back to my home country and remember that I have no anonymity there. And that made me feel anxious and depressed.
much less well known was this
So that's how I feel.
You know, keeping it fresh is tantamount. It's paramount.
But it was first operation.
It's one of the premier things, and I have trouble keeping things fresh. I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. If you look at in the crisper drawer in my house, there's nothing in there. I don't really have that much that's fresh in my world. But who does is Peloton. One Peloton, that's right. They got the Bike Plus. They're freshening things up for the new year. They've got boxing, new music artists series, new daily workout varieties. It's easy to stick to your goals when you freshen them up. Spray a little bit of it. Imagine it's taking your goals and opening this dang mouth and just spraying breath mint in there. Damn. Beautiful. Peloton has a workout for every goal, every day, every mood. De-stress from a long day with 30 minutes of strength, 20 minutes of cardio. Do a quick 15-minute total body workout. That's all you have time for. Stay motivated while having fun with bike workouts, yoga, meditation, dance, cardio, and more. For a limited time, try the Peloton app free for 2 months. Then just $12.99 after per month. Members only visit onepeloton.com to learn more. That's 2 months free at onepeloton.com. Offer expires 1/31/22. Terms apply. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, man, I've had a lot of unmanageability in my brain, and it's in my life. It starts upstairs in my head, ends downstairs in my life. So I've got to manage that. I've been spending time recently taking more advantage of getting well. BetterHelp can do that for you. They will assess your needs and match you with a licensed professional therapist. They're not joking. They don't want to waste your time. You'll get thoughtful responses. The service is available for clients worldwide. It's committed to facilitating. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches. Get some help. Get a therapist to talk to them. Video, Skype. journal.
The Dead Sea region.
You send probably a homing pigeon and come back.
Fascinating and important works of the
And
Kabbalah
say,
only emerged in the
visit betterhelp.com/THEO. That's betterhelp.com/Theo. Join the over 2
capitalizing
million
on earlier
who
works.
have taken charge of their
There
mental
is a
health.
certain amount of
Special offer for this past weekend
particularly
listeners. Get 10% off your first month at
religious scholars and
betterhelp.com/Theo. This podcast is sponsored by
It is
BetterHelp.
attributed
That's
to Rabbi
insane.
Rothschild.
What a crazy that Los Angeles would be a place that you would come for comfort.
Although most academic scholars
But it's interesting.
place it in the
Did
13th century.
Yeah, a lot of rappers, they say that they don't like to live in their hometown because people will kill them, you know, like a lot of like Lil Boosie was here and he said he doesn't like to live in Louisiana because people will kill him there because they get jealous and stuff like that. Is there a lot of that up in England? Like
I've never ever said this.
And it inspired a lot of thinkers.
Never said it.
In particular,
Did you put it out for yourself? What's a PR?
Yeah.
Went away.
What happened?
Radically is tree of life.
But you know, that's sort of is the unseen stuff.
Inspired by the model that is described by.
But you were insanely, being insanely famous. I can't even fathom. Like I've been over to like I've spent time around Justin Bieber. That kind of stuff is insane. You know, to see some of these UFC guys, it gets pretty insane. Yeah, but I can't because. Did you feel like you needed to escape then, or did you feel like you were just going? Did you feel like you were leaving England, like you wanted to leave, or did you feel like you wanted to go somewhere else? That makes any sense.
Well, there's that a few levels of faith. What it does to you. The first one is
basically this is sort of like the architecture.
but the fourth one is like acceptance.
As
you know, you sort of rally against this, your privacy being taken away from you. Rally against it by trying to be normal. Trying to be normal, but also I'm going to be small so you don't beat me up. I'm a dickhead. You don't hurt me, and I'm going to go to all the normal places that I can't go because people want to kill me. But it takes a while to get to acceptance. Yeah. And then
we're also interested in what's called theoretic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we accelerate
well, you know, it's like I have anxiety, and I don't like meeting strangers, but like strangers want to meet me, and I feel really uncomfortable about it, and it's like thinking about it now actually gives me representation. So it's like it's a trigger. It's like, and also mayor of the best town that anybody's ever visited, or else people go, he's one of those famous people.
Oh yeah, you got to be the nicest guy every time.
The nicest, and actually, I hate having my picture taken. I fucking hate it. I hate it with my wife. Like she does Instagram. I'm just like, there's no, like the act of having a picture taken makes me go, for whatever reason that is.
It's probably because so much uses the Chinese believe this. You don't believe in the Chinese a lot of times, but I believe
that takes your soul.
Yeah.
It's not the Chinese. That was the Indians. I think that's a made up.
Well, the Chinese borrowed it because I remember I was in China one time trying to take a picture of somebody and they come up and try to cover the camera. Yeah, they don't want because like they said like it captures a little bit of it. So I think it could make sense that after someone has been so like I don't want to use the term exploited, but you know, so your image and your voice and everything is used for artwork or ambiance or transaction or whatever, that something's got to leave out of your spirit. It seems like it's like it would be. Do you feel that at all? Did you ever?
Well, that it takes a bit of your soul. Maybe subconsciously that's what it is that makes me anxious about it. But what happens in the process is this: I'm chronic people pleaser too. It's like I want you to think that I'm the nicest people I've ever met because Because if you don't and you go away having a bad having I'll feel really, but also at the same time, but also at the same time, it's like I don't want you to have any time with me at all. So I become agoraphobic. Like happily agoraphobic.
Not like Crocs or something.
Agoraphobic is like when you're scared of. No, it's where you're scared. That's agriculture. Agoraphobic is like where you're scared of going outside.
Oh,
but I'm not scared of going outside. I just don't want to. So, but it's either. But I do it also here in Los Angeles where I'm not. Is that I've been outside.
I've been outside. Yeah. One thing if it gets interesting, I think, and if you want to have a bad time, first of all, go see one of Mark's shows. That'll definitely put you. Yeah, you don't need to call a janitor to help you. But it's interesting that one of the things that happens is you have with people, you have the same interaction over and over again, that it gets to be not mundane because each person is, they're a new soul and you're, but it does become a repetition to it. And sometimes I think as somebody that's creative, repetition isn't something that makes you feel comfortable, maybe, or that you're like a true kind of. So I think sometimes that can be a little bit strange. Does that make any sense?
Well, there is a repetition, but there's an introvert doing an extrovert's job. So my job is to be an extrovert, but actually why I was taking all of those drugs is to make me feel okay because I'm an introvert. I want to be the soul of the party, and I also have things in common with everybody.
Everything that we have,
talents, because actually what I want to do is just
they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it, and
have you got kids?
But at the same time, there is this shell.
I just think I'm not that good at sex. I'm not like a pre. Like if somebody were picking people for basketball, but it was for sex, it'd be like, I'd be the guy at the end that's like, hey, what about me, But I think I just haven't really, I don't know. I think I'm 41, I'm 40.
Energized much of the later.
I'm 40 or 41.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I need to have a family. So I'm trying to get some help right now for I got a lot of commitment issues. 41, there you go. Bam.
So,
yeah, so I'll go to therapy at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm thinking about going away next month, doing like a couple of weeks or month retreat somewhere to work on I just have a lot of commitment. I just really have a tough time committing.
Just fucking do it.
Yeah, I like your attitude.
No.
Yeah, this guy that works.
Yeah, but he's so unconscious.
Yeah, he is unconscious.
He's completely and utterly unconscious. It's like you've stripped away all of your stuff. You're sober, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a sober guy. You don't get the joy of being unconscious. You see your problems and go, I've got to deal with that. He's dealing with nothing.
No, he's in the HOV lane. He has nobody in the car with him. Yeah, he's not even in a car.
He's moving backwards.
Yeah, he's moving backwards. Yeah. He's moving backwards and he's walking backwards.
I enjoy it.
That's the thing.
I'm just thinking it's better to be unconscious.
Oh, he's like a hot dumb girl trapped in a daft man over here. And I say that lovingly, but
I say that lovingly too. I say that with pangs of jealousy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, to be just happy and he's the happiest guy. I call him sometimes just to get happiness out of him.
In ancient times,
but you're in that predicament where it's like it's bad, but it's not bad enough.
Not bad enough for me. I don't know if it ever will be.
Yeah, that's it. It stays above the zone.
Yeah, because mine is break out in that.
Really?
Oh yeah, lose wife, lose kids, lose job, lose everything.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have that.
You need to get better. So bad things can happen.
Oh, it would be bad for him.
It really would.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't got a clue.
He would be busted immediately for something.
Yeah. So you need a bit of fame.
By
You
the way,
actually just stay where you are.
elders say that
Oh, you got a perfect spot, Mark. You always have he loves chasing the ladies, and the ladies love him somehow. You know,
Yeah, they really do.
it's charm, I think. It's
we should all
Mostly good
we should
looks.
all
charm.
agree
John,
to
is that Pete Davidson?
Carl
thing?
Very good argument to be
He
made
looks
for
like
that.
Pete Moss Davidson. You know?
Who's
Bring
Pete
up
Moss?
Pete Moss. Can you bring it up?
Not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him speech.
He's like
And then once he has
He's
that
just an
authority,
actor. Yeah, you go. Look at that preserved forest moss. That's it right there.
Including
Is that the reference that you were going for?
Yeah, just kind of a damaged fern. Yeah, sometimes I think a lot of problems with like commitment and stuff like that was in order for you to get a wife. I mean, I'm sure it was easy because
So
all the way back.
it was genuinely the biggest leap of faith to ever make.
But
Wow.
there are many rabbis
And I
outside
could
of
have
Islam
missed
that you were saying
it. It
that
was a slight
unfortunately, as a
may have
result,
missed
much
the perfect
controversy
person for you.
is particular idea did not go very far.
Well, here's so here's the thing, right? I'm anxious, I'm depressed, I can't keep my penis in my pants.
I hope you enjoyed this
I
very
can't
brief
look after
discussion.
myself.
I have lots
How
more
the hell
videos
am I
online
going to
that
turn
deal
up to be
particularly
decent
from Moshe
human being
Cordero because
for another person?
studying
Exactly.
his work.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you like this
Okay.
video?
So that's what
It is
I
really
was
nice to
thinking.
see
It was
the
like,
numbers increasing. Always there's something
I
people
can't be the
enjoy
person
studying
that I want to
Jewish
be,
history as
the
I do.
person that
I look
you
forward to
need
speaking
me
with
to
you
be.
in future
So I'm
videos.
not going to.
Thank you for watching.
As it happens, 17 years later, 4 kids later, I am that guy, and I was that guy, and I gave myself the opportunity to be that guy. My beautiful wife gave me the opportunity to be that guy and believed in me.
But did you just say one day I'm that guy? Did you go to like therapy? Did you do other things you did that helped you get there?
It's like giving up drinking, giving up drugs. It genuinely is one day at a time. 17 years worth of days later with my wife, I'm in a monogamous relationship with somebody that I really like, who's really cool, really great to look at, really smart, really creative.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish history.
Yeah, you can't. You're so far away from being that guy.
It does sound like a big leap of faith.
Oh, it's the biggest, because not only that, she gets half if I'm not that guy.
That's what I was going to say, because then I like to project in the future. Yeah, but if it doesn't work, don't leave.
But you're worried. If your wife can't, that's got to be crazy to go to bed at night and know if your wife is
Spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatite speech. Very traumatic series of events that took place.
Dude, you answered when you said, you're going to be my girlfriend. Were you serious about it when you said that?
This is not the first time that false messiahs have made the Jewish history, but this happens to be one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatite speech activity is geographically broad, far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by these activities, and also chronologically, because for the last 200 years, there have been these deliberations of the challenge.
Like, guess what I got you for Christmas at a power bank?
So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatite, what and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's much more ready communication. The print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good enough, newspaper articles through the contemporary
So,
equivalent
you
of
know,
newspapers like
and
broadsheets and things like that.
not ugly.
And a lot of
So I'm like
popular
a good
publications
package
that
to
explain
people,
to
right?
non-Jews
And
exactly
those,
what was
so
going
like
on with
it'd be
Shabtai
just
Tzvi.
like
And this tended to
a
circulate
girl
back
would
into
come
the
in
Jewish
and go,
community as
right.
well, where many Jews were followers of Shabtai Tzvi would actually bring copies of
then
these
goes,
broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666,
there wasn't a lot
right
of
at
sex
the height of
happening
the
because
activities. Today he's portrayed here as
this
some
is a
kind of
good
an
deal.
emperor, on a prancing horse. You see this kind of pose with,
What time do y'all lose y'all's virginities at, like in the UK? Is it like 10 or 11 or is it 17?
Because, many people weren't exactly sure what to think of Shabtai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on northern communities in Eastern, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than journals of Nicola Pamel, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced populations, reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust
upstairs
era.
and I go into my
My
room
own parents took in orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father and he's like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of an era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion, depression, anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a Messianic future.
Oh, yes.
There's also, into this mix, the very intriguing growth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed especially in the variety that is circulating in the Ariza of Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of a apocalyptic vision of how humanity
Always
has a
have
role
it.
to
I
play
did sex early.
in
People doing sex, they start breaking a sweat. How would you break a sweat, dude? I started a TV dinner and I am done with that. I was enough time to fucking be right by my
through acts of good deeds and study of Torah. This
thing too.
very, very heady
You'd have sex with your
apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological changes in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical
just here and there,
circulation of information through the increasingly available
people start throwing rocks at us as well.
Ideas that are able to circulate
in the Middle East.
precious hand copy manuscripts
What I could,
and
man.
all kinds of ideas
So they
that are now
started throwing rocks at
accessible
you because they
to
knew
a
that
much
you were having sex.
wider, broader reading public.
Yeah, they were excited, or they were trying to, call it mayhem or something, or just be a part of it. They were jealous. It's like, I can't be there with this rock, Will.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Women
Can you
have
remember
much
the
more
third
access to printed information than they might have had to closed,
No, because I remember the second,
educational
but I don't know
circles
her
like
name.
in the yeshiva. And this may be
Second,
actually one of the areas where
okay, second person you had sex.
impact is felt with the greatest resonance.
Weird, isn't it?
Let's come to
Yeah.
that shortly.
Yeah.
Shabtai Tzvi
And
was
then
born in
third,
1626. A bit of time.
Yeah.
They could walk right now and I'd have no idea.
He was widely regarded as a son of a talented intellectual young
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Have you ever spoken to
His looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be,
But I
quite
got
an
a name.
able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, was married.
I think it depends on the woman. Some women don't mind if you kind of idolize moments like that, or not idolize, but like,
Later, he was engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Taurus role, right? To a Taurus role. And his longest
in the
Sarah,
vicinity of Deborah.
Was it Deborah that was?
No, it wasn't Deb.
Bizarre
Deb was
behavior.
willing, though. I know.
Most
Deb is always
scholars
willing.
looking
Is Deborah
backwards
a name in your
tend
country?
to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or depressive cycle, in which
So,
you would have
Shocking.
sometimes
This guy's like a halfway house for your time.
okay,
he would ascribe to himself
Have you been
miraculous
close
activities such as levitation.
having
We call these periods illuminations, in which he was in some really
I've been in some, but I've just always been like
pronouncing.
I just think there's some. I have some
Allowed,
like
something which was only pronounced in
agitation
ancient times
like
by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year.
I think things like that.
And he claimed to be able
Or
to
anything saying
levitate
this is mine.
all kinds of other
now
things.
you're a sober
And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression,
do the same thing.
solitude, silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a
I
little
think
bit
that's
more
why for
stable
the past like
for an
I
extended period of
haven't
time.
gotten in a
And there were
relationship.
other periods of time in
You know,
which
and
he
now
was
it's been about 4 years,
off the
but
rails in terms of his behavior. For the most
because
part,
I gotta do
these
some work.
eccentric behaviors were sort of written
Trying to
off,
work in
and he was
SLA
regarded
right
as something
now.
of a perhaps a holy fool.
Just even just like
his,
little things like go 2
mastery
weeks
of
without interacting,
Talmud and of Kabbalah,
text you anything
and
with
his
him.
otherwise very
Just little
genial
things like that to
nature
try and like
tended
just
to stand
get on your
in
own
good
2
stead,
feet.
and people
Just so
tended
I'm
to
not
ignore
using
the rather
interactions
bizarre
with women as an
behaviors.
outlet for like
And on
uncomfort.
occasion, he
That's
actually
what I do. I get a
ascribed
little
to himself
uncomfortable,
a
and then it's
messianic
like, oh,
identity, but this
set
really
up a
didn't
date
attract
sometimes, so I
too
want
much
to have
attention,
things before.
except when
And I'm
eight
working on
of
steps again
Gaza,
right
who's
now.
shown
So
here
I've
on
got
this
some
image,
slips over the.
showing
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back
Have
to
you come
his
close to
messianic
being
era on the Shabbat's feet. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this
The
activity.
girl I was seeing that was really great.
Essentially, Shabbat's number one problem.
And now when I think about her, it makes me feel kind of sad because I didn't really meet her halfway, you know. And because then I go back because I kind of monopolized their time.
This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbat's mental health.
By
Tended to
like,
enable
when I
the worst
wasn't really ready
aspects
to
of
have
his
a
mental
strong
illness,
commitment,
and encouraged him to explore further and further his,
It was probably the last relationship I was in. It's been honestly been all of them.
So, what were the characteristics
I think it hurts
of the
more the
things
older
that
you
Shabbat
get. It's like,
was? First of all, as I mentioned, at the peak
And
of
also,
his
you know,
mania,
you think
he
that
proclaimed himself the Messiah.
have this
He would regularly hand out various titles
and then you walk
of
through the
Europe, things like
horizon
that,
and you
to
thought,
his friends and
and
associates.
it's not
He would demand
and
of
it's
them
still
various
the problem that it was
acts of obesity.
It's a little better. When I look at Mark, it's almost like that. You know, like in the movie where in the Christmas movie where they go look in the window and they see the past.
One of the most
So that's where I was.
characteristic elements
It's some
of his
progress.
You know, so there's been some progress, but it's just it's a little bit of stagnation. But you're right. It's like, yeah, I thought things would be different.
Antinomianism
So
means
you
basically
have to give
anti-law behavior, almost law in Greek. And he would like take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week. They're spread out throughout the year. Regular, as I mentioned, God allowed, he would transgress the Sabbath in various
Yeah, I'll
ways.
be driving home
And,
trying to get home, and
these
Mark
were
sent me some
quite
images
alarming
somewhere. What about, you know,
traditionalists.
Donna's going to be there.
Who saw him as the Messiah,
You know,
would
and just,
these behaviors.
I live vicariously.
New evaluation of the laws, in particular things like taking the fast day on Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction
I
of
live
the
vicariously
temple.
through him, and the
But
cops even show up vicariously.
to say that day will become
You were saying
a
something
feast
earlier,
day
like,
because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabbat Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been
Yeah,
born
you
on
walking
Tisha
through the
B'Av,
horizon,
which was very
you will find
convenient,
yourself in the place.
So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, still having fun. The fun, and now especially in LA,
Perhaps
the
the
fun
most
is always there's always the possibility. Like
tempting and certainly
You go
salacious
to be the
aspect
bachelor.
of his was his
And so even if you don't, you turn them down, you walk down the
rules
street
of
thinking,
sexuality no longer apply.
somebody wants me to be a bachelor, you go home and make your
There
family,
was quite a
and
bit
you're a
of
bachelor.
love happening in Shop
But it's true, it's just, there's always that temptation
with,
out here. There's this
the
weird thing.
exchange
And
of
you can
spouses
you can be at the
and
cleaners here and
himself.
see like a, you know, it's like,
He actually
It's
married
it's
a woman named Sarah, who was of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. The Shoptite Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married.
And then someone else takes me as a kid.
She actually would remain by his side
that is a
right
prison
through
to find
the
yourself.
very end.
Prison or open
So
Well, it's an open prison.
licentious
It's an open
behavior
prison that you can leave
challenge
at
to
any
traditional
time.
norms
But
was
it's
something that was
you know,
very
if you
controversial.
know that you
When
are
he
going
was
to
his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he was barred from with them.
yeah,
And when
that's
he
kind of
came
where I
in,
find
he
myself a little
insisted
time.
on,
Like,
or
that's where I'm wondering if that's where I'm at. Yeah, because I just don't. You think things will be different, like you're saying. In a few years, I can get something.
He actually
And then you
invited
can
his friends to
go.
come up.
And I'm not a big runaround or anything. And I just noticed that I get into like little things of affection, attention, just little things like that that I don't want.
Orthodox synagogues, but
I just don't want the same thing. I want to see if there's a different possibility.
landmark
Because even
was
just like,
in the
flirting with the
17th century.
girl, or
And
I'll
he
feel
insisted
uncomfortable.
on
I feel
doing
like I
things like, for
I'll set up a
example,
date. I'm going to
singing
date. That'll
out
help.
loud
Like,
Castilian
so
love
I just
songs,
want to,
which
but I'm not, I found myself in spaces where I'm not making myself really available.
encoded while he's in synagogue
I'm just
Sabbath services. So in many
the
ways, he
reasons
was
I'm doing stuff aren't
really bizarre
motivated
behavior
always
that
from a
he
place
would
of
not
like,
tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life.
this is
But this tended
from
to
love or anything like that. They're just kind of motivated from a
this
place
idea of
like,
egalitarianism, the idea that he was
what
removing
feels
the
uncomfortable would be
sin
fun.
of Eve
Sometimes I met my
women
missus when
was
I
something that actually
because
might
I
have
think it got
engendered still
really
more
It's
interest
dicey out there.
from followers, and
mentally
in fact,
just
this seems to have had a significant
it's my
flavor
career that's doing this, so I might as well do my career from being famous.
He was
or
also,
from the
as I
singing.
mentioned by the
No,
example of
from the
reading
singing.
from a printed book,
Yeah, from the
very
singing.
open
So
to
like I was reading
new ideas of
and then I met
technology
my
and
missus.
how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening is
so
the
we
whole
just
story.
as a
Here's
habit,
one broadsheet
just
that
cemented
printed in Germany that gives you a little sense
I
of what happened.
realized
In the 1665 and 1666, when ended up happening is
went out
he
into the world.
figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and commanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time. But eventually met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly. According to some accounts, actually listened in from high admiral, and his demands were stated, but ultimately not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but he liked to remain alive so long.
Everything in my house is like it's all like their stuff.
Like there's pictures of actually what his approach to this counter offer was at the time. Unfortunately,
yeah, but I don't want to just hurry up miss it to get, you know,
but some accounts indicate that he approached this counter offer with a certain and perhaps even going into his aggressive. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam.
I don't want to be that guy. I want to get someone at least get in a place now where I can at least try to have a relationship.
want to make him a martyr, and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of the Jewish followers. In fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200
I want to tell you about a company that I've been using for our web
ardent supporters of Shabbatai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam, and that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the last man. They exist really right up in the 8th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam.
And then after that, it's just
by the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion science fiction films.
They revamp
as Queen Amidala.
I don't even know what it is.
Exactly the same hairstyle.
Somebody gonna suck your blood.
At any rate, what happened to Shabbatai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade.
This is different. I'm talking about
modified.com have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabbatai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers now that he did, but also to
change my website. They put it together.
some kind of
They did an update the
reconciliation
other day.
with
Gave
his
us a new design.
earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still
living well
participate in
on the
reading
web.
Psalms and engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book.
I'm going to let you know, I was trying to get a
the Yom Kippur
mortgage loan
himself.
home.
Looking beyond the
get our day
Shabbatai
home. I wanted to live
Tzvi's short but eventful life,
I don't want to be outdoors.
actually are small but
I didn't want to be
significant, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image. A
And
mosque
the problem
built
was that it's dings on my
by
credit.
the
I mean, like somebody showed
he
me
also
back.
had a significant impact on later Armenian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob
But I needed help.
in Poland,
So
which actually had a
I
Catholic
contacted
bent rather than Islamic.
this company that I'm about to tell you about, man.
Perhaps the most
I'm
significant
serious.
for our
I
purposes
contacted this
looking at
company
Jewish history
and
more
within
narrowly,
a couple months,
the
I had the dings off my report.
charge
And I was able
of
to get a
Sabbatinus
better mortgage.
continued
Bridge
to
Credit
reverberate
Solutions.
throughout Europe
That
for
too.
the next 200 years.
They're different. They're backed by
Major figures,
100%
Jonathan
money back
Irish
guarantee for any items.
even the
That
great
cannot be removed off
Ramchal,
your
the
credit.
Moshe
I
Chaim
needed
Luzzatto,
items
author
removed. I got them
of the
removed.
Shine,
And then bing
were
bong.
accused
I
of
got
harboring
a loan
Sabbath
because
beliefs.
my
They were definitely
credit score was
Sabbath
better.
circles,
I can't even
sometimes
tell you how much it
openly
changed.
admiring Shabbatai Tzvi,
You will not find
much more commonly,
the
however,
100% money back guarantee anywhere else in the industry.
to
You know what you're paying for.
circulate his
Beginning of
doctrines
the
and
repair,
anticipating
it's written
even
in the
his
contract.
resurrection
No
as
job
the
too
Messiah,
big
which is
or too small.
distinct
Which caters to all
that
types of
never less found
clients.
expression.
That's right.
Some years later
It
followed.
will guarantee removal
So,
of certain negative
That's a
items
quick
as quick
look
as
at
24 hours.
Shabbatai.
Schedule your free
Here,
audit
I
in
do
3
have a
easy
few other
steps.
longer lectures
Zoom
on this
or
if
phone
you're
call
interested in learning
and get
more.
a free
I want to thank
$25 value with 30 days of free
please
credit
do
monitoring
subscribe.
and
It's nice to
protection.
see that the
You sign up through this
number of
link.
people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And
I'm not joking. I'm living in
very
a
much for
home
watching.
because I was able to get it because they helped with the credit. My credit was banged up. My credit was in ICU. So bridgecreditsolutions.com/THEO. Once scheduled, a bridge credit strategist will contact you to review your report. They work. Check them out.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
That's the same
history.
issue
Thank
I
you
had.
very
You wanna
much
get
for
that loan,
watching
guess
my
what?
online
Need a
lectures.
better
I
score
hope
to
you
get a better
continue
loan
to
amount.
find them of
You
interest.
save the
Today I'd
money
like to
on
announce
the
something
loan.
really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for foreign
some of it
publishers
be
in
a nice,
Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, about 2/3 complete through the material, specifically in the Jewish history labs. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatic rated, so you get a sense of how well you absorb the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself, with other members of the class. I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning. You observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details. What areas, may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so give me a how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile, the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile, and return. Try to understand something of the world of the sages of that ancient period. The Maccabean revolt is the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bartholomew. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora took place. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't finish this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And, I would love to have you in this course. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care.
This ain't even a great spot. So you better get it pretty quick. But then Mark's the guy you go to if you want to know what's going on, what's fun, He is always kind of keen to what's good out there,
Yeah.
Do they have a lot of I feel like in England and in the UK, guys, right? That they have more superstition than they do over in America.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. One of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's was the outcome of his own mendacity.
We see it in the movie. People dying for
and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of very coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of very coded things in his writing that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Nigel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island in search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the world. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now,
listen, I've got
it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also is extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedom associated with the expansion of Dutch West Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It's a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you would be caught dead. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to admission to England. We'll recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply forever than to pay back their debt. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam Jews and Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was lifted, and actually population in London began to drop. It was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but a formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era.
Did you feel like it? Okay,
now,
so
there were
Jews
Jews
like that
already
was
living
like
in North America
like a
prior
person,
to
like
this
that was
Bible
related to any
before,
territory,
but they
or
were isolated individuals that came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he was much impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we had just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population. Now, they were met by Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing. And I have to say, you know, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps faith-based or even fashion statements. But speaking for myself, and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. But anyway, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony. It only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not a character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? Hard, to quote from his letters, people, repugnant, hate enemies, blasphemers. And he basically wanted to have nothing to do with it. But ultimately, it was lost the market for it. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their factories in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also put Jews among its shareholders. And so received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. And Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So, Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and luckily for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately the territory was ceded to the British in 1964, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. The next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migration to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people interested in studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Terrifying for many, many reasons, but like selfishly, personally, I've been able to gig, I've been able to do a tour, and I'm hopefully going to go on tour at the end of next year, but then you see how the end of this year is going. Am I going to be able to get to that? Am I going to be able to look after my 4 kids and keep them in the lifestyle that they're accustomed to?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis in the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. And here you can see where they are in New York, of course, which we discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Truro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South End, and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic lands. The tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition in Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition. There were a lot of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition.
Do you know what I mean?
Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You see that there are populations moving from the Southern American, in particular after the Portuguese retake formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and Spain, Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west is St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century. And this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fortune. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these penniless on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Grantz, for example. Rebecca Grantz college fame, he take it upon himself to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generation really made it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it was estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000. By 1860, to 150,000. And pretend he was a DJ. Dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but dwarfed by the migration of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in agile. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in a more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants. And that'll be the beginning of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that was developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's and things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews. In that, coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism. Much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements when they eventually achieved greater wealth was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel, to explore, and really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian
And
Omaha in
they're in
19th
church in the
century.
morning. She's like, you're not going to
I
make it. I'm
believe
like, I'll
this guy
show you.
is standing in the back on
It's
the
just
left.
so
That
red.
would be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of the penetrated far west, looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by
SLAA type
1877.
stuff and those type of things.
The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized countries to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism. It's Belize in Israel, of course, and then make their way to join the very tiny community that goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series. Let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly divided between North Africa.
That's unbelievable. Did that cause you to shut it down? You're like, I'm
When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Russia has the largest population, the largest as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the US and Canada with over 1 million by the time you get to the rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. We will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration. But for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Hello and welcome to DHS Program. Today I'd like to look at the
Tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is.
In many ways, this particular
Professor
period,
at School of Medicine, Stanford. What do you do?
19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jew, granting of equal rights to Jews.
Check it out.
We shall see the legal emancipation is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless,
It's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand
Tell
it
everybody
today.
what you do.
Now, it's important for us to just take a
Position
second
as
to
you,
think about what this
you're a
word
professor
emancipation
at School of Medicine
actually
at
means.
Stanford.
The word that Jewish
So my
historiography
day job
has
is
seized upon,
cancer research,
although
cancer
it
biology,
clearly is
mostly
borrowed from
immunology
the
and
experience of
cancer.
African Americans,
Much of
and
what my
a much
laboratory
more
does is
dramatic
not so much the
emancipation that
biology of
occurred
cancer,
with the
but
context of
developing
the
instruments
American
that
Civil War in
create
the
the data
1860s.
that allow us to analyze
There's
the
a huge
complexities of
contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use. That is the accepted term. So we'll go with it. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves, not the same thing as the African American experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish host, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being
So what
slave
happens is that there's sort of there's a dance between
this term to
mutations
try
that initiate a
to
tumor,
find
then
to express
sort of an
the
evolution
release of all
of
of
how
these
the tumor
disabilities
eventually
in the late
learns how
18th
to trick
and 19th
the immune
century.
system
So,
to not
by
recognize
way
it.
of background, it's
So
very
we have all
important to
kinds of
understand
I mean, literally every day,
if we're using this term
every person
emancipation, what do we
develop
exactly mean by it?
cancer
So,
like
before modern era,
the immune system,
Jews lived in a
and your
corporate
body has a
structure,
way of
which is a
shutting
little
it down
bit like
quickly.
feudalism.
With enough time,
Everybody
with
in
enough
society
variation,
is in a
tumors
certain
will
box
eventually
that is
evolve
related
in a way
primarily
that
to
trick
their
the immune
role
system
in the
not only
overall
to not
economy.
recognize
This
them, but in fact
massive
to help
box
them and
that
feed
is
them
primarily
in a way to
populated by
create an
serfs
inflammatory environment
who
that
have
actually
the
then the
least
tumor
amount of
uses
rights. They are kind of
to
attached to the
cell
land,
division
and
then
although
metastasis.
they are also not
So it's a
enslaved,
normal
they are
function
nevertheless
of natural human
highly
biology to
dependent
create
on
tumors.
the nobility
So that's so
for
much a
their
normal
rights
function.
of movement,
It's a
even the rights of
byproduct
marriage and
of
things
what
like that.
evolution is. That when the
But they
genes
nevertheless have kind of like
retain when the
day-to-day
sun divides,
freedom
or if you allowed
that makes them very
stand in the
unslave-like.
sun. Too much, for
The
instance,
Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights.
mutation.
So people like in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds, things like that. So they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi, samurai, regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming, police holding, and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. With modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last regions who emancipated the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life, but it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter
presenting
work like
the
blue-collar
internal
jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residents to live wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated Mora Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court, like they had to stand on a pig's skin, sometimes for their chest bear, holding on to a sacred Torah, and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement saying, Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, that society should in turn give them the legal rights of forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formerly travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white, like Northern Europeans. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are different that we can discern visually, but especially when you get into kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. The Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics for some of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. There's a lot of hesitation to give it, first of all, African Americans, that First American fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then of course the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office. some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although the vestigial oath did persist in some states until 1877 when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, small Jewish population, nearly white, it's not really that difficult to actually make that big step in emancipation. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath. He would not take the oath value that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have this situation where and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always an if. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizens. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, which, decrees the kinds of ideas of equality for all citizens and things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be masculine? And so she proposed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says men, they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change. It's the same thing with cancers. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern corridor in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, academic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand,
to make sure
it
that
was their
the
first
person
time,
doesn't have to
were
subclass
much
for
more
the 60%.
Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far
The
more
narrative has always
observant
been,
of Jewish law, both
last
at home
few
and more
decades, stay
significantly
outside.
in the street.
But
So what happened in
recently,
France is,
people
in
started saying,
1790,
no,
the
it's actually,
emancipation
you need to
was
become
extended
accustomed
to
to
the
the sun,
Sephardic
and the
Jews,
real
and
issue is
don't
people
they
using
all? It's much
sunscreen all the
easier to
time and
accept
then
that.
going out and getting
And
burned.
after a certain amount of having
Obviously,
in
your
mind, in
situation is very different. Because you
1791,
have a
the same
specific
was
gene.
granted to the
and I'm
Jews of
Irish.
Alsace-Lorraine.
Yeah.
Now that wasn't the end of the
That's
story
the problem,
by
right?
any means.
The genes
There
of
was a
the people that
significant
lived
outcry
cloudy-ass
because with
places for
emancipation,
hundreds of thousands
all
of
of
years.
the restrictions
And my mother,
on
when we were
Jewish
kids, when I was
economic
64 years old,
activity were lifted.
so when I was a
And
kid,
Jews were allowed to
we'd go
engage
to
in
the beach
whatever
in
kind of
Connecticut,
occupation they
and,
wanted.
you
And
know,
they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had
baby oil when I was
a
a kid, everybody
significant
had baby oil,
advantage
and everybody
because
got
they were
barbecued. Yeah.
overwhelmingly
Plus, I worked in
literate,
in the fields as a kid.
they
For,
were well
farm
connected
farm
with
labor, and that's not
Jews
good.
living
That
in other
wasn't good.
countries, so
That's the
import, export,
damage
all
to the
kinds
skin,
of
and then
commerce
it
and so on.
manifests itself as
And
cancer far later.
large
Right. There's
populations
all these
of
little,
Christians
let's call them,
in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our
smoldering
entire
mutations
business
that are
environment
waiting
is
for a
changing
second
as
or
a
a
result
third hit
of
to
these Jews
occur.
rushing into
Or
fields
for,
and
since you get old enough so that your
undercutting
immune
us
system
with
is kind of
prices and all kinds of things.
gone
So
wonky,
a
and
lot
it
of
no longer
complaints
is
went
able to
to
take care of
the
something
Emperor
that 20 years ago would
Napoleon,
have been able to heal.
who,
Right.
in his typically
That makes
bland
sense. So
kind
is
of way
there
of
any
thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've
this
got to talk to
narrative
these
that you
Jews.
need to be in the
So,
sun more,
do they
and
have like
just
a
don't get
representative
burned? Is
body
there
or
a
something like that?
reality?
Do they have a pope?
Well, it depends on.
You do
I mean, for someone like me,
and so his advisors
there are
told him, well,
positives,
they have this
obviously,
thing
for
called
the
the
sun.
Sanhedrin, which was the
as an example,
ancient
but they're
court
also,
of seven
resetting your
judges back in
clock
the
in the
ancient
morning,
period, but they haven't met in 1900 years
just
since they were exiled from Israel. Not quite since they were exiled, but shortly. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's win the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the meeting of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and it really gives an insight as to what he wanted from Jews. He asked questions like, for example,
I think
do the Jews have their own police force?
And I was just talking with some
What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within the state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability, the assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law. Although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Muslim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but and they essentially they knew what kind of answers Napoleon
This episode
wanted.
is brought to you by Onyx Hunt. Hunters listen up. Millions of hunters use the Onyx Hunt app, and here's why. It turns your phone into a GPS that works anywhere, even without cell phone service. You'll see exactly where you are, every property line, and who owns the land. You can connect your cellular trail cams, drop custom waypoints, dial in the wind, and a whole lot more. Whether you're chasing elk on public, finding the back corners of your deer lease, or knocking on doors for permission, Onyx Hunt gives you the knowledge and confidence to make every hunt more successful. No more second-guessing boundaries, wasting daylight,
outside or wondering
language to
what's over
German
the
than it
next
is to
ridge,
French.
you'll
And then they had all
know
kinds of
every single
contact
step.
with Jews
The
on the
best
German
hunters
side
are
of the
lucky they're
border. But
prepared.
what happened in France?
This is how
Germany
you
got
get
into
there.
a
So
into a
before your
war.
next hunt,
Who
get
would
on
French
X Hunt,
Jews
download
fight
it
for?
today, and
And
use the code
dramatically,
JRE
the
for
assembly
20%
rose up and
off
said,
your
jusqu'à
membership
la
at
mort, they would defend France to the
onxhunt.com.
very death.
And
That was
so
the
the
whole
problem with
idea.
this was that
So
it turned
Napoleon
off
was
into
satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zitzine, who has an absolutely amazing career. I mean, that I want to have like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day with a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right hand of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone for emancipation. But what happened over the next 100 years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back, and the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back, the constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand, and he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain political integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation implemented, and you see this spike. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region has a most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to so emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited, rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews, but by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase,
they're generally in the field called phantomas. They're these objects that
and he articulated a
may be
position that
worrisome,
would later
but
be
we
picked up
won't
very
know that they're worrisome
enthusiastically
and
by
crunch
none
on
other
a
than Adolf
biopsy.
Hitler. He argued
Put
that
a needle
the
into your
emancipation
chest.
of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster
But if I come back 6
of
months and it's
Holocaust
changed, then maybe it's
So
something
that's a
we
very
need to
quick look
go
at
after,
the emancipation
more
of Jews
seriously.
in Western
So getting
and
those
East
kinds of
Central
regular
Europe.
scans,
In the next video, I'd
I
like
think
to
is
look at
probably one
Eastern
of
Europe, which had a very different
important things to
trajectory.
be done, but not by
If you
CT
enjoyed the
scan.
video, please
Which is
consider
crazy,
subscribing.
because
We
we're
have
doing
a
them for so long.
great
They
learning
still
community
do
that is always
CT
expanding,
scans, though, because
bringing
it's
in lots of
necessary.
people who want to study Jewish history.
Right.
And okay, I guess that's about it.
Letting
Thank
people
you very
know
much
this
for
might
watching.
cause cancer. It's just like, yikes. Yeah, but maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a low antioxidant, and I'm not saying that something like this exists, it's a bit of a naive statement, but if you could do that locally to the area that's being imaged or to the whole body, then maybe CT scans could be lessened in their problematic outcomes. I would say innovative and hopeful. Almost naive. Yeah, I don't think it's naive because you're recognizing the issue. Right, thank you. This is also a problem with X-rays, right? Like X-ray technicians, I've seen some of those images of people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure that the X-ray was functional. And over the years, they go, hey, what the fuck is wrong with my hand? And then they realize, oh boy, right. Yeah. Well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward of the kind of random damage that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but let me kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first place. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that single cells, the first time that two cells met each other and said it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide at each other's expense. So in the process of that happening, those two cells came together, or three or four, they basically said, together we're better than alone. But there were actually social compacts and contracts that at the genetic level were being formed between all of these cells. And so as things got more and more complex, contracts were formed. To the point at which what could happen is that any one of the breaking of a compact could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than we thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contracts, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, whether you're lung, brain, or whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that will kill off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring in a lawyer and fix, agricultural contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's you have to have a flexible enough mindset, because if you get stuck in this, it's a forward evolution as opposed to that it's a breaking of contracts on an opportunity for how to develop a therapy or a drug that would help people. One of the things that I wanted to ask you, I don't even know if you know anything about it, is there a connection between IVF and the amount of, because you have to take some pretty extreme hormones, there's a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors? I honestly don't know, so I don't want to opine and have my colleagues send me emails tomorrow scolding me. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you answered that way. I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then we tried to Google it, and it said there's not, but that's not surprising. Probably there hasn't been the right kind of study yet, and if there is not, there should be. I mean, certainly any hormonal imbalance is not a good thing. You imbalance the metabolism of the system, and you can I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, there's all kinds of things like N-acetylcysteine, betaine, all these drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of my cancer, every single one of those is a disaster. It accelerates. Yeah, not good. So, because there's all these feedback mechanisms, right? People often say, scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more awe in me than knowing the complexity of the cell and knowing the complexity of life and seeing all this feedback mechanism, knowing that underneath that is a universe with particles, etc., that enable something like us to exist. I just sit in awe of that.
Well, yeah, it's awe-inspiring for sure. I mean, anybody who doesn't think it is not paying attention or purposely being ignorant, right? Yeah. We get a lot of that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Teachers are here to hopefully teach and not preach.
Hopefully, yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, do you have to very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't eat as much meat as I do. Why meat? Well, because fats and a lot of the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relatively well shown that too, as opposed to advocating vegetarianism. I think there's a happy medium that we grew up in an environment where we had both. We're omnivores, I think, because we're omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, charred.
That's the issue, though, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it burnt? Yeah. I mean, it's carcinogens. You're making all kinds of. It's a witch's brew of nastiness that tastes good. But the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire to kill off bacteria and rot meat. And so the flavor of that probably was engineered into our evolution. But again, it's a cost benefit.
Did the cooking of it also allow us to absorb more protein?
I'm not sure about that.
I believe that's the case, that cooking meat actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body.
It could be broken down more readily, but certainly it kills bacteria. So, day-old or 3-day-old,
right? We're not a bear.
Or not, yeah. So, we're not vultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle all of that.
So you should eat meat. What else? Do you avoid sugar, which seems to be a real problem with cancer?
Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Yeah, thanks for this, by the way.
Is it sugar-free? No. That one's not?
No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are xylitol and all the other.
What about stevia?
Yeah,
stevia.
I don't think so. I haven't seen anything. But look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. Every time that, let's say, scientists make some grand prediction of what's good or bad, 5 years later, we find and update what it should have been. I mean, I often say this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, even wrong today, but right or tomorrow. Because we're all fact checking what the result of the context of the bigger picture.
I'd like actually good science, because that's part of the problem, is that ego gets attached to ideas that have been discussed and published, and then people are very reluctant to accept new evidence that's contrary to that.
Yeah, I mean, as always, as I often say, in the context of something I know we'll get to later, is the data off the curve, which is more important than what we already predict. Predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my lab, that's where we spend the most time in our lab meetings, is trying to figure out why that data point's off the curve. Is it because the machine was wrong? It was a glitch? Or does it mean something that we need to make sense of? And that's, of course, where all advances come from in the science. Is by the fact that the data off the curve is already curious about what it meant to go after it and then say, oh, okay, now that I've stepped back and seen the big picture, now I can create a model that incorporates that data point off the curve and why it happened.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. The internet is a breeding ground for misinformation. Even a simple search for ways to get rid of a headache can produce millions and millions of results, from taking pain relievers to detoxes to medication to cold compresses. It's overwhelming. And even when you do find something that's true, that works for other people, it might not work for you. In some cases, it's better to just ask a living, breathing expert. If you have a headache that won't go away, go talk to a doctor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, consult a credentialed therapist. You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself and how to be the best version of you. Whether you want to learn how to better manage stress, improve your relationships, gain more confidence, or something else. It starts with therapy. Try it for yourself with BetterHelp. Millions have benefited services, and there's a reason people rate it so highly. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide adult professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE. One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to illuminate to the general public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on, all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body, that it requires this fucking insane amount of effort by many, 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 many people. And and then the amount of data that had to be collected. The difference is that there's data, there's evidence, there's conclusions and proof, and that's an uphill climb. But proof, the next one up is the heat. My lab has been largely responsible, at least partly responsible, for the data deluge that's out there in the world. How to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And data felt good for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of, oh, I can get all this data. And suddenly you look at it and you go, what does it mean? And so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. And so our eureka moment about 2 years ago was artificial intelligence, where suddenly I had the ability. So normally I would click this data and go, okay, well, it seems islet suppressor cells are important here, T regulatory cells are present here. Okay, I get on the phone, I send an email to whoever the local expert is, either on the Stanford campus or around the world, and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types each, individually of which have thousands of variations themselves. And each subtle variation means something. And there's no expert for any of that. But AI can be, at least in part, that expert. So suddenly I have 22 million papers published, in all the fields of science. Several tens of millions just in or several millions just in immunology alone. And AI can be the sleuth for me. It can be both the angel and the devil on my shoulder that can make sense of things in ways that I never would have been able to before, especially with agentic AI. So we, for instance, in my lab, have developed an agentic AI that is basically an immunologist and scientist in a box. We can give it the raw data, and we can pose a question in natural language. And then we say, hey, make sense of this and turn it into a network. Normally that would have taken a graduate student along with a couple of postdocs, months and months together. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucinations, which you probably heard about in AI. But my answer to my colleagues is some of my best students hallucinate. Right. And so, but the human's still in the loop. And so with all of this together, now we can make meaning
out of the data, and we can skip a lot of the intermediary steps and speed it up. And it's just getting better. I mean, we, for instance, have put in a couple of papers now where, so for instance, where one of my least specialties is what's called the tumor-immune interface. So you have the tumor, you have the immune system, which is coalescing on near, and then in some cases the tumor creates a boundary, a barrier between itself and the immune system, where there might be certain kinds of cells that the system, the tumor has told the immune system, ignore us, we're not here. And then what we now can do is, there's, well, on the other side of when you look at, let's say, complex patient populations, you find these things called tertiary lymphoid structures. So your body has 220 or so lymph nodes. Okay, and lymph nodes are where the immune system makes decisions. It turns out that in the middle of tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor. It's sort of a forward camp of immune cells, that the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we used a cohort of colorectal cell, basically colon cancer patients, where we looked at hundreds of biopsies. And we did that pseudotype analysis where we looked for mature tertiary lymphoid structures, and then we looked for immature, slightly less mature, even more or less mature, etc. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form the more mature. What use is that? It's a nice paper. But it also now tells us what we might do to create more of these in the tumor. Because the more we already know from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome. So it might be, for instance, that once we know that you have a disease like this, we can give you some kind of therapy, a virus, or whatever, that goes and goes to the tumor, seeds the beginnings of these initiators, these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating the formation of these objects. And so there's a huge benefit to that, but we never would have found those without the AI. Because it basically did the work for us.
That's fascinating. Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or do you have like a specific structure that's built that interfaces with large language?
Correct. So we use, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best, for us at least. And then we create an agentic overlay. Basically, what's called probably no chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then we tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to make sure that they're good. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create thousands of types of hypotheses, etc., and the same for tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with the data, it then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the kinds of experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's a genius in the lab with you.
Exactly.
Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI?
Oh, yeah.
So there is a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly.
You use it, and because you use it with your AI, it's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab, is I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And the best way to do that is commercialization. I'm totally unapologetic about that, even though that got me in a lot of trouble at Stanford in the early days. Making money was commercialization was evil. And even at Stanford, And so I think that's an important process because scientists are good at asking maybe the questions and coming up with solutions, but scientists aren't the best at commercializing and turning it into a product that can be used or testing it, in large communities. So the AI that we developed, we thought, okay, well, maybe we can do this. We thought, you know what? AI is moving so fast. Why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes, but we're basically going to publish the whole thing on GitHub. So other people will use it. Because we've seen other people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, oh, ours is better. Why don't we just put it on GitHub and let people learn?
The resistance to the commercialization. What was the initial argument?
So back when I was a grad student in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And really every major discovery and every major therapy came from basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money you could give to basic research, and then there was at a certain point to say, hey, listen, are you going to do anything about this? Are you going to begin? So translational research became a push. So this guy at Stanford, by the name of Paul Berg, won the Nobel Prize for gene therapy for recombinant DNA way back in the day. And Paul came up with this concept of bench to bedside. Meaning that we don't have to be either or. We can be part of an arc, and Stanford wanted to be an enable within the medical school, both the basic research, which we're great at, as well as bringing it directly to patients as well. So to link clinicians and the desires of clinicians with the basic researchers who are scientists would be happy just to study anything. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I can get interested in it. So, and we're no more happy than when somebody knows what we do. But basic research was and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I was here, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with this guy, David Bolton. I won the Nobel for reverse transcriptase. And then I wanted to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, former bosses, mentors, Len Lewis, had two of the biggest patents at Stanford. They had the fluorescence activated cell sorter, and then what are called humanized antibodies brought in hundreds of millions of dollars to Stanford. And they gave personally most of their own money away. They kept enough to survive, but then they gave most of the money away and ran off of a lot of that money. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research and commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back with the department that I went to, the Department of Pharmacology at the time. I was warned by many professors to commercialize that. And I ignored them and I went and started a company that went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me, years later, sitting in my office asking me how to start a company.
Why did you, was it just a decision to ignore them? Was it instinctual?
It just was instinctual because I couldn't see the NIH funding what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, this sounds scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make fibers of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting cells, I set it up so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. So we sold hundreds of millions of dollars of targets that way, using retroviral to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses, but to our advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating because it comes with there's so many ethical implications. But if you didn't have any of those,
Yeah, and you could do that large scale. Well, I had developed in David's lab, along with the Skywarren pair, a means, it's called the 293T retroviral producer system. It was a way to make large numbers of these. Really followed on the work of this guy, Richard Mulligan, who had also been a postdoc with both who developed what was called 3T3 based retroviral production system. And he talked to Paul Berkeley at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of, interbreeding here. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought me a cell line called 293T that I introduced. Use this to make viruses quickly. I won't go into the. You do it in 3 days or 3 months. And so that now, I mean, tens of thousands of labs use that worldwide, and probably generates the most money for me every year over any of my other inventions. Just because Stanford, rather than patenting it, licenses it, and licenses are forever. Whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan, so Stanford made a good choice.
So do you think it was just a bias, an academic bias, like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work?
Yes.
And they missed the forest for the trees.
But the people, I mean, they eventually learned. You know, I mean, and I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore, but there's still a little bit of, I mean, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking I'm here to make money.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, right.
They're worried about the bastards.
Right. And so Stanford in the early days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company. But there's not a pipeline of technology now from, so they set up, an oversight board for each of these licenses that make sure that, the students are not being used. You don't want students, you don't want to be, covertly getting your students to do something, but then you're going to walk behind the back door and basically decided to organize themselves. It's so interesting that there's often a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often is the case that the company doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with me because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. I mean, there's places for that where people like, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I would probably be fired from a company within a week because I just don't like telling people what to do. That's just a fact. Yeah.
So where we're at right now with this cancer research,
that's a graphic representation of how.
When will this be applied in real world scenarios?
It already is.
It is.
It's already is. I mean, look at who just won the Nobel Prize last year, David Baker at Google, with the ability to predict protein structure, et cetera, and protein structure. Once you know the protein structure, now you can predict molecules that might come into it. So go back to the stuff that I'm trying to do with looking at the complexities of the dance of how the immune system talks or doesn't to cancer. If we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way towards the shutting down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are. Well, maybe we should aim at that. There's so many more opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be you'd look at a computer chip and you'd see just a computer chip with a few wires. But imagine now that you, as a scientist, have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor to that diode to this transistor. That's where we are now. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it'll kill the chip. But the chip is malfunctioning, so let me put a little bit of pressure there, and now I can reactivate the immune system or the chip to work in the right way. So So when you're talking about things like with your particular issue, melanoma, you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution to put on that would fix whatever issue that you have. Is this something that this AI that you've developed, or this overlay of the AI, would actually assist CRISPR in figuring out how to create something like this? Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to press, but two or three at the same time. Right. And so when you're talking about a complex feedback work, I mean, so, we're in Texas, so able to oil refinery. Maybe need to turn this valve here a little bit, and that valve there, and that one there, to make everything work just right, because something's wrong over there. And so that's really what this is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient view that no human can. And that's what excites me about it, is because I'm limited in how much I can keep in my mind at any one time. Right. But with the right question, the prompt engineering, and then with the right backbone structure behind the scenes that HAI is now providing. Now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in near real time. And so I wish I was 30 years old again, because I would move into this area so fast and I can already see the work that we're doing, dozens of potential new target opportunities. So genocide is the killing of people. Well, your goodness, with CRISPR, it's like 30 again. But I would love it. I would love it. I think that's on the menu in about 2 or 3 decades. Really targeted the Jews. I'm just being realistic. I don't even know if I'm being realistic. Don't get false hope. Well, yeah, don't get false hope. But I mean, with the exponential discoveries, the exponential increase in technological evolution, just that we've seen in our lifetime, and then I think AI is some new thing that is going to throw all that into just a giant monkey wrench in the gears of our understanding of how quickly technology evolves. Well, look at Neuralink as an example. The last translation, the woman now who can think her thoughts and make stuff happen. And in Leviticus chapter 29, I think it was Neuralink that showed some of these results. So fast forward, I mean, we're already in an exponential increase in what it is that we can be able to accomplish, and AI will help us accomplish some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I can maybe apply something else to one sort of level plan, maybe some sort of net over my head that allows me to think through these problems. The term definitely has AI becomes an agent to my thought processes, not only what it is that I think would maybe provides information back to me, back into my system. Not actually without having to so I can much more quickly but to conclusions. Now there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine, of course. At the same time, it has theological problems, like how we're actually going to say perhaps, that again, but I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there will be no progress, because all you'll do is worry about disaster. Yes, that's a good point. But also realistically, it might make you for that reason, religious thinkers, and I think we are the superior one. I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way. I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI. Before the are you a sci-fi? So for religious thinkers, the term is definitely the culture series, but it also has a kind of religious coloration university concept. They're like more secular. So basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less the Bible, but it does not have that. When did they break this stuff? Probably 10, 15 years ago, but still, still has stuff coming out regularly. Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer about 2 years ago. Because some of the Asher is still alive. His stuff, they're both great, full of ideas. I'll check it out.
extermination of the Jews
but
of Europe.
the AIs are also hilarious. It's not like, they get into their own hijinks along the way, and some of them are and rogue, and so there are a lot of
terms like final solution.
And Ian Banks especially is
actually
hilarious
coined by Nazis
in
themselves.
his writing
Here
style.
you see a mugshot of Herman Goering
So,
from the
the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us,
So
I think people are
Holocaust
horrified
is a
by that,
difficult term
but yet at the
to
same
use. It has
time,
some problems with it,
constantly
but
terrified
nevertheless
by
it is
human corruption, which is ubiquitous.
popular in the English
And
language.
ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be
So
the
when we're
torch
the
bearer
historical data here,
for the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. This is us. Yeah, and we're corrupt as
they're
fuck.
spread out across Europe.
Exactly. It's humans. Because humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways, at least some of us. That's because we live in a scarcity society. Right. And if AI enables opposed to scarcity,
speak German very well,
we have
dress like
nothing to
Germans,
do but sit around and
have less
try out various new drugs.
Yeah,
This is where we get into socialism, because a lot of people think that one of the reasons why we're in a scarcity society is small groups of people have gathered up most of the resources, right, and are in constant control of them, right, especially when you deal with resources that are the Earth's resources, right, who are you, right, to be sucking a lot of the Earth out and selling it for $100 a barrel, right, right. Don't get me started, don't get me started either. That, again, my optimism is that, you know, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to
get to the modern period
towards
there's a very kind of
environment. I think so too. I think in doing so, it'll expose vampires
largely
because the resistance to exposing this is going to be fantastic, right? Which is going to be very interesting to watch because they have no choice but to be transparent, and they have no choice but to start using AI. So AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways where it becomes indispensable.
Altogether,
And then it will start to move up the chain, where eventually even
dominate
CEO
other
is probably, you know,
the way in which they dominate obviously is very difficult because
or
there's
CEOs,
a tiny
we know
minority of the
studies have
population
shown
is specifically
that
some kind
tendencies and
of
leaders
cancerous
and there are
bacteriological
that you know about corporate environments because of just selling inventions.
language novel from 1920
That's real. Oh, it's weird. It's weird when you encounter them.
hideous kind
When
of
you encounter
culture
like complete
that's weighed down
sociopathic
this
CEOs.
shirtless
But
man.
look at how,
And what
I mean,
these
I'm going to get in
pictures
trouble
meant to
for
say
saying
is
this
that
one.
the Jews
This is the
are like
show.
carrion eaters.
We're
They're
probably trouble this for being
they're
eating all our
okay. They're going to
I don't care.
dominate otherwise
So,
healthy,
you know,
strong,
imagine
muscular
two
Aryan
tribes.
races. Once they
one
eat
tribe
them out
is
like
relatively, you know, civilized
then
and
they will feed
just
on
wants
their
to live
corpses.
in
The title, by the way,
harmony. The other has a psychopathic leader who can enrage
sin
his
against the blood,
followers of the other tribe's
novel
people
of the time.
to attack the other one.
The
There's
fact
a gene set that makes a
more
person,
assimilated,
you know,
actually fed into
psychopathic,
a lot
and
of this,
also
such as,
a
for
gene set that
example,
probably makes
really
somebody
bizarre
likely to be a follower.
form of children's propaganda
Which genes
published in
survive?
the 1930s by Elvira
We know,
Bauer, a really
right? And suddenly now, but
kindergarten
when
teacher
those
became
tribes are
propagandist.
separated
This
and
is
independent,
a book for
it
children
was
called
perfectly
Their
fine.
Gift
But now you
Books,
live in an
the
environment where
poison
we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another.
And the thing about toadstools is that they
And
look
suddenly
like
you have
mushrooms,
this environment
but
where
unless you are
psychopathic
very
individuals
careful
can
and you
freely
know the signs, you will always
and aren't
mistake
obvious.
them for healthy mushrooms. And you
Right
might
now,
one of
again,
these,
I'm sure
but it's
some social scientists will
so
say
true the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality they are quite
stupid. But I think
racially
also
different, and they represent
when you're dealing with office environments and the culture of a specific corporation, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world, and it makes it very difficult to discern who's a sociopath, right? Because you're all kind of following an act, right? Yes.
Vicious
The
tarantula,
rules, there are the rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge of the rules.
Warsaw Ghetto that
But I've
shows that
lived at
the
the edge of the rules. I followed my
associated with
rules
this
as
deadly lice-borne
told to
disease.
me by
So,
the chairman of my
and here
first
finally, here's an Austrian example. This is
then I wouldn't be
terrifying.
here today.
Again,
So
from
I
the
go with him
elections
and I
of that
basically
early
found
interwar
I
period,
got permission
the Jew
from
was
the
portrayed
to
as
do what
some
I did.
kind of like devilish
And
snake
they
who
basically
was
overruled
strangling
the chairman,
Austrian,
but that's only because I dared to
and
do it.
the image reads
Yeah.
German Deutsche Christen,
Because you have to
Österreich,
believe
which means
in the
German
value of what you're
Christians
trying to do.
right. Save Austria.
Well, that's
right. Meaning you have to vote
See,
for
this is the problem that I
a
have with
party in order to
corporations. I
save
think it has
Austria.
structure. When you have something that has
Jewish,
an option
by
to
the
its
way, is
shareholder
associated with the
to
communists.
consistently make more money
Are lying
every quarter,
thing.
every year,
That's the kind of
constantly. You're in
atmosphere
a
that
constant growth
Hitler
cycle.
came of
Then you have
age
to do whatever it
here's
takes.
an
But
image of
you have to
Hitler as
survive.
a
If you want to
baby,
survive as a
kind of
CEO,
a children
we don't want
look
some
at.
fucking
Hitler had a
kumbaya
difficult
shithead
relationship
ruining
with
our
his
stock
father,
profile,
who was
right?
much older
Portfolio.
than his
Get to
mother.
work. Right.
And
Get
when
shit
his
done.
father
If you
passed
want to
away at
survive
18,
and
that allowed
succeed as a
Hitler
CEO,
himself a little
it
bit more
encourages.
freedom because
So
he had
see,
always wanted
the
to be an
stock market,
artist.
as valuable
He
as
had
it is,
some
is the great
middling talent. Here you can
whitewashing
see some of
money
his artwork
laundering
that's
system
actually
that allows you to
available
separate
on the
your
web.
morals.
Unfortunately
from
for
what it
the
is
young
that
adult,
the
he
stock
was
market
not
is
especially
doing around you.
talented, and he was
And if you're part
rejected
of a
from
corporation, there's this
Vienna
diffusion
School
of
of
responsibility
Art, a
because
rejection that
the
stung him
whole
bitterly, and in
machine
fact,
might be doing
writing
evil,
about it
but I
in
make
his
it.
memoirs
I just
later.
work for this
He
department.
always felt that
I'm an unapologetic
somehow
like
rightful
many of my
place in the
colleagues.
Vienna
Couldn't
society
do it because it's the best thing
and it's this
for
idea
now.
of the replacement
But I
theory.
to live in a
should
world
have
where
been
there will be
art, but a
scarcity
Jew had
environment.
who had
Do let
you know,
AI do a lot of
supplanted
stuff that would
rightful
otherwise
place
be
in
the place where
student body.
manipulates
That's something that, by the way,
my only is
nationalist, white
complete
nationalist, white
removal of
supremacists
the
to America
of
in
the
the early
American
21st
workforce.
century.
Yes, and the global
At any rate,
workforce.
new purpose with the
That's why
onset
it's
of World War
because I
I.
think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than universal income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature. Yeah, and that's a problem. And it removes people's
But when
identity,
Germany
removes their
surrendered in November 1918,
Yeah, I agree.
he, like
No, I
many
don't.
other Germans, felt that this was
in
a
some ways
stab in the back
happy that I'm
that was
64 years
somehow
old. And I'm not
orchestrated
going to
by
have to deal with some of the
See,
problems. I think you're going to have to deal with it, dude. I think you're going to live.
propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of
So
the stab in the
you're
back, which in
privy
German
to a
was
lot of
the
information,
Dolchstoß.
and you're going to know
You
when
see
things are
by the way, I'm using some
valuable
Austrian
work.
materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself
when
was
the
an Austrian
potential for
Germany, although they are
AI,
separate countries. They are really in one larger
I think there's a
unit.
balance, right?
Austria
There's a
would
battle.
join
I think
with
there's a real
Germany
problem
much closer,
with AI in
you know,
terms
they
of
prosecute the
military
war
objectives.
together, but
It's a
that's
real
for
problem
later on.
because it's
Anyway,
not
here
going
is
to make
an
moral and
Austrian
ethical
depiction of the
decisions.
anger
To
that
say,
many
like, well, the
Austrians felt
decision
over
the
the
clear
surrender
answer
in World War
yeah,
I.
if you want me to
Here's a
succeed, you don't
lantern
just kill
jawed
everybody there.
Austrian
You'll have
soldier
the
with a
land.
steely gaze,
Get mineral out of it. Right.
defending the
That scares the shit
Western
out of
front.
It,
Sneaking
you know,
up
I
behind him is
think
this
it should,
hideous-looking
and
woman
I don't know what
that has
I don't
a
know what the answer is, but there's plenty of
Jewish
working
star
in
on
the
the
area.
French style hat
I mean, I
that
try
she
to
is wearing,
keep to
and
the
with this
positive
leering
aspects
smile,
of
she's
what I
stabbing
think
him
AI
in the
can
back.
do in
The Jews
science.
somehow betrayed
And,
Germany
I mean,
and
for
Austria
instance,
from
it's an
within,
need to take my
causing
lab
a
from
lot
40
of
people
anti-war
down
sentiment
to
and
6.
causing the Germans to
Right, I don't need to produce.
surrender
I mean, so
prematurely
it's actually
before they
already
could have actually
reduced the
won.
workforce in my own lab.
Hitler
Because I don't
came back
need to
from the
produce
war,
any more data
got very much
I need to
involved
make
in
a
right
meeting with the
politics. He
data.
participated in the
I
year
think
called
every
Friction, which
invention
there was
that's
actually
been truly
an attempted
groundbreaking
insurrection for
throughout
which he was
history
arrested
that scared
and sent to
people.
jail. Here
And
is
they
a
worry
picture of him,
about
believe it or
potential
not, in
negative
jail.
side
He
effects,
actually had
including
a
the
very
papers,
cushy
right?
time there.
Right.
The judge who
There's a lot of
sentenced
people
him
at the beginning
was
said this
clearly
should
very
not be a thing.
sympathetic
This is
to
terrible.
Hitler's
It's going to ruin
aims, and although he
society.
could not
People thought
let him off
books
scot-free,
were going
he gave
to
him a
ruin
very, very
things.
light
There's
sentence
a lot
in
of people
jail,
that thought
very brief
writing
duration,
was going to
and
ruin
allowed
your
him a
memory.
personal
You
chef,
right.
all kinds of ridiculous
Yes.
things. And it
Some
was
crazy
in
thoughts
jail
that
that is
in terms of
motivation
things
was
that turned
good.
out to be incredibly beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it and go, this can ruin us all. Well,
And while he was there,
he wrote about
his
these
memoir, My
classes and AIs and
My
everything,
Struggle,
sort of
in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent that lists all of his anti-Semitic claims and his ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him,
I would want that, but I don't want to uplift it to
a lot more
You don't want anybody in control of it than I. You ads for things like
thugs that were organized, the so-called brown shirts, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held
they're on sale right
in
now.
the
But I think what's
1920s
interesting
and
about
1930s,
AI
but
is, we
never
see it as a
gained
tool
majority
as opposed
of the
to
vote with his
actually
Nazi
pretty
party.
soon
Here
it
you
will
can see
be a colleague,
the elections of
and pretty soon
1928
it will
only
be
got
an entity
6% of the popular vote. Actually,
right. We
quite a
already
bit
see it
more in
talking about
1930
people
and
saying, well, does AI
1932
have
as the primary
consciousness?
appearance
Right.
really
Whether it has conscious in terms
in
of
March 1933,
consciousness that
garnered
some people think about as
33%, with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote.
So
in
whether it's
the,
conscious or not, or whether it acts like it's
coalition-style
conscious, doesn't
government
matter
that
so much to
was
me
prominent
as
in
to
many
whether or
European
not
countries at the time.
I can
Hitler
use it
was given the opportunity as the leader of the
Yeah, I'm an
largest single
introvert,
party,
as
the
it turns
plurality,
I would love to talk to you endlessly about just what it is that I'm interested in,
proceeded
as
early
opposed to having
on
to deal with small talk at a party.
identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg law that
When
clearly
you think
identified them
about
by
the
the racial
evolution of this stuff,
characteristics. That is how much
one of the
blood
things that
was
kind
in
of
them
freaks
as
me out
measured
is
by
it
their
seems like
grandparents,
integration is our
creating
only
a
option for
very
survival.
racist
And
society
what we're
that
looking
was
at right now,
dependent for
we
all
see
kinds
just
of
a normal
advancement in
biological
various
person like you or
careers
I
and in
without
public
any sort of
services like
electronic
education and
interface
so
that's
on,
permanently part
whether
of
or
us.
not one was
I think
free of
that
any
is
taint of
going
Jewish
to be
blood.
as weird
Jews
as someone
were removed
today
from
who
civil
doesn't have a cell
service,
phone.
from
Yeah,
the
I
courts,
agree, and I think
from
that's a really
education,
and the cell phone is
a
like
whole
the best
series
now.
of
Like Elon
measures
said,
in
we're
place
cyborgs. You
to
just carry it with
gradually
you,
push them out
and
of
eventually
society.
it'll be
This
more. This is
culminated in
this is
dramatic
super inefficient
attack,
to be actually
the
have
largest
to go
attack
look
of its
things up
kind,
and use your thumbs and
since 1938.
it's just going and even talking to it, asking a question and waiting for the response. That's inefficient in comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously access large language models like that. Not only that, but then why do we have 100 different fucking languages do we have? I don't even know. Thousands?
They had better get
I don't know.
dialect. It was.
How about
Although
one
many
universal language that everybody with a chip gets?
And a large number of them did.
Boy, do we have a soup of ideas and no problem with language barriers, no problem with cultural barriers, but then do you have a problem with the edge of who you are versus who the other person is? I don't think that. I think that goes away. I think that goes away, and we become a hive mind. I think that's I think that's ultimately the evolution of human beings. And look, I know you've done a lot of work with UAPs and the like, and I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to what they used to be like, and especially like ancient hominids, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees supposedly, or one of the many different ones, that kind of looks like what we seem to be going in the direction of being. Right. Yeah, I mean, which is one of the reasons why I find it so odd. So, if you just for a moment take UAP and aliens out, or ET, or interdimensionals, whatever it is you want to call them, out of the question, and fast forward what humanity's going to do in 1,000 years, and our ability to expand into the local galaxy, we're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as conjoined entities like an avatar. And yeah, when you go somewhere, let's say we don't have warp drive, you're not going to send yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity, or whatever it is we think humanity will be in 1,000 or 5,000 years, in that local environment. And so I think the extent to whatever it is that UAP are here today is somebody else's civilization's version of this. And that you wouldn't, the principle, us, whatever this is that we might be allegedly, etc., dealing with, isn't the thing that's going to show up. You know, so to the extent that Neil deGrasse Tyson is right about anything, the person who gets on the ship, beginning, whatever it is that sends it off. It's not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries or intermediaries or rogues or whatever. And that if you're going to interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more or less like the locals rather than something that whatever it was that you were a million years ago. Does that make sense?
Right. I get what you're saying. So you make something that looks like the locals so that they're more likely to accept that it's a real thing.
That's a real thing, but you're not going to make something that looks like a human because then you'd mistake it as a human.
Right.
But you might make something that looks more or less enough like a human, but enough like an alien that you're going to recognize it as an alien. And again, I'm just speculating. So, so the Daily Mail don't say, put it out tomorrow. Oh, they're going to do it. They're going to do it anyway. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing is supposed to be quoted the saying is ridiculous, but
yeah, they got me too. They get everybody.
It's the nature.
But how do you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. Like, so what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAPs or UFOs?
I think I had a general, and so once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're clicking around, and I was like, oh, UFOs, that's kind of cool. I read nothing but sci-fi. I'm pathetically narrow in that sense. And so I followed, I followed the usual kinds of things that you would see on the early days of YouTube. And I came across this thing called the Atacama mummy. That little mummy that was claimed to be an alien.
Is this the Peruvian one?
Yes, it was Chilean.
Okay, so this is the original one.
Okay. Yes.
Which they call Jewish Council. And the Jewish Council ended up becoming kind of like the go-between of the Nazi demands on the Jewish population right up until the ultimate destruction of itself. Some of those leaders were really quite heroic in their attempts to protect the Jews. As Chernev is shown here, who was the leader of Mizraim in Warsaw, he left behind a diary in which he meticulously related the weather and a lot of his personal concerns. He was very worried about the fate of his son and so on. But he describes in excruciating detail the slowly pressing fist that Nazis held around the Jewish population and the way in which he tried to appease them without inflicting too much harm on the people as a whole. Ultimately, by 1942, when it was clear that the Nazis intended to destroy the entire population, he committed suicide by swallowing his son. Other Unilat leaders, such as Chaim Kowalski, however, were widely regarded by the Jewish population as villains who sought to aggrandize themselves on the cost of the suffering of a larger population. Here is some currency printed in the Litzmannstadt ghetto by Kowalski himself, which portrayed him as some kind of like redemptionist, messianic-like figure who was frequently derided in the local population as the king sign for the way in which he ordered the population. It seems that the Nazis had not clearly articulated what they even wanted to do with these ghettos. In some places, like which was run by it seems that the model was reductionist, meaning that there was a purpose for having the Jews in these ghettos that was somehow related to their utility for the war effort, and which was a major textile center. Jews there were put to work creating, uniforms for Nazi soldiers and linemen and things like that. And so having a work permit was essentially a lifeline for the Jewish project. Somehow the ghetto sort of made sense as a type of center for studying labor. On the other hand, other ghettos like Warsaw, where Adam Chernev was active, seemed to be nutritionist in nature. The whole point of the ghetto was simply to starve to death, and very few provisions were provided to them. The Jews were reduced to either dying of starvation or typhus or of being shot, particularly children, for attempting to smuggle in goods from outside the walls. Order was maintained, or a semblance of order was maintained in the ghetto, by the so-called Jewish police were set up by the rather hated by the local population for their enforcement of Nazi objectives. There's a tremendous amount to say about the nature of life in the ghetto at the beginning of the war in 1939 through the dissolution of the ghettos in 1942. The primary characteristic of the ghetto experience was that of starvation and privation, mass death. But there was also some heroic internal activities, such as the war saw the creation of underground medical schools, theatrical performances, lending libraries, the incredible array of activity that the Jews engaged in the ghetto to try and return semblance of normalcy to their existence even under these imaginary conditions. Also, unfortunately, very active black market and even activities like nightclubs and so on. A tremendous amount of gambling, prostitution, organized crime happening in the ghetto as certain individuals took advantage of the suffering of the population as a whole. Ultimately, nothing would matter because all of these ghettos, whether they were reductionists, whether they were attritionists, whether they strove to meet the needs of the Nazis or the demands of the Nazis, I should say, or whether they tried to resist, they were all destined for destruction. There were notable episodes of resistance in the ghettos. Perhaps the most famous is that Warsaw Ghetto resistance, the uprising of April of 1943. Just by that date, however, you get a sense of the fact that the resistance happens to quite late. The ghetto was largely empty of its Jews in the summer of 1942, and it was only a small remnant that chose to heroically, albeit symbolically, on the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirm life without necessarily taking up the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Rothschild, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh, a rabbi who continued to be active throughout the entire period in Warsaw, organizing clandestine gatherings of Jews and philosophy and giving Jews strength under these unimaginable conditions. In 1942, however, the Nazis moved to a new phase of the murder process, which will involve the death penalty. It was to that we will turn next and see. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion. These lectures are intended for educational purposes only. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust? Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 30s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust, two major periods of Nazi activity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939, of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series, the Holocaust, for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to do the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 30 killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians of the Third Reich for coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient, psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked at a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps most simply camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Generalgouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, and political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places, a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those sad. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetics, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. They were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, to have lice removed from their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troop prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died within 20 or 30 minutes of horrible asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. Vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children, in particular if they were identical. In the end, when these liberated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching.
I believe this ties into the biblical story, and here's interesting, just to totally confess, George. When I started with Atlantis, I was agnostic. I was not a religion at all. Now I am born again, brother So I think that's the interesting piece. I think these technologies like the crystals, I think they're all more real. I worry because I've become religious, because I see these now from a religious standpoint. I worry that those aren't real memories of past lives, but it's this evil force that is certainly still around us here, whispering into people, trying to make things feel important and true, and to kind of keep it eternal with the things that should be important enough. So that's my fear about that stuff, about trances, those kind of things. I know that's not fun. I do promise that if you seriously research this, I've not researched this for 5 years. It's all I do. That is where this leads to those types of things. Are we going to find any hard evidence? I think we have tons of hard evidence. I think if you look, all of the academic papers that get published, and there's a source which you hear, where he's discussing the plane. This is pretty. He's discussing the plane, the sun. He says it's now the north, and we see the Canary Islands, which is the second point of Athens. This is the first province expansion. And it makes total geographic sense. And we're looking at it. We cannot like it. You can argue, you can admit different ways of interpreting the data, but this way of interpreting it is just as valid as it. And this way of interpreting it has the advantage of matching geography, where how we can see specific. You don't have to change like them. Where any instruments, or change time for this to work. It is going to, because there's a lot of fight over. But all of this converges at the temple of Nina. It's science. That's where the story came from, the biggest way to play it. And that interesting, a very significant tie to Genesis and Enoch, if you accept the fertility goddess, which is a program for 200 BC in the Mediterranean basin. All of a sudden, fertility goddess cults exploded all over basically actually circle GMUC just south of Crete. I don't have this in the book, but people want to have some fun. It will actually 35 months, 24.3, and simple numbers, and you'll see a huge sunken, basically city that was heat. That's in the Mediterranean basin. When it flooded, his fertility goddess cults. And the one that we inside this was the most important city, the most important religious center. It pre-Egyptian dynastic civilization. I mean, this was the hub of everything. And that's where the story of Atlantis got the movement on village, which makes complete sense if my theory is right. This is really a case study in one Enoch, and which the details of what's going on in Genesis 6, because that simple location on the West Nile and the fertility goddess cult, the fact that the sort of Atlantis shows up there is impossible unless it's related to these other stories that come first directly to that area. David, how do you think Plato got the information that he got right about it? Yeah, I really have a great form, and don't have notes in front of me. It's in the book. Because details came in custody. It wasn't in orphanage like it said. Wait, no, it's very specific. It says very poor family. Had this stuff written down so long and written down. It was a grandbook to verify. And that's what this is to be attached. So long down to the priests, wrote it down to physical scroll, and they're having the not the funniest conversation, but the prettiest conversation. They talk about Canada's different scroll, and then afterward, because everyone's spending this heading crammed over the back, it verifies to make sure that the information that played a dialogue is in fact was at the template meeting says it was. So it's a verified chain of custody, and it was literally chiseled into the walls of this temple. Boy, if they only had social networking in those days, huh, David? Yeah, maybe that's why they have this current. I'm convinced that's the biggest evil there is on the planet. So, man, I bet they didn't have some their own little way, right? In their own little way. And look, the play panels just spread the name, right? Yeah, 25 books on that play. 25 books on biblical chronology. Because what I
What the fuck was that? This
To access the audio archives, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Your favorite host over that protocol. The official NFL podcast network.
This is 24/7 coverage of everything. Talk about
football. NFL starts now.
the iHeartRadio app.
Search NFL.
Dive in.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How much do you have
This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How crisis?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
Oh my God, that start. What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online. How little we know. And uncovering a totally scam.
The only thing I have is truth with myself.
I'm Alexi Ostrus, I'm a journalist in Tortoise Media, and this is Sweet Robbie.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app for podcasts started in September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Educator, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences, each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm David Dietrich, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanu, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. Put it this way, we need this penal system. People come in and stand around the wall and sweat and pull off him just like it pulled off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past is behind them, but they also have some unfinished business. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming it. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hey, Mike from North Carolina, and I'm from Saturday. If you like me, you get a little bag of each time the live show is tonight. That's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone.
I'm John from Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area. The show.
Any show anytime, come along to sign up. Go to our website, coasttocoastgames.com. Right at the top of our page, it says Insider. Click that. It's all the information in your app. The other way is to go to the App Store. Look for the Coast to Coast Game app. It's free. Put it on your phone. Through the app, you can sign up as well. If you're in Canada, come on board and sign up to be an Insider. That is something you can back. Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than women. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall. Introducing FMT, not a drink, but 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator Wow, that's amazing. What kind of changes are you seeing? FMT capsules for men and women from HealthyLooking.com or 800-549-5536. FMT capsules at HealthyLooking.com or 800-549-5536. Go George Corporation from HealthyLooking.com. Our mission, one, a fictional book based on real world facts. I mean, true that you will never have the topic of Timothy Jones. Yeah, I guess next week will be. Mission, March mission, one, available on Amazon.com. Bringing you real world facts about our world and of life. We allow the Kessler effect. Develop the first group lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up the satellite. Thousands of these that debris sails along at thousands of miles an hour, destroying more satellites, creating more guns in a non-stop chain reaction. It's called the dreaded Kessler. All satellites are being destroyed by the debris. Cell phones fail, GPS fails, power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it doesn't feel the same. Mars mission surviving the Kessler effect. We hope it never happens. Available on Amazon. Mars mission 1, surviving the Kessler. Struggling to sleep in the summer heat, tossing and turning and constantly taking out the covers? You're not alone. It's tough to get a good night's rest when the heat won't let you unwind. That's where Cozier comes in. I'm Tyler, founder of Cozier. We designed our bamboo bedding to keep you cool no matter how high the temperature rises. Our best-selling bamboo sheets are crafted from breathable, moisture-wicking fabric that adjusts to your body temperature. So cool, dry, and comfortable all night long. No more sweaty nights or restless sleep. Hot nights, humid mornings. Cozier has you covered. Experience the difference with a 100-night sleep trial. And your warranty on all bedding products. Love them or send them back. Trust me, you will want to upgrade your summer. Visit Cozier.com. Use code CozyComfort and go 40% off temperature regulating sheets, apparel, and more. That's Cozier.com. Code CozyComfort. Sleep cooler, lounge lighter, stay cozy. Back we
David, in your opinion, how deep is the ocean where Atlantis went down? If we talk about the capital, I think it's 1,700 feet above sea level, western America. About sea level, sea level is about 400 feet lower, so all of the civilization components and infrastructure is 400 feet just off the shore. But anyway, finding constantly there's one here, Malta, there's a monolith down there that is 400 feet below the current sea level, and it's just, they might go back to the photos that was supposed to happen in Texas, welcome to the show. Hey, Tim.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to another lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot. Zoot, how are you?
I'm getting text messages today. This application, and it got really annoying that I actually ended up fucking finishing my McDonald's application because I don't want to get text messages.
Good job, man. Dude, I was reading, this is interesting, on the McDonald's subreddit there, but I do find the company to be part of America, and thus I follow it pretty closely as to like, I don't know, I like the drama of like what goes on there, and you learn a lot about corporate America from that subreddit and the Walmart subreddit and like these large company subreddits. All right, so on the McDonald's employees one, there was a guy who was like 34 years old, in Australia at McDonald's, and said that they loved it, and they couldn't believe how much they loved it. They said, you know, some of it's mindless, but some of it's really. And then somebody else came in from the from Australia who also said that they loved it, and thought, you know, if these guys are like 34 loving it, then that's something that, you know, Zoop probably could do and probably would enjoy it too. I'm not guaranteeing it. But all right, so good job.
How long have they been working on?
Oh, and the other one I think was 2 years. So that was just something. All right, big dog. Are you ready?
To lose it.
Dungeon. Unless you want to read. Do you want to read Dungeon?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
you send me an invitation then.
Okay. It's the one we play the least.
Probably true.
I mean, we played Match once with the least, and now we enjoy that.
We love that game. All right, big dog.
Okay. We are going to go for.
3 seconds.
The Dreaming Seas. PP. First one.
No.
Minecraft trading companies like guys learning to extract the water, batten down the hatches.
With the weather this bad, your group rushes to secure the hatches. What do we do? Yeah, you got to read faster though.
Pirates they appear on the decks, startling everyone. Captain yells, "Engage!" Oh yeah, that's good. That's also good. Sort of still hounded by light.
Silhouetted.
A massive gallant crashes alongside your ship. Dozens of pirates toss grapple lines onto your ship. Prepare for battle. Cast breakwater. Oh yeah, we got it.
You're not reading. You fill gills.
Yep. The sea darkens in your eyes when you awake. You are in tall shape of Kraken's head, wreckage, and dead sailors. The search for survivors. Loot the bodies. Loot the bodies. Okay, that's good. You find the ship captain's clutching a map in one hand and he's barely alive. Lying on the ground, run through with arrows is the captain with the captain. The captain causes up blood, find the sea worst layer, and you're away from it. You're lost to the northwestern sky is a huge smoky mountain top. To the northeast, a dense jungle. Did we go to the volcano or kind of jungle?
Jungle.
Last time we went to the volcano, we got fucked.
Right.
Last time we chose the volcano, we got fucked.
Right. You're not reading.
After a good amount of walking through
you need to read faster.
You advance towards the huts, but you see no one suddenly pops rather with the men surround you. Do we challenge the leader or intimidate or stand off?
Challenge him, dog.
Let's go challenge the leader. The warrior challenges the biggest lizardman. Lizardman is impressed by your brave bravado. Suddenly, a monstrous roar comes from out of the gigantic front. There appears the lizard and in terror. Okay, let's do it. That's really good. Oh fuck! The lizard just fucked me. I'm gonna shoot back the lizard. Oh, I missed. Oh, he's targeting me. Oh, you're dead. You think I can win?
It'll be interesting.
Oh, fuck. I won. Are you dead now?
Oh, yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, no, you're back.
I came
Just
back.
track your phone blows against the bit. The lizard men show you the hidden path behind the jungle to the pirate queen's citadel. She commands a huge fleet of ships. Sneak around the ship, cause a distraction. Sneak around the ship.
You got it.
You're not in good health. But you're one hit kill right now.
All right.
You make it into the deck and cover a shadow again to set out, and the voice calls to you. From the captain's quarters, Hela, the pirate, try to attack her own ship. She draws a sword. Oh, fuck. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good.
This pirate queen's a hoe.
What?
This pirate queen is a hoe.
Taunt monsters trading them to target the caster first. What does that do?
Fail.
Oh, fuck.
Backstab.
I'm dead.
It's over.
I can't even playing touch you two ribbons first time.
That game's awful.
We're gonna win. We need Raza.
Can you play with that many people?
You can play with like up to 5 people.
Did you know that you have an invitation?
Do you know that we're going to shoot the same much monsters and it's going to be boring as fuck?
What'd you say?
We keep on choosing the same monsters.
That's okay.
To be fair, they are the best monsters.
I think so.
We're venting with your favorite host over that phone call. The official NFL podcast network.
So I go to my best friend's house today.
Okay. Are you excited?
And I went to my best friend's house today, okay? And there was a girl there that I actually been on a date with before that met her through me. So he met her through me.
Okay.
And she's staying there. And then she was like telling she's there because she's like got nowhere else to go. She's diagnosed ADHD, diagnosed autistic, diagnosed BPD. But
what's BPD?
I feel like
I know.
Borderline personality disorder. But I feel like she's in a situation where she's being medicated and told she has all these things because she has nothing. She has no other options.
Just like you.
Like she's being told that she has all these things, but in reality, I met her 7 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, maybe less. Yes, 7 to 6 years ago, and I'm telling you right now, she was completely normal.
There you go. Just like you, son.
But she was like she just seemed like medicated and just not with it, and like she didn't like interact with me much, like, and like it wasn't like a normal conversation, and like I was like, are you like just going off this, like, are you just acting like this because you've been told that your behavior is like this and now you can get away with it?
Just like you, Zood. You met someone who's got the same issue that you do.
Yeah. And then it hit me all at once, right? It hit me. I don't think either of us have the issue. I feel like we've been told we have these issues and we're acting out because it's an excuse to solve it. We're looking for excuses to solve up the blame.
Precisely. You're exactly right. I'm glad you figured this out. I really am.
Unfortunately, she's heavily medicated and she can't figure it out, and she's just doing everything that she's told to do.
That is unfortunate, son. If you could only pick one match monster to have, which one would it be? Dude, I just asked you a question. Usually when people ask others questions, they expect an answer.
Sorry, Talisk.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. But you should have just said the green one.
Well, the green one would evolve would be better.
Yeah. But you know what I mean.
Hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.
So you don't trust psychiatry?
No, I didn't say that. But I don't much confidence in modern medicine in a lot of ways. I think it's about profit and it's not about curing. Zoot, what do I do? I mean, just in the United States, so long as the American Cancer Society has is worth billions of dollars, they don't want to find a cure for cancer. I think it's really unfortunate. It's a dirty game.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. It would be impossible to cure autism if you just tell everyone who's on the autistic spectrum to enable their autistic traits and try to make it socially acceptable to have these traits that aren't deemed normal, which is like, what the fuck? Like, that's just like contradicting. It's like one of the it's so weird. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know what autism is, so not really.
I don't think anyone fucking does. I don't even think the people who study it really know what the fuck it is.
Good. I'm glad I'm not alone.
Then tell me I have it and I don't know what the fuck it is. So.
Yeah, dog, they kind of just tell you that to get you out of their office.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, if you went to them, they basically, everyone who comes into their office, they either tell them they have autism or they don't have autism. They don't say, well, you might have something different, because they don't have that. The second that in their medical journals there's something new, let's call it super autism, then they'll be like, oh, everybody's got super autism. They're just being told what they're being fed.